Chapter 3573. If he hadn't stepped into the immortal path, the eldest prince wouldn't have felt such pressure even if he had an innate divine body. The eldest prince snorted. Ling Han, you're really daring. So many princes asked you to resign, but you're still stubbornly resisting. Don't you know that the throne will one day fall into the hands of one of us princes? Yet you don't listen to orders. Is this the way of an official? Ling Han chuckled. I'm in charge of the External Affairs Department under His Majesty's orders. All matters related to the sects have to go through me. A few princes frequently go to those sects to take advantage of them and ruin the empire's reputation. How can I turn a blind eye to it? That's not a reason for you to detain the princes, the eldest prince said sternly. Ling Han smiled. Of course it is. How can the world be governed if the law isn't strict? Besides, His Majesty is still sitting on the throne. The throne hasn't been passed down to the princes yet. If you want to order me around, you'll have to wait a few more years. Damn, how could this guy be so arrogant? All the princes were furious. You're just an official. Why are you acting like you're the retired emperor? In a sense, Ling Han was really the retired emperor. After all, he was one generation higher than Chen Fengyan. The eldest imperial prince's patience had completely run out. Ling Han, I had originally thought very highly of you, but you have greatly disappointed me now. He stretched out a hand to grab Ling Han. No matter how monstrous Ling Han was, he was nothing in front of an expert of the immortal path. Bang! A silver light flashed by, and a human figure leaped over at an incredible speed, blocking this attack for Ling Han. Bai Xiao! All the princes exclaimed in surprise. The one who blocked this attack for Ling Han was shockingly Princess Bai Xiao. Her alluring and delicate figure was hidden in the glittering silver battle armor, which added a heroic air to her. Even though all the princes had seen the world, their hearts still palpitated when they saw this beautiful woman. Princess Bai Xiao retracted her hand and said indifferently, Princes, you're openly attacking the External Affairs Department. Are you trying to rebel against His Majesty? All the princes were speechless. They were only here for their own benefits. How did this become a rebellion? The External Affairs Department was personally appointed by His Majesty. First, you came to openly kidnap people, and now, you want to gang up on the palace master. Bai Xiao can only think that the princes are deliberately going against His Majesty. Princess Bai Xiao said indifferently. Bai Xiao, are you protecting this person? The seventh prince asked with a gloomy expression. Not to mention him, all the princes had ugly expressions on their faces. Princess Bai Xiao was sent by the demon clan for a marriage alliance, and the other party should be one of the princes. Now, she was actually having an ambiguous relationship with a rebellious official, which made them feel that they had been cuckolded. This was intolerable. Bai Xiao, are you sure you want to be stubborn? The first prince asked in a low voice. It's not that Bai Xiao is being stubborn, but must all of you be so overbearing? Princess Bai Xiao retorted. The eldest imperial prince put away the last bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Although beautiful women were good, compared to the special privileges of the group of princes, they had to stand aside. Otherwise, how were they any different from commoners? Then don't blame me for being impolite, he said coldly. A green starlight appeared behind him, and it was incomparably resplendent. He had activated the might of his divine body, and his battle prowess would be greatly increased. Go! The eldest imperial prince pointed at Princess Bai Xiao, and immediately, a beam of green starlight shot towards Princess Bai Xiao. Princess Bai Xiao extended her palm, and the beam of starlight was annihilated. However, under the terrifying impact of the shockwave, the entire hall instantly collapsed. Everyone hurriedly escaped, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. The scene was extremely chaotic. Ling Han snorted. Bai Xiao, take down the big one. Leave the rest to me. He was angry. He hadn't even gone to find trouble with these princes, but they had already destroyed his External Affairs Department. This was intolerable. All right, Princess Bai Xiao said, with the battle armor on her. So what if the eldest imperial prince had an innate divine body? She was not afraid. Moreover, she had also used top-grade divine stones to build her foundation. In terms of the power of her divine abilities, she should be stronger than the eldest imperial prince. The eldest imperial prince was shocked. The attack he had unleashed using the might of his divine body had actually been so easily neutralized by Princess Bai Xiao. This was an innate divine body. Even if it was a ninth-rate divine body, it was still a divine body. It was high and mighty, and had even caused a phenomenon when it was born. How could it be so easy to deal with? However, Princess Bai Xiao took the opportunity to counterattack. The battle armor had increased her strength by a whole 10 times, and she was comparable to a heaven foundational cultivator. How could someone like the eldest imperial prince, who had just started on the path of immortality, compare to her? However, this also showed how terrifying a divine body was. The eldest imperial prince continuously blasted out starlight, and was actually able to withstand it for a short period of time. If not for this, a divine body would be too worthless. After stepping onto the path of immortality, the divine body could truly release its brilliance. The eldest imperial prince had not been this powerful when he was in the mystery realm. However, the eldest imperial prince could only withstand it temporarily. The might of his divine body could not be used forever. Once he breathed a sigh of relief, he definitely would not be able to withstand the might of the battle armor. Xiao, at this moment, light flashed, and a human figure completely formed from light patterns appeared. The formation spirit. On one side are the officials of the emperor, and on the other side are the princes, yet you are fighting in the imperial capital. Don't you feel ashamed? The formation spirit shouted. Princess Bai Xiao and the eldest imperial prince hurriedly stopped. From a certain perspective, the formation spirit was Chen Fengyan's incarnation. Boss, have you also become muddle-headed? You actually attacked the Department of External Affairs. The formation spirit shouted at the eldest imperial prince. Father, listen to my explanation. The eldest imperial prince hurriedly tried to explain. Ling Han secretly detained seventh brother, and humiliated him too much. We were also furious, so we resorted to such a method. Humph. You went to the various sects that surrendered to us to take advantage of them. The Department of External Affairs has already reported to us. We have already said that these powers will be dealt with by the Department of External Affairs. You all randomly extended your hands, and you still dare to be so righteous? The formation spirit said unhappily. From today onwards, all of you will stay in the imperial capital and reflect on your mistakes in seclusion. You are not allowed to take a single step out of your homes for 3 years. Yes. All the princes said respectfully. This was the ruler of a nation, and even more so, the true sovereign of spirit transformation. His words were an imperial edict. The formation spirit's gaze swept over, but it did not stop on Ling Han. Instead, it directly slid past and stopped on Princess Bai Xiao. Since you have stepped onto the path of immortality, we will confer you the title of Princess Bai Xiao as a reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Princess Bai Xiao bowed. Although she was a princess before, she was a princess of the demon race. If she was in the imperial capital, people would only call her princess out of respect. Otherwise, she was no different from a normal person. But now, she was a genuine noble daughter of Xianbei country. The formation spirit waved its hand, and suddenly turned into a ball of shattered light, disappearing. Ling Han clenched his teeth. Chen Fengyan had actually deliberately ignored him. In terms of seniority, he was Chen Fengyan's uncle. Even if Chen Fengyan had said that they would separate, it was still a little awkward. Chapter 3574. The various princes were punished by the Saint Emperor to not be able to step out of the house for 3 years. This naturally caused a huge commotion in the capital. Everyone could not help but sigh. Ling Han's luck was truly good. He could always turn danger into safety. Could he be the illegitimate son of Chen Fengyan? Otherwise, why would he care for him so much? This was the latest news. Very soon, another explosive piece of news was released. Hong Tianbu had entered the Jiuling sect and become the last disciple of the Jiuling True Lord. When the news spread out, the capital was shaken. While it was normal for the primordial True Lord to recruit disciples when they established their own sects, Hong Tianbu's identity was too sensitive. He was one of the twin prides of the capital, and was once entrusted with high hopes. Even now it was still the case. But he had chosen to join the Jiuling True Lord instead. This was a betrayal. But now, Hong Tianbu was far away in the Jiuling sect. Who would be able to kill their way there and bring him to justice? Moreover, Hong Tianbu was a genius amongst geniuses. He should be able to become an immortal cultivator soon. Unless the Saint Emperor acted personally, not only would he not succeed, he might even lose his life. Instantly, everyone's gazes turned towards the External Affairs House, towards Ling Han. Firstly, the affairs of sex were managed by the External Affairs House. As the head of the house, Ling Han naturally had the responsibility and obligation to hunt down a traitor like this. Secondly, Ling Han and Hong Tianbu were known as the twin prides of the capital. If there was anyone below the Saint Emperor who could match up to Hong Tianbu, it would have to be Ling Han. Therefore, there was such a discussion in the capital, strongly requesting for Ling Han to make a move and capture Hong Tianbu back for trial. Under the push of some people, such cries filled the skies. If they did not get rid of a traitor like this, would the External Affairs House still have the face to exist? Ling Han, there must be someone behind this, Princess Bai Xiao said resolutely. Ling Han nodded. It was most likely those princes. They could not leave their homes, but did they not have any subordinates they could use? Don't worry about that. No matter what others say, the initiative is still in my hands, he said calmly. Princess Bai Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Ling Han would run to Nine Spirit True Lord's place in a moment of hot-headedness. Although she was extraordinary, facing a spirit transformation True Lord, she wouldn't even know how she died. However, there will definitely be a battle between me and Hong Tianbu sooner or later. I'm still going to head over to this Jiuling sect. Ling Han continued. Princess Bai Xiao was instantly speechless. Even if Ling Han could contend against Hong Tianbu, how far was he from perfected spirit transformation? Heading to the Jiuling sect was no different from sending himself to death. No hurry, no hurry. For the time being, I won't be heading over to the Jiuling sect, Ling Han guaranteed. However, after just 2 days, the situation changed. The primordial sect suddenly released news that they would be holding a martial competition and inviting all the young geniuses in the world to participate. If one obtained first place, they would be rewarded with a star sieve orchid fruit, and even if they didn't obtain first place, as long as their performance was outstanding, they would have the chance to be taken in as a personal disciple by the primordial true monarch. What is star orchid fruit? This was a 2-star immortal medicine, and its effects were to cleanse one's body and raise the intrinsic quality of one's life. If it were to be consumed by someone below the immortal path, under the condition that their cultivation state did not change, the shackles within their bodies would be broken. It would be equivalent to raising their combat prowess against those of the same cultivation state. This was a change in one's intrinsic quality. If it were consumed by someone above the immortal path, they would be able to break through the shackles that they had not been able to break through before, raising their foundation to a certain extent. However, the upper limit of the star orchid fruit was the caste tripod realm. If someone at the life core realm were to consume it, there would be no effects at all. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a 2-star immortal medicine, but a 3-star or 4-star immortal medicine. Even so, everyone who received the news was extremely excited. Immortal medicine? Everything else aside, just those 2 words alone were enough to cause one's heart to palpitate and lose control of themselves. Furthermore, the effects were real. It was an increase in one's intrinsic quality, unlike one's cultivation state, which could be achieved with just a little bit of time. Ling Han was naturally moved as well, and he decided to head over immediately. Don't be rash. Look at the rules. Only those below the immortal path can participate. Princess Bai Xiao advised against it. This fella was truly worrisome. She had just advised him not to head to the Jiuling sect, and now, he wanted to head over to the primordial sect. This was the territory of the spirit transformation True Lord. His guts were way too big, weren't they? Right now, how many people don't know that you're invincible below the immortal path? Yet, they just had to organize such a competition. Could it be that they were intentionally giving you a treasure? Ling Han nodded his head. He had killed a disciple of the primordial True Lord, so it wasn't impossible for the primordial sect to target him. But, in his opinion, the primordial True Lord did indeed want to make use of this chance to find some exceptional seedlings to take in as disciples. Therefore, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if Ling Han did not take the bait, the primordial sect wouldn't have wasted a star Roland fruit. There was no reason for Ling Han to miss out on a treasure as such. Besides, he had a sense of urgency as well. The more others wanted to harm him, the more he wanted to step on this trap. Of course, he couldn't just run over like that. He would be walking right into a trap if he did so openly. He could change his identity. Once he returned with the star Roland fruit, he could then announce his identity. That would be equivalent to giving the primordial True Lord a tight slap. The thought of it made him a little excited. But, how should he change his identity? An ordinary disguise technique definitely wouldn't work. But what if he changed the density and distribution of his muscles? Ling Han returned to his bedroom and tried it in front of the mirror. He moved his muscles slightly, and his face instantly changed.
But my eyes will still expose me.
Ling Han frowned. The eyes were the window to the soul, especially with his powerful mental power. His eyes were abnormally bright, and had an indescribable elegance. He forcefully restrained his mental power, and the effect was immediately apparent. His eyes became dim, and although they were still filled with sharpness, they were completely different from before. It should work, Ling Han muttered, but I have to control my muscles at all times. I have to pay attention to every word and smile I say, and I can't reveal any flaws. And from now on, I'll be called Kenyi. He was completely incompetent in choosing names, so he was too lazy to think of a new name, and directly used the name of a familiar person. Training in front of the mirror, he had to remember his own appearance, or else he would reveal flaws if there was any slight change. Additionally, when he spoke and smiled, his expression would change. What kind of face should he show the most suitable? He continuously trained, and spent a whole day's time. Finally, he could change into the appearance he wanted with a single thought, and it would be exactly the same every time. Additionally, it was voice. This was easy to deal with. As long as he changed the frequency, the voice would naturally change. Just like that, Ling Han went to find Princess Bai Xiao. When he knocked on the door, he also changed his appearance. Princess Bai Xiao opened the door, and saw a complete stranger standing at the door. She couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. "Who are you?" "TSK, you don't even recognize me," Ling Han said with his original voice.
Ling Han,
Princess Bai Xiao exclaimed. Chapter 3576. Great Master, I apologize for my rudeness. The young man hastily stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Han. This young master, my surname is Niu, and my name is Jianhua. Master, since you can see that I'm plagued by bad luck, do you have a way to resolve it? Ling Han pretended to ponder and whet his appetite before saying, "Fine. Since we've met, it must be fate. I'll help you open your eyes." "Thank you, Master." Niu Jianhua was overjoyed. These days, he had been so unlucky that he wanted to cry. Originally, he planned to go to the capital to have fun, but his mood was completely ruined by the bad luck along the way. Although he still went, he did not feel anything with a beautiful woman in his arms. In the end, he even suffered a strange look from her, as if saying that he did not have the ability in this aspect. Why did he come to the brothel? This hurt a man's heart too much. Therefore, he had to get rid of this bad luck at all costs. Ling Han was calculating with his fingers, looking profound and unfathomable. However, in the eyes of the four old men, they only felt that Ling Han was pretending to be mysterious. After a while, Ling Han shook his head and said, "Strange, really strange. According to the divination, you are not from this world. Sigh, it seems like I am still not skilled enough. If you are not from this world, could it be that you are a ghost?" "Hee, young Master Niu, I am really sorry, I have boasted before." However, after he said that, Niu Jianhua and the four old men all opened their mouths wide. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Isn't it? It can actually tell that they are not from this world? If Ling Han bluntly said that they were visitors from outer space, then they would be suspicious. Perhaps Ling Han was the bandit who had snuck up on them. But now, Ling Han looked as if he was in the wrong, and this instead caused these 5 people to believe without a doubt that this guy really understood. He was an expert. He was way too powerful. Niu Jianhua hurriedly advised, Great Master, it's not that you're not skilled enough, you're really correct." Ling Han immediately turned pale with fright and retreated. You are really ghosts. How could we be ghosts?" An old man immediately said with a black face, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue." "Damn you, calling them ghosts in front of their faces. How can you curse people like that?" Niu Jianhua glared at the old man. "Shut up. No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak." The old man wanted to refute or explain, but when he saw Niu Jianhua's cold expression, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Niu Jianhua looked at Ling Han and said, "This servant doesn't know the rules. I hope Grandmaster won't stoop to his level. You ghosts. Even after you're dead, you still differentiate between the noble and the lowly." Ling Han was still spouting nonsense. The four old men were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at him. "You're the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts." Niu Jianhua laughed heartily, but a moth suddenly flew into his mouth, and his laughter came to an abrupt end as if someone had slashed him with a knife. He coughed repeatedly, but the moth couldn't spit it out no matter how hard he tried. Couldn't he not be so unlucky? "Grandmaster, we're not ghosts. We're from another celestial body. That's why you divine that we're not from this world," he explained in a hoarse voice, afraid that he would scare Ling Han to death. Only then did Ling Han half believe him. Really? He really admired himself. His acting skills were too good. Niu Jianhua nodded. "Of course it's true. You mean according to the legends, the people who live on those stars in the sky?" Ling Han pointed at the sky. "Of course." Niu Jianhua had regained some of his arrogance and said with his arms crossed, "You really are ghosts. How can people live on such a small star?" Ling Han shook his head repeatedly and put on a naive look. "I'm not lying. The stars are so small because they're too far away," Niu Jianhua explained. There was an indescribable gloominess in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to expel his bad luck, he would have slapped Ling Han to death. This country bumpkin was really ignorant. "We're from the Victoria Star, a large cultivation star. Our ancestor is an elder of the Star Dragon sect, true Lord Spirit Transformation." Oh, Ling Han nodded in his heart. He had finally found out about these people's origins. He still acted doubtful. "Is it really another celestial body?" "Of course." Niu Jianhua nodded. Then he said impatiently, "Grandmaster, do you have a way to get rid of my bad luck?" Ling Han pinched his fingers and muttered for a while. He said, "I also don't have a way to get rid of your bad luck, but I can cast a spell to help you get out of this predicament sooner." Although Niu Jianhua was a little disappointed, he still revealed a happy expression. He said, "Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster." Ling Han muttered and observed the big bump on the back of Niu Jianhua's head. After a while he said, "I've already concentrated all your bad luck into this big bump. It will disappear with the swelling of the bump. You don't have to worry anymore." Was it real or fake? Although Niu Jianhua was a little desperate, he was not an idiot. He looked at Ling Han suspiciously. Just a few hits and he recovered? Why did it feel like this guy was lying to a ghost? "According to my observation, this big bump will disappear in about 2 or 3 days. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Ling Han smiled and said. When he made his move earlier, he was afraid that Niu Jianhua would die, so he didn't use much strength. Naturally, Niu Jianhua recovered quickly. Fortunately, he met Ling Han at this time. If he had been 2 days later, the bump would have gone down, and the yin qi of the gravestone fragments would naturally have disappeared. What bad luck would there be? "Then please keep me company for the next 2 days, Master. If there are any sudden changes, Master will be able to help in time," Niu Jianhua said lightly. He had already made up his mind. If it was really as Ling Han said, that his bad luck would disappear in 2 or 3 days, then he would definitely treat Ling Han as a guest of honor. But if Ling Han was lying to him, then he would be merciless and let Ling Han know what it meant to be in so much pain that he would want to die. "It seems that I have no other choice." Ling Han looked at the fierce expressions of the 4 old men and shrugged. "It's good that Master understands." Niu Jianhua nodded. At night, they rested. The next morning, Ling Han woke up early and faced the morning sun to cultivate. Because he was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of 7 vein level, he stopped in less than 10 minutes. When the 4 old men saw this, they all revealed looks of disdain. What a poor country bumpkin. His cultivation was also half-baked, and he actually wasted such a rare cultivation time. If it wasn't for the fact that they were trapped by the realm barrier and couldn't advance, they would definitely be cultivating hard at this time. In the eyes of these extraterrestrial visitors, Ling Han's image naturally became much weaker. After eating breakfast, they hurried on their way. "Hey, are you guys also going to the primordial sect?" Ling Han pretended to be curious and asked. Niu Jianhua laughed. "Of course. Don't tell me you want to participate in the martial arts competition? What a joke, this kind of weak scum." Ling Han nodded. "Of course, I'm going there to get first place." Pfft, Niu Jianhua and the others laughed. Chapter 3577. Everyone burst into laughter. Wasn't it? A guy at the engravement realm who didn't even cultivate said he wanted to win first place in the martial arts competition. What a joke. After Niu Jianhua was tired of laughing, he didn't bother to attack Ling Han. It made sense. His main profession was divination. It was normal for him to be weak in martial arts. Ling Han laughed along with him. He looked a little foolish, but he was thinking leisurely in his heart. If Niu Jianhua knew that I was the one who gave him a sneak attack and brought him bad luck, what kind of expression would he have? It should be fun. Young master, the old master made a mistake this time. He didn't expect the powerhouses in the cage to come out one after another. Otherwise, there would only be nobodies from the secret-seeking realm here, and the few of us would be able to assist the young master in obtaining all the treasures. Speaking of the martial arts competition, one would naturally think of the celestial fruit, which made an old man sigh. In his opinion, Ling Han was just a flea. It didn't matter if he knew something. In fact, it was not a secret. Niu Jianhua nodded. There was no other way. The distance was too far. Even the spirit transformation perfected cultivator's deduction would be affected by the mysterious energy in the universe. Judging from the current situation, they were a year late. At that time, there were no experts of the immortal path. Now there were as many as 5 spirit transformation perfected cultivators here. Even the old ancestor of the Niu family couldn't cover the sky with one hand. Now that spirit transformation perfected cultivator has come out, not only can I not take advantage of him, but the people who come later will also be the same. It's fair, he murmured, but this time since primordial perfected cultivator took out a 2-star fairy fruit, I must get it to make up for my regret of not being able to catch up with the Misty Peak. He suppressed his realm and didn't break through just to go to the Misty Peak. In the end, he even missed this opportunity. Fortunately, if he could eat a star luo orchid fruit, he could make up for his loss a little. That was why he continued to suppress his cultivation, and waited until after the martial arts competition to break through. Ling Han listened on the side and became more and more aware of the origins of these people. He wanted to know how these people crossed the starry sky to come here. In the future, he would definitely go to other stars in the starry sky. He could not stay on Heavenly Sea Star all the time. After all, this was just a small planet. Back then, it was given to a lesser realization realm cultivator, so its foundation should not be too deep. The group of people didn't walk very fast, so they only arrived at the archaic sect in the evening. Here, even Niu Jianhua did not dare to be arrogant. There was a true Lord Spirit transformation overseeing this place. Even if he used his old man's name, it would not have much of an effect. They first went to register, but the archaic sect had a rule that other than participants, no one else was allowed to enter. Therefore, the 4 elders could only wait outside. Although they were worried, they had no other choice. They could only pray that everything in the primordial sect was safe. Otherwise, if something were to happen to Niu Jianhua, their entire family would be buried with him. Ling Han also signed up and was assigned to the same courtyard as Niu Jianhua. Actually, this courtyard had a total of 4 single rooms. Other than Ling Han and Niu Jianhua, there could still be 2 more people, but it was currently empty. Don't walk around carelessly. There's a true Lord Spirit transformation here. If you cause any trouble, you won't even know how you died. Niu Jianhua warned Ling Han. Ling Han ignored him and entered the house, planning to break through to the opening aperture realm. Niu Jianhua snorted. For now, he temporarily endured Ling Han. If the big package was refunded tomorrow, but his bad luck was still not over, he would let Ling Han know what cruelty was. A pile of bird droppings fell on his head. Niu Jianhua's entire body trembled. Just now, he was lost in thought and was actually hit by the bird droppings. How unlucky! After a while, a new person moved in. The first was a young man in his 20s called Sun Sun. After a while, a young beauty called Xiao Zhishuan came in. She was extremely arrogant, but because she was beautiful, Niu Jianhua and Sun Sun still found all kinds of excuses to get close to her. Ling Han, on the other hand, forgot everything and focused on breaking through to the opening aperture realm. He had to break through within these 2 days. Otherwise, once the martial arts competition started, his opponents would basically be in the secret realm. It would be fine if he deliberately lost, but if he won, then how many people wouldn't associate him with the name Ling Han? The treasured fruit of life was enough. Start. Ling Han released the suppression of his realm, and the leap of his life level immediately began. He had even broken through to the 7 vein realm. Breaking through to the opening aperture realm was really not difficult for Ling Han at all. The so-called opening aperture realm was to open all the apertures in the body. What was the use of this? First of all, apertures could allow secret power to flow, which meant that it could be used to attack. Moreover, the number of apertures was not just one. Thus, after cultivating the opening aperture realm to the extreme, almost every part of the body could be used to attack, and it could be said that it was impossible to defend against. Of course, the power released from apertures was limited, and its power could not be compared to the bombardment of fists, palms, and legs. Second, apertures could flow secret power and guide the force of heaven and earth. Thus, during cultivation, it could also increase the force of heaven and earth absorbed. The more acupoints one unlocked, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. It was said that the human body had a total of 108 apertures, but few people could open all of them. In theory, opening 36 apertures was enough to break through to the secret realm. This was the lowest standard known as the first realm. If more apertures could be opened, up to 72, then there would be a qualitative change, known as the second realm. And when all 108 apertures were opened, it was known as the third realm. However, other than the 12 standard meridians, there were 8 extraordinary meridians, and it was said that there were more than 108 apertures. Those were known as hidden apertures, but this was just a legend. It seemed that no one had ever opened them. Ling Han only felt his body relax. He raised his finger, and a force shot out from the tip of his finger, smashing a teacup into pieces. In the opening aperture realm, he had already opened the first aperture. However, the leap in his life level didn't stop there. Very soon, Ling Han opened a second aperture, then a third, and a fourth. After opening 9 aperture in one go, the leap in his life level finally stopped. He was now at 9 apertures. In the ordinary opening aperture realm, he had almost completed the early stage of this realm and was about to enter the middle stage. Breaking through to the 7th vein was considered a good preparation, which was why he could directly open 9 apertures. Of these 9 apertures, 2 were on the fingers, 1 on the arm, 3 on the chest and abdomen, and 3 on the legs. With a thought, the 9 apertures released secret power. Puff, 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 puff. Immediately, the room was in a mess. "Do I count as a hedgehog?" he asked with a smile. Opening the apertures, he was getting closer to the path of immortality. Chapter 3578. It was temporarily impossible for him to improve any further. Ling Han walked out of the house and saw Niu Jianhua and another young man circling around a young beauty. The woman was dressed in a lake green dress. She was graceful and charming, and her skin was as white and smooth as milk. She could indeed be said to be quite outstanding. No wonder Niu Jianhua and Yi Zichen were circling around her. Ling Han took a look and retracted his gaze. When Niu Jianhua saw him come out, he immediately said to the woman like he was presenting a treasure, "Miss Xiao, this is the divination master I was talking about. He's extremely accurate." The bump on his head had just subsided today, and the bad luck that had been haunting him had also disappeared. For the whole morning, he hadn't had any bad luck like drinking water, stuffing his teeth, or publicly farting, which made him believe that his bad luck had really left him. Thus, he naturally had no doubts about Ling Han's identity as a divination master. God. Tise. The other young man, Sun Sun, immediately shook his head. How can a brat who's still wet behind his ears be a divination master? He has to be at least a life core or even a true self-realm expert to have the right to look into heaven's secrets, let alone change fate. He wouldn't believe Ling Han even if he had 100 times. How could Niu Jianhua be willing to lose face in front of a beauty? He hurriedly said, "Don't speak blindly if you don't know anything. This is definitely a divination master." "Ha, from your tone, you probably don't even know his name." Sun Sun laughed loudly. Niu Jianhua was instantly speechless. At first, he didn't even bother to know Ling Han's name, but after that, he kept calling him a master and forgot to ask for Ling Han's name. Xiao Zhixian's interest was piqued, and she asked Ling Han, "May I ask how I should address this master?" Ling Han pretended to be profound, and glanced at Xiao Zhixian before saying, "My name is Ken Yi." This name seemed to have a mysterious aura to it. Xiao Zhixian exclaimed, "Really? How could you have such a name? Don't you have a surname? Don't tell me your surname is Kan?" She was a little like a curious baby. Ling Han's face darkened. "Your question should be about going to Ken Yi. What did it have to do with him?" "Grandmaster Ken Yi, why don't you read my fortune as well?" Xiao Zhixian asked sweetly. Ling Han turned around and left. You want to ask this grandmaster for help?
Is that something you can just say? After saying that, he had already disappeared through the door.
He was extremely pretentious. Niu Jianhua wanted to stop him, but his mind was on Xiao Zhixian, so he could not be bothered. After all, the disappearance of his bad luck proved that Ling Han was really a grandmaster, so he did not dare to offend him. It was said that in addition to clearing away bad luck, these masters could also bring bad luck to people. He didn't want to start that unlucky life again right after he returned to normal. Interesting. Xiao Zhixian mumbled as she looked at the door. She then stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful curves, causing Niu Jianhua and Xiao Zhixian to stare at her. Go back and take an afternoon nap. Only when your skin is good will your mood be good. Ling Han began to walk around the primordial sect. He had already changed his appearance, so he was naturally not afraid of being recognized. It was just that the participants were restricted from moving around. Once they walked out, they would be stopped by the disciples of the primordial sect. Although Ling Han could slap such an opponent to death with one hand, he was not here to cause trouble. He tried to get close to these disciples. Some of them were tight-lipped, while others had the habit of bragging. After being hooked by a few words, they spat out everything they knew. This primordial sect was very powerful. The primordial true sovereign had a bunch of followers in the cage. There was no lack of true self-realm and life core realm experts. Now that they were free, these people also took up important positions in the primordial sect. Under the sovereign there were 4 elders who were all at the true self realm. Under the elders there were 9 guardians who were all at the life core realm. Below them, the caste tripod realm and the foundation building realm could only be high-class followers and didn't have any real power. Of course, most of the people in the primordial sect were ordinary disciples below the immortal cultivation realm. The primordial true sovereign had a total of 3 personal disciples. The eldest disciple was called Deng Qi, who had already entered the caste tripod realm. The second disciple was called Han Gang, who had just entered the foundation establishment realm. The third disciple was called Lu Jun. He had the lowest realm, the secret-seeking realm. There was originally a 4th disciple, Xian Ruyue, but she was killed by Ling Han. Lu Jun would also participate in this martial arts competition. It was said that he had terrifying combat power and was very likely to be a 2-star genius. Ling Han frowned. A 2-star genius from the secret-seeking realm. This was a bit tricky. If he was to fight against a 1-star genius from the secret-seeking realm, then Ling Han still had the confidence to win. But if it was a 2-star genius, if there was a mortal realm above the secret-seeking realm, then the 2-star genius combat power would jump to another realm. Ling Han now had to hide his identity and couldn't use many of his methods. It was too difficult to fight such an opponent. But I have been tempered by the ancestral king's true blood, and I have seen many battle scenes of the monolith ancestral king when he was young. My vision has been greatly broadened, and if I use my eye technique, I might be able to see through my opponent's weakness and obtain victory. Ling Han wasn't blindly confident. This Lu Jun was a realm higher than him, and he was a true genius. He couldn't be careless. He returned to the courtyard and found Niu Jianhua arguing with Sun Sun about something. Their faces were red and their necks were thick. Sigh, that Xiao Zhishuan obviously didn't fancy any of them. What are you two arguing about? Ling Han returned to his room. The martial arts competition would begin tomorrow, and he still had one more chance to cultivate. It would be good if he could improve a little. If he still had the ice essence stones, Ling Han believed that one cultivation session would be enough for him to open up another chakra. But now it would take at least 5 or 6 days. At night, the primordial true sect sent a disciple to explain how the competition would be conducted the next day. Because there were too many participants, if all of them were to fight one-on-one, it would take more than a month or even longer. Therefore, the next day, a large-scale elimination competition would be held to determine the 32 strongest seeds. Once one entered the top 32, they could choose whether or not to join the primordial true sect. If one entered the top 16, they could choose to become a disciple of one of the protectors. If one entered the top 8, the elders would also come to accept disciples. If one entered the top 4, they would have the chance to become a disciple of the primordial true sovereign. The elimination competition was very simple. Everyone would be placed in the same mountain and a chaotic battle would begin. It would only last for a day, and when there were only 32 people left, the elimination competition would end. If there were still more than 32 people left after a day, then it would depend on who came out first. The first 32 people to come out first would be able to enter the final circle. Don't worry, since you helped me get rid of my bad luck, this young master will definitely bring you into the top 32. You just have to follow this young master. Niu Jianhua patted Ling Han's shoulder as he said arrogantly. Actually, these words were said for Xiao Zhixuan to hear. His intention was obviously to say, "Look how strong I am." Sun Sun coldly said, "Hee, I think you can't even protect yourself." He went against Niu Jianhua and poured cold water on him. Chapter 35-80. Under Niu Jianhua's lead, Ling Han and Xiao Zhixuan did not need to act.
This show-loving fellow had already rushed to the front.
With tens of thousands of secret realm cultivators here, there were naturally crooks and dragons mixed together. There were outstanding geniuses, and there were also lucky ones who relied on treasured fruits to ascend overnight. Naturally, their strength could not be compared in the same breath. Niu Jianhua's strength could not be underestimated. He was the most beloved descendant of true Lord Spirit transformation, so he had naturally received careful guidance from a young age. One had to know that he was still a young chick. Just from this point alone, it could be seen how strict his education was. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the flaming palms, he had no opponents, displaying the strength of a one-star genius. Even Xiao Zhixuan was somewhat moved. She did not think that this spoiled brat who tried so hard to please her would actually have real skills. She had a whole new level of respect for him. She had misjudged him. This was a genius. Niu Jianhua naturally noticed the subtle change in Xiao Zhixuan and could not help but feel proud. With his identity, it was naturally impossible for him to marry a native of a backwater land. Therefore, don't be fooled by his eagerness towards Xiao Zhixuan. It was completely because he was a greenhorn in this aspect and was still fresh. Once he really got his hands on her, his attitude would definitely change 180 degrees. Previously, you put on airs and acted all high and mighty. Humph, once I get my hands on you, I will naturally throw you away. This young master is not someone you can reach. Now, it had become a hunting ground for the strong. The weak would either be killed or find a place to hide. Most of them had escaped from the mountain area and automatically forfeited. Although it was a mountain, it was barren and there weren't many places to hide. Therefore, many people were easily discovered after hiding and were slaughtered. Ling Han could not help but frown. Was this a martial arts competition or a killing competition? Those who came out of the cage indeed did not care about human lives. 2 hours passed, and the number of people on the mountain had decreased to a few hundred. Moreover, very few dared to act tyrannically. Most of them were still hiding, hoping to luckily enter the top 32 and enter the archaic sect. Xiao, a figure flew down and stood in front of Ling Han and the others.
This was a gloomy-looking young man. He held a sword in his hand, and his eyes were bright. He pointed his sword at the group and said, "Either die or scram."
Niu Jianhua laughed heartily.
In this world, there is no one who is qualified to tell this young master to scram.
This act of acting tough caused Xiao Zhixian's beautiful eyes to light up, and she felt that Niu Jianhua could be relied on. The young man sneered. "Looks like you don't want to live anymore." He flew out and slashed with his sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi crisscrossed, mixed with an ice-cold aura, causing one's blood to freeze.
"You're the one who's courting death."
Niu Jianhua charged forward, unleashing his flame palm arts. One was water, one was fire, one was cold, one was hot. They both countered each other, and it all depended on who was stronger.
After exchanging a few moves, the young man showed signs of being defeated and quickly withdrew his sword.
"You still want to run?" Niu Jianhua sneered and exerted force with his feet, blocking the other party. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "I am Lu Huaming, and my older brother is Lu Huayun. Do you want to become enemies with my older brother?" Lu Huaming, Lu Huayun, they're just trash in front of me. Niu Jianhua naturally didn't care. He was the descendant of perfected spirit transformation, so he didn't need to care about anyone on this backward planet. His palm struck out mercilessly. Pong, Lu Huaming was instantly severely injured.
"Lu Huayun,"
Xiao Zhixian exclaimed. You've caused a huge disaster." "What's so great about Lu Huayun?" Niu Jianhua asked indifferently. The father of the Lu family's brother is a life core cultivator. As for Lu Huayun, he is known as one of the top 10 in the mystery realm. Xiao Zhixian's face was a little ugly. She had seriously injured Lu Huayun's brother, and she believed that Lu Huayun would soon come for revenge. "Don't worry, I'm here," Niu Jianhua said domineeringly. "A mere Shengdan stage. Hee, the Niu clan has a few true self-realm old servants. What is a Lifedan realm?" However, in the end, he did not add another palm strike to end Lu Huaming's life. No matter what, this was not the victorious planet, nor was it the Star Dragon sect. It was a faraway place in the starry sky, so he decided to restrain himself and keep a low profile. "Let's go." He waved his hand and strode off. After the three of them left, Lu Huaming immediately sent out a signal flare. After a short while, a man who looked almost identical to him appeared. Lu Huayun, they were twin brothers. "Who injured you?" Lu Huayun's eyes were spitting fire. He especially doted on this twin brother of his. Lu Huaming hurriedly described Niu Jianhua's appearance, and also said that the other party had two companions, a man and a woman. Lu Huayun immediately chased after them. Who dared to injure his brother? Lu Huayun wholeheartedly chased after the enemy, and no matter what he encountered, he did not stop. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, he had caught up to Ling Han and the others. "But you injured my brother?" he asked Niu Jianhua. Niu Jianhua couldn't help but smile. "And here I thought that weakling had eaten some divine pill or immortal medicine to recover so quickly. So you're his older brother? What, you want to take revenge for him? Kneel down. First break your own legs, then your own arm, and I'll let you keep one arm," Lu Huayun arrogantly said, then looked at Ling Han and Xiao Zhishuan. "You saw my brother injured, and you didn't even help him. You even abandoned him. You can break your own arms as well." Damn, this domineering and confident person. Did he really think he was the king of heaven? Ling Han shook his head and smiled. "I'm really sorry. When we saw your brother injured, we didn't rush up to help. Next time, we'll definitely pay attention and make sure he gets even more injured." When Lu Huayun heard that, he naturally flew into a rage. His eyes were about to spit fire. "Brat, how dare you? Of course, who asked this young Master Niu to block in front of us?" Ling Han pointed at Niu Jianhua, not minding drawing more hatred to him. As expected, Lu Huayun's hatred was shifted. He looked at Niu Jianhua and said coldly, "Looks like I'll have to take you down first to warn the others. Where does your confidence come from?" Niu Jianhua said arrogantly. He was confident that he was invincible among those of the same level. "Then come and try." Lu Huayun attacked, and as he punched out, a cold aura appeared. The two brothers cultivated the same spirit diagram. They were both connected to the ice element. "I'll beat you up." Niu Jianhua smiled and sent out a palm that was surrounded by raging flames. This was the collision of ice and fire. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The raging flames and ice collided, each occupying half of the sky. Niu Jianhua revealed a look of shock. He had actually been blocked. How was this possible? Could there be a one-star genius on this planet? No wonder you're so arrogant. So you have some strength. Lu Huayun didn't dare to underestimate him. He roared and sent out a barrage of attacks. Chapter 3581. No matter where one went, one-star geniuses were extremely rare. They would be recruited by various factions. Now that two one-star geniuses had appeared, it would naturally be a fierce battle. Originally, one-star geniuses would only meet in the top 32, or even the top 16, or even the top 8. But because of the rules of the competition, two young geniuses had met each other so early. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Ling Han was in high spirits. He sat at the side and watched. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well kill some time. Seeing Ling Han like this, Xiao Zhixian was completely speechless. "Why are you in such a good mood?" That was Lu Huayun. If Niu Jianhua couldn't hold on, would the two of them be spared? She wanted to rush up and give Ling Han a few slaps to make him see reality. Niu Jianhua and Lu Huayun's battle was extremely intense. Both of them exchanged blows, displaying their full strength. But even if they were both one-star geniuses, there was still a difference in strength. It was just that the difference was extremely small. Lu Huayun was stronger. Niu Jianhua was extremely gloomy. If he hadn't been beaten up and robbed, then as long as he wore a set of battle armor, he would be invincible. Only he would be able to abuse Lu Huayun. That damn thief. Don't let him catch you. Lu Huayun, on the other hand, sneered. In fact, he was not as talented as Niu Jianhua, but he had stayed in the mystery realm for a longer time and perfected his cultivation base. Therefore, after a long battle, his advantage was slowly revealed, and it was getting bigger and bigger. He was definitely going to win this battle. You two, hurry up and leave. Niu Jianhua roared and immediately turned to run. You told us to run? Why didn't you buy us some time? Xiao Zhixian was tongue-tied. She knew that a spoiled brat like Niu Jianhua was unreliable, but she didn't expect him to be this unreliable. This was too shameless. But Niu Jianhua ran so fast that he disappeared in an instant. Lu Huayun only chased a few steps before stopping. He had to admit that Niu Jianhua had mastered a profound movement technique. His speed was even faster than his. It was pointless to chase after him. There was still a long time to go, and he would still be able to meet the other party again. I'll deal with the other two first. He turned around and looked menacingly at Ling Han and Xiao Zhishuan.
You, break one of your arms and scram, he said to Xiao Zhixian, before turning to look at Ling Han. As for you, pull out your tongue and break your own arms. Ling Han exclaimed and said, I can cut off one arm, but it's too difficult to cut off both arms. Why don't you demonstrate for me? Lu Huayun couldn't help but get angry. Let me show you. Hiss, this guy is really gutsy. He doesn't even have a backer, yet he still dares to be rude to me. Looks like I have to dig out your eyes and cripple your legs before I can make you remember your lesson. Lu Huayun spoke indifferently, but her rage had already surged out, and her gaze was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Han spread out his hands and said to Xiao Zhixian, Why are there always people threatening me? I hate being threatened the most. Towards these kinds of people, I usually beat them until they become retarded. Xiao Zhixian was completely speechless. The only thing she could do now was to cut off all relations with Ling Han. She stood a little further away to show that she was innocent.
You really don't know how the word death is written. Lu Huayun strode towards Ling Han.
Hong, the blood in his body surged, and he was like a beast in human form, about to start a massacre.
Ling Han crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely relaxed. Lu Huayun made his move.
Hong, the cold air billowed, and it was as if he had suddenly arrived at an extremely cold place.
Even if he poured a cup of hot water out of thin air, it would instantly freeze into ice. He was filled with confidence.
99% of his opponents could not even withstand the cold that he released, and they would directly shiver and lose their ability to fight.
He believed that Ling Han would not be an exception.
However, in the next moment, he discovered to his astonishment that Ling Han was standing perfectly fine, and did not look like he had been affected at all. He revealed a serious expression and said, So you were pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger.
Your strength is not weak at all. Ling Han broke into a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Zhixian was also shocked. This fellow could actually resist Lu Huayun's cold air attack. Hiss, although this did not mean that Ling Han could fight Lu Huayun, there was at least a sliver of hope. Such a strong cultivator, why was he so low profile, and even when he was protected by Niu Jianhua, he did not raise any objections. Wait, this fellow couldn't be toying with Niu Jianhua, right? Extremely likely. So what? I am still invincible among my peers. Lu Huayun roared, and charged towards Ling Han. Being able to resist the cold air was one thing, but being able to resist his attack was another. Ling Han's right fist clenched, and he punched towards Lu Huayun. Pang! The two of them collided, and a violent energy wave swept out, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Xiao Zhixian saw clearly that Ling Han was not at a disadvantage in this attack. He stood steadily, and even his expression did not change. He was still so calm, and there was a faint smile on his lips. This fellow was really pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Lu Huayun revealed a serious expression. Although they had only exchanged one move, it was enough to let him see that Ling Han was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could a normal secret realm cultivator withstand his cold air attack, let alone a full-force punch? This opponent could not be underestimated, and he was even more difficult to deal with than Niu Jianhua. His heart trembled. In the previous battle with Niu Jianhua, he had used up a lot of his secret power. If Ling Han's strength was not weaker than Niu Jianhua's, then under the situation where he had no more energy left, it was very likely that he would be defeated. This person was so devious,
not caring about the life or death of his companion, and only used him to exhaust his strength, so that he could win the reputation of being the one to defeat him alone. Damn it! Whether it was in Lu Huayun or Xiao Zhixian's eyes, Ling Han's image was incomparably evil. Ling Han let out a long roar, and began his counterattack. Previously, there was that idiot Niu Jianhua who liked to charge at the front, so Ling Han did not mind taking it easy. But now that he was being bullied, he naturally would not keep a low profile. You think I'm afraid of you? Lu Huayun roared and punched out. Pang pang pang. Neither of them dodged, and it was a head-on clash. There was no need for technique, and it was a direct collision of strength. Thus, it was easy to determine the winner. After a heavy blow, Lu Huayun felt as if his insides had been turned upside down, and it was indescribably uncomfortable. His bones were also cracking, and he could conclude that there must have been cracks on them. If he continued to fight like this, his internal organs might be damaged by the powerful shock, and his bones would definitely be broken. However, if he could not hold on, then his opponent would not be able to either. You're ruthless. I'm even more ruthless than you. Lu Huayun held back a wave of energy, and attacked Ling Han in a frenzy. He was someone who had just escaped from the cage, so who should he be afraid of? Chapter 3582. Ling Han was astonished. Why did this person have to be so stubborn, insisting on making life difficult for him? He came all the way from 7 transformations, 7 bones, and 7 veins. The toughness of his physique wasn't something any mystery-seeking realm could compare to, yet he insisted on fighting him head-on. Was his head kicked by a donkey? However, since he insisted on fighting head-on with his strong points, Ling Han naturally wouldn't mind. After a few more blows, Lu Huayun's condition was very bad. His hair was all messy, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat, which came from the pain. It was really painful. He had at least 3 broken finger bones, and there were many cracks on his arm bones. If they fought a few more times, it was guaranteed that his arm would be crippled. This was really ironic. Previously, he threatened to break Ling Han's arms and legs, but in the end, it seemed that his own hand was already broken, and his arm was more or less the same. It was obviously a head-on clash, and both sides suffered the same shock. Logically, Ling Han wouldn't be much better off than him. But look at Ling Han. He was calm and composed, and did not look the slightest bit disheveled. What kind of freak was he? Was he made of motherfucking gold? Who exactly are you? Lu Huayun said through clenched teeth. This clash made him suffer too much. I'm Ken Yi. Ling Han smiled, and crooked his finger at Lu Huayun. Didn't you want to break my arms and legs? Come, I'm waiting. Lu Huayun's expression was ugly. Wasn't this a blatant slap to the face? Ken Yi, I'll remember you, he said through clenched teeth, really wanting to smash Ling Han to death with a punch. Ling Han spread his hands. He was very innocent in this matter. All right? Lu Huaming was beaten up by Niu Jianhua, so what did it have to do with him? Why did he have to bear grudges? He couldn't understand. He was born from the divine stone, so his luck should be full. So why did he encounter such an undeserved disaster? Seeing Ling Han's bitter and vengeful expression, Lu Huayun couldn't help but become even more furious. You've already gained such a big advantage. Why do you still look like you've suffered a loss? Ridicule. Absolute ridicule. Ling Han laughed and said, since you want to cripple my hands and feet, I naturally can't be polite. I'll cripple your 5 limbs. Lu Huayun was stunned. 5 limbs? Where did these 5 limbs come from? Ling Han saw his dumbfounded expression, and kindly explained, only men have the so-called 5 limbs. Only then did Lu Huayun understand. This guy wants to castrate me. Ken Yi, do you think that just because your physique is a bit stronger than mine, you'll definitely win? He said coldly. He drew out a long sword from his sleeve. It was slender and long like a whip, and soft. However, when he activated it with his secret power, the blade of the sword immediately straightened. He formed a sword technique and pointed it at Ling Han. His entire body also emitted a sharp aura, as if he had also become a sword. Ling Han was shocked. He didn't think that this guy had some attainments in the path of the sword. Just from his standing posture, he already had a trace of the bearing of a master swordsman. Under my life-stealing 13 swords, can you still be so stubborn? Lu Huayun said proudly. His battle prowess was completely different whether he used a sword or not. Mouth King, make your move,
Ling Han said with a smile.
You're asking for it. Lu Huayun roared, and charged towards Ling Han.
His sword swept out, and dazzling light shone. Life-stealing 13 swords, each strike taking a life. Ling Han opened his eye technique, and found the flaw in the sword technique.
Then, he pointed out with a finger, and a secret power shot out from the acupuncture point on his fingertip. Pooh! There was immediately a flash of blood on Lu Huayun's left shoulder.
What?
Lu Huayun's attack instantly stopped, and he stared dumbly at Ling Han, his face filled with disbelief. No matter what kind of secret technique it was, there would be a flaw, and in the process of cultivation, because one did not learn it well enough, there would be even more flaws.
Lu Huayun was a genius swordsman, and he had completely mastered the life-stealing 13 swords. Thus, he was only left with the flaw in the sword technique itself.
However, this kind of flaw was hidden in the fierce attack. Not to mention the flaw, ordinary people would not even be able to see through his sword technique, so how could they possibly catch the flaw? But he had just launched his attack, and Ling Han had attacked with a finger, directly pointing at the only flaw in his sword technique. How could he not be shocked? It must be a coincidence. He regained his composure, and raised his sword again, stabbing towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled calmly, and once again pointed out with a finger. Pooh! The force passed through the flaw in the sword technique, and struck Lu Huayun's right rib cage. Pooh! Another spurt of blood bloomed. Lu Huayun's body trembled. For it to happen twice in a row, it was definitely not a fluke, but Ling Han was really able to catch the flaw in his sword technique. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ling Han was somewhat surprised, and said, isn't it the 13 swords? Why aren't you attacking? Attack my ass. Lu Huayun shook his head. The life-stealing 13 swords was extremely powerful, but it was also because of this that it was too weak in terms of defense. As long as he could finish off his opponent with the force of a thunderbolt, it did not matter if his defense was high or low. Previously, even if he encountered an opponent of equal strength, as long as he used the life-stealing 13 swords, his opponent would definitely be on the defensive. He was not like Ling Han, who could make him bleed with a flick of his finger. If he used this sword technique again, he would only be asking for trouble. He attacked again, but this time, the sword stance was not as sharp. Instead, it had the charm of a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. He changed his sword technique to the misty rain sword. Ling Han used his ocular technique as a smile suffused across his lips. This sword technique was different. It was more focused on defense, with 30% offense and 70% defense. He was still able to catch the flaw, but even if he managed to hit the flaw, his opponent could easily resolve it. He tapped out with his finger, and a blast of force blasted out. Indeed, Lu Huayun's sword stance changed, and he easily resolved the strike. Ling Han smiled slightly. Was this enough to resist him? He took the initiative to attack, using the lightning flash fist. His attacks were as fast as lightning. This was a fist technique he had learned from 7th Prince. Ling Han did not usually use it, so the chances of him being recognized were very low. Furthermore, since 7th Prince knew it, there might be more people who knew it. Therefore, there was no need to worry about his identity being exposed. Shoo! 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 Fist Prince struck at Lu Huayun like meteors crashing to the ground. They were indescribably fast. Lu Huayun slashed with his sword. He was very domineering, and while withstanding the Fist Prince, he continued attacking Ling Han, hoping to reverse the situation. Once Ling Han grasped the initiative, how could he allow his opponent to turn the tables? His attacks became fiercer and fiercer, suppressing Lu Huayun. It was a pity that in order to hide his identity, Ling Han could not use the Demon Monkey Fist, nor could he use the Heavenly Rune Jade. Otherwise, if he used his full battle prowess, he would have long been able to finish off his opponent. Even so, Xiao Zhishuan's mouth was agape. She was extremely shocked. She had misjudged again. She had previously thought that Niu Jianhua was just an ordinary spoiled brat. She did not expect him to be a one-star genius. What was even worse was that Ling Han was actually stronger than Lu Huayun. A martial arts competition had actually attracted so many top-notch geniuses. Chapter 3584. When the blade arrived, Ling Han casually flicked his finger, and with a ding, the blade flew out. The brawny man who attacked screamed in pain. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn open. Blood gushed out, and the pain was excruciating.
Ling Han showed no mercy. He pointed again with his finger.
Pooh! A gust of energy shot out from the aperture acupoint and entered the brawny man's eye, instantly blasting his brain into pieces.
The power of the aperture acupoint attack was slightly weaker. Against an expert like Lu Huayun, it could only serve as a distraction. However, not everyone was a one-star genius. That brawny man was only slightly stronger than the average Mystery Realm cultivator, and he could not even block Ling Han's aperture acupoint attack. Ling Han retracted his finger with a carefree expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, many people nearby saw this scene, and all of them were awestruck. A ruthless person had come. They did not dare to provoke Ling Han.
Anyway, they had not found the 18 claws of the golden eagle, and now was not the time to fight for it. Moreover, those with a bit of strength also believed that they would be able to advance into the top 32. So it was impossible for them to fight for the cultivation method with their lives.
This was merely obtaining a ticket in advance and an immortal method. If they were to lose their lives because of this, it would be too unjust. Ling Han searched the mountaintop, but no one knew what the carrier of the 18 claws of the golden eagle looked like. Was it carved on a stone slab, a jade tablet, or a drawing on paper or cloth? Therefore, it was a little difficult to find it. They needed to open their eyes wide and search carefully. Otherwise, with so many people crowding here, wouldn't they have been found long ago? The killing continued. Many people thought that since they had not found the mystical method, they might as well kill first. Anyway, if they killed most of the people, they could guarantee that they would advance to the top 32. Ling Han did not have the heart of a saint and did not stop them. Since they had come to participate in the competition, they had to have the corresponding awareness. The other party did not force them to go up the mountain with a knife, so now they could only be responsible for their own lives. Shouts and shouts filled the skies. From time to time, there would be miserable cries. There were people who fled down the mountain. They weren't looking for a place to hide, but rather that they didn't want to play anymore. They wanted to leave the mountain and give up on the competition. Ling Han turned a deaf ear to him. He had to quickly find the immortal technique so that he would have more time to study it. Found it! Someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes shifted over. Under a huge rock, there was a book with only a corner of its cover exposed. This should be the 18 claws of the golden eagle. The person who cried out had a look of regret on his face, as if he was regretting why he had cried out. Wouldn't it be better to keep quiet and get rich?
Ha 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 ha, this is mine.
A figure flew over like a divine dragon and slammed a palm towards the boulder. He wanted to send the boulder flying and take away the celestial technique below. In your dreams. Someone tried to stop him. At this time, those who dared to snatch the immortal technique were naturally all experts. Ordinary people could only try their luck. At such a critical moment, trying to snatch it would be suicide. Bang bang bunga fierce battle immediately began. More and more experts joined the fight, but under the mutual restraint, no one could send the boulder flying and take away the celestial technique below. Ling Han didn't go forward, because he remembered very clearly that the book was definitely not there when he looked there before. Why did it suddenly appear now? Did that person really lose his composure in the surprise? Obviously not. Ling Han searched for the previous person in the crowd, and very soon, he located him. This was a young man of about 23 or 24 years old. Previously, his expression had been one of vexation, but now he was sitting on a rock, a green foxtail in his mouth, leisurely watching the show. As expected, Ling Han walked over, leaned on the boulder, and said, "You must feel a sense of accomplishment to have single-handedly provoked such a huge battle, right?" The young man smiled slightly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Purposely placed a book under the boulder to trick others into discovering the celestial technique, which led to a bloody battle, Ling Han said. This time, the young man didn't deny it. Instead, he said, "What do you think? My acting skills are very good, right?" His acting skills weren't very good, but he had a good grasp of the human heart and instantly led to a battle. Otherwise, if one thought about it carefully, there were actually quite a lot of flaws. Ling Han said honestly, "Your acting skills are a bit exaggerated, especially the upset performance at the end. It's too much. I'll definitely improve next time." The young man was quite modest. He nodded repeatedly, then stretched out his hand. "I'm Sima Huai. What about you? Can ye?" Ling Han also stretched out his hand. Bang! At this moment, someone finally took advantage of the chaos of the battle to break the boulder and pick up the book under it. He was extremely excited, waved the book and said, "I got it, I got it." Instantly, the attacks of the others smashed towards him. Although that person was extraordinary, he couldn't withstand the siege of so many powerful enemies. Added with the fact that he was too excited to defend himself, he was instantly blasted into pieces. His face was filled with disbelief. He had already obtained the celestial technique. Logically speaking, the people from the immemorial sect should have appeared to receive him. How could they watch him be blasted to death?
He managed to raise the book in his hand a little higher.
His gaze swept over it, and instantly, he couldn't catch his breath and died. 7 words were written on it. Appreciation and analysis of 300 ancient poems. Fuck, I've been tricked to death. That person's eyes were wide open, revealing strong unwillingness. He definitely died with his eyes wide open. The others naturally discovered it too, and all of them were seething with anger. They were actually fooled. Schwa, these people turned their heads at the same time, and looked towards Sima Huai. Sima Huai's acting skills were off the charts. He revealed an expression of extreme fear, pointed at Ling Han, and said, "Misters, I was also forced. It was him. He made me press that book under the boulder, saying that he found the celestial technique." He was filled with righteous indignation, and put on the appearance of a victim. Fuck, he could even do this? Ling Han was surprised. He had really underestimated Sima Huai's desire to perform. He had a feeling that Sima Huai was extremely powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat those people, it would be very easy for him to kill a way out. However, he had improvised, and caused Ling Han to fall into a trap. Ling Han shook his head. It was really rare to see such a weirdo. "It's you." Everyone stared at Ling Han. Although they still had some doubts, they were already 70% convinced. After all, if Ling Han had nothing to do with Sima Huai, why were the two of them standing so close to each other? The two of them were obviously watching the show. Damn it, this was too damn it. Ling Han smiled slightly. "If I say that I have nothing to do with this matter, you won't believe me, right?" He admitted it. "It really has nothing to do with me. I was forced to do it." Sima Huai immediately shouted. "Shut up!" A red-haired man shouted. Then he said with a murderous aura, "Why don't we kill both of them?" Chapter 3585. Okay. The others nodded. Although Ling Han was the main culprit, Sima Huai was the accomplice of a villain, so he naturally could not let him off. Ling Han laughed and said to Sima Huai, "How was it? I said that your acting was exaggerated, right?" Sima Huai sighed. He felt that he had acted very well and was very engrossed. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The people around them had already attacked Ling Han and Sima Huai. "Sai, why do you all have to seek death?" Sima Huai said calmly. His figure suddenly attacked, and he was as elegant as a ghost. Pu pu pu. He moved freely through the crowd, and blood splattered everywhere. All of them had their skulls removed by him, and they fell to the ground dead. He had killed more than 10 people in a row, but he was not stained with blood at all. He was elegant and at ease. The others were so terrified that they were about to spit their guts out. How strong was this person? If they dared to fight for it, they would definitely be stronger than ordinary people in the mystery-seeking realm. However, with so many people besieging him, he still killed one of them with one move. How big was the difference in strength? They all suspected that this person was an expert of the celestial path. Immediately, someone turned around and ran. Such a killing god could not be matched. It was better not to go and die. If there was one, there would be another. The people here quickly ran away. Sima Huai turned around and smiled at Ling Han. "I'm quite loyal. I didn't implicate you, did I?" "But I'm still very unhappy," Ling Han said calmly. "So what?" Sima Huai asked as he looked at Ling Han. His eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and it was as if they were dyed with blood. "You are a pretty good opponent. I think it should be very beautiful to use your skin as a lamp. Aren't you good at acting? Why did you suddenly become crazy?" Ling Han took out the tombstone fragment. He decided to teach this guy a lesson. "Haha, you want to use a brick to fight against me?" Sima Huai laughed. "Kenyi, it seems that you didn't give me the wrong name. You're a retard." Ling Han held the tombstone fragment in his right hand, and his left hand hooked at Sima Huai. Come. I'll help you. Sima Huai attacked. Ling Han threw a brick at Sima Huai. Xiao. Like a cannonball, it smashed towards Sima Huai. Ignorant. Sima Huai casually waved his hand and shot out a force to send the tombstone fragments flying. However, his expression immediately changed because the tombstone fragments seemed to be untouchable. The force he shot out was useless and the brick was still smashing towards him. At this time, he had already missed the best time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms and block his face. Bam! He only felt pain in his hands, and then his entire body felt unwell. It was as if he had been entangled by a wave of yin qi. Although it was invisible, he had a feeling that he had been entangled by something. Pain, pain, pain. He looked down and saw that both his hands were deformed. The bones must have been broken. He was greatly astonished. What kind of precious artifact was this? It was too terrifying. Ling Han's figure closed in, and he delivered another punch. Sima Huai hurriedly retreated. He did not know how badly his hands were injured, so he did not dare to fight with Ling Han. Ling Han took the opportunity to take back the tombstone fragments. He had smashed this thing just to try it out, but he did not expect the effect to be so shocking. I think you should act as a dead person. He punched repeatedly, as fast as flowing light. Sima Huai was angry and shocked. If he was still in his perfect state, he naturally would not be afraid of this thunderlight fist. However, it seemed that a few bones in his hands were broken, and his meridians were also injured. How could he be suitable for battle? He could only retreat, and retreat again and again. It was such a humiliation. He had always been the one toying with others, but now he was in such a sorry state. Feeling the pain in his hands getting more and more intense, he did not continue to fight and turned to escape. If Ling Han used so near, yet worlds apart, he would definitely be able to catch up to Sima Huai and send him flying. However, this movement technique was very likely to expose him, so it was better to use it carefully. Forget it. This guy was already miserable enough anyway. Ling Han kept the tombstone fragments and continued to search for the celestial technique. He calmed his heart and dug 3 feet into the ground. Finally, he found this celestial technique. This was a roll of beast skin. Of course, it was not peeled off by the void beast. It was a little old. After unfolding it, it was a scene of a golden eagle hunting. From different angles, different opponents, but they were all quickly subdued. This was not a claw technique. How did it become a golden eagle hunting? Young man, you can go down the mountain. A voice sounded in Ling Han's ear. Now that he had obtained the 18 golden eagle claws, he could directly enter the main competition. Ling Han nodded, but he was a little anxious. He did not know if this person had seen the scene of him injuring Sima Huai just now. Although the tombstone fragments were inauspicious items, their effects were shocking. He did not want to let the experts of the celestial path see them and have evil intentions. Fortunately, after he went down the mountain, he did not see anyone come out to look for him. Once he returned to the courtyard, Ling Han immediately began to practice the 18 golden eagle claws. This was not a direct teaching of the claw technique. Instead, it should be through observing the golden eagle hunting to understand this celestial technique. He stared carefully, and in his sea of knowledge, the originally still scene started to move. Ling Han seemed to have returned to the prehistoric times. A golden eagle with a wingspan of 100 zhong was flying in the sky. Very soon, he discovered that a giant python that was 300 zhong long had appeared below. It was breathing towards the sky, and a mass of black qi was moving back and forth in its mouth. There was also a bronze-colored bead floating in front of its mouth. It had an indescribable charm. A python in the life core realm. Ling Han immediately thought in his heart. Xiao, the golden eagle directly launched an attack. It swooped down from the sky and clawed down with its claws, raising a golden brilliance. The giant python and the golden eagle fought fiercely, but it was torn to pieces by the golden eagle in just a few moves. The scene changed, and the golden eagle was once again looking for prey. This time, it had its eyes on a silver rhinoceros, and the horn on its forehead was like a blade. That was a bladed rhinoceros. According to ancient records, this kind of demonic beast would be in existence in the life core realm when it reached adulthood. Moreover, it was an outstanding existence in the life core realm. Its blade-like horn could cut through anything and was indestructible. However, the golden eagle brazenly launched an attack. It directly grabbed this bladed rhinoceros, leaving it with no place to use its horn. Then, it forcefully tore this rhinoceros into 2 pieces in the air. And, Ling Han saw one scene after another of the golden condor's wrongdoings. There were ferocious beasts on land, ferocious fish in the sea, and ferocious birds in the air, but all of them were cleanly torn to shreds by the golden condor. When all the scenes disappeared, Ling Han began to comprehend, transforming the golden eagle's attack into a claw technique that he could use. His comprehension was extremely terrifying. After a day, he had already grasped the basics. At this time, someone came to deliver a message, asking Ling Han to hurry to the square in front of Great Will Pavilion at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The main competition would be held there. Other than Ling Han, Niu Jianhua, who was in this courtyard, also received a message. In reality, those who had been eliminated had already left the ancient sect, and those who remained here were all qualified to participate in the main competition. Chapter 3586. It was not surprising that Niu Jianhua could enter the top 32. After all, he was a one-star genius. But to Niu Jianhua, he was shocked to find that Ling Han was still in the yard. Later, he found out that Ling Han was the lucky one to obtain the 18 golden eagle claws. No wonder. He was a divination master. It was normal for him to be the first to find the immortal art. He did not go to the top of the mountain to search. He was the descendant of perfected Lord Spirit transformation. There was no secret technique that he could not obtain. What a joke. But because he had shamelessly left Ling Han and Xiao Zhishuan behind, he was too embarrassed to greet Ling Han. He pretended that he did not know anything. After a night, Ling Han's understanding of the 18 golden eagle claws improved. But he would only know how much power he could unleash after a fight. When the sun rose, he began to cultivate. He opened the acupoints in his body and absorbed the power of heaven and earth to help expand his meridians. This process would only end at the secret-seeking realm. In the secret-seeking realm, there was no need to open up meridians. Instead, it would open up an area in the body to store mystic power. Everyone opened up different mystic realms. Some people used the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys as storage space. Some people were creative and used the brain as storage space. But most people opened up their dantian. There was no real end to the secret-seeking realm. You could open up a small space to go to the Spring Immortal's door. You could also stay in this realm for a long time and expand the storage space. Because the secret-seeking realm only determined the duration of a martial artist's battle, the enlightenment realm affected one's battle strength. In this realm, one could continue to expand their meridians. The wider the meridians, the more mystic power one could release, and the more powerful it would be. Of course, if the cultivation of the secret-seeking realm was too careless, it would not work to use up all the mystic power in a few moves. The enlightenment realm was extremely important. Some people broke through after only opening 36 acupoints. Then, in this life they could only use 36 acupoints to absorb the power of heaven and earth. Compared to those who broke through the second and third realms, the gap would always exist, and it was impossible to disappear. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't be satisfied with the first realm. Even the third realm wasn't his final destination. He wanted to open up all his hidden points and lay down the thickest and thickest foundation. Half an hour later he stopped. In a few more days, he would be able to welcome a leap in his life level. When that time came, he didn't know how many more chakras he would open. After breakfast, he revised his 18 golden eagle claws. Seeing that it was almost time, he pushed open the door and left for the Great Will Pavilion. Niu Jianhua left a step earlier than him, so the two of them did not meet. The Great Will Pavilion was not far away. Ling Han only took 10 minutes to reach it. Looking at the time, it was still 5 minutes away from 10 o'clock. His calculations were very accurate. Ling Han looked around and saw 3 familiar faces. Niu Jianhua, Sima Huai, Lu Huayun, and the others all exuded a powerful aura. Naturally, they were the best in the secret realm. One-star geniuses should be the majority. When Sima Huai and Lu Huayun saw him, they all revealed expressions of anger and fear. The Foundation Establishment powerhouse from before walked out with his hands behind his back. Although he was very pretentious, in front of these people in the secret realm, he was naturally qualified. The official competition starts today, he said faintly. In a while, everyone will come and draw lots. Number 1 against number 32. Number 2 against number 31, and so on. In the battle, Other means are not prohibited except for talisman soldiers. After one party admits defeat, the other party must stop. Otherwise, I will kill him personally. If you don't admit defeat, you don't have to bear any responsibility, be it maiming or death. If you are afraid, then quickly admit defeat. He paused for a moment, giving everyone time to think. However, it was only a few seconds. Seeing that no one spoke, he waved his hand. Then let's start drawing lots. Everyone stepped forward one by one and drew a number. Ling Han took a look and saw that he had drawn number 9. The first match, number 1 against number 32. Hurry up and come out. Don't dawdle. The Foundation establishment powerhouse obviously had no patience. In his opinion, the people in the secret realm were like ants. Now that he was asked to preside over the battles in the secret realm, he was naturally very unhappy. The two people stepped out and immediately began a fierce battle. What disappointed Ling Han was that although these two people's battle prowess was quite powerful, they hadn't reached the level of one-star geniuses yet. However, because their battle prowess was close, they tangled with each other for over an hour, and used all kinds of techniques. In the end, it was because one of them had more stamina that they finally won. This was the advantage of cultivating the secret realm for a long time. Once it was a protracted battle, the effect would be obvious. Then, number 2 against number 31. This battle ended very quickly. Number 31 was a one-star genius, so it only took him a few minutes to finish the battle. The battles continued one after another. Number 9 against number 24. Ling Han walked out and saw that his opponent was actually Niu Jianhua. Niu Jianhua obviously did not expect this either. His face showed a surprised expression, but then he nodded and said, "You are no match for me. Hurry up and admit defeat." After all, Ling Han was proficient in divination. If he went to open ancient sites in the future, he might be able to help. Therefore, he did not want Ling Han to be publicly defeated to avoid embarrassment in the future. As soon as he said this, Lu Huayun and Sima Huai looked at him with disdain. "Where did you get your confidence from?" Ling Han shook his head and smiled. "It's better if you admit defeat. I am determined to win first place." Niu Jianhua was stunned. Then he laughed. "What a joke. You still want first place?" He snorted and said, "You are just lucky to have obtained a celestial method, so you can directly enter the main competition. If I were to attack, I would be able to defeat you in one move. So, just admit defeat obediently. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and fight," the foundation building elite said coldly. He was extremely impatient. Niu Jianhua cursed him for being vulgar in his heart. He was even more furious. Since when did a foundation building elite dare to reprimand him? However, he was not arrogant enough to be arrogant here. He immediately snorted and said, "Can ye, then don't blame me for being impolite." As for the star luo orchid fruit, he was determined to get it. He finally attacked. With a tap of his foot, he charged towards Ling Han. He struck out with his palm, raising a sky full of flames. He was not a kind person. When he attacked, he was merciless. Ling Han used the golden eagle's 18 claws. He stretched out his hands, and they instantly turned into a pure gold color. Seeing this, the foundation building elite could not help but look shocked. His hands turned golden. This was the sign of mastering the golden eagle's 18 claws. But this brat had only obtained this celestial method for 2 days. How did he already master it? Monster. End of chapter. More refreshing reading on mobile. Chapter 3588. Black-bellied, everyone made comments about Ling Han. "Look, he was scared to the point of forfeiting, yet you still refused to let him go. How could there be such a mean person?" Niu Jianhua retreated to the back. He turned around and left the primordial sect. Becoming a disciple of the primordial sect? How could he have such an interest? He only came here to obtain the star luo orchid fruit. Now that he had no chance of getting first place, why should he stay? Wait. He stopped. If he didn't stay in the primordial sect, how would he know when Ling Han would leave? He had to get rid of this person. Therefore, he had to stay in the primordial sect and guard Ling Han. When Ling Han left, he would secretly follow him and let the 4 servants capture Ling Han. He would interrogate and torture him before finally killing Ling Han. Daring to tease him? Did he know who he was? Niu Jianhua didn't leave. He returned to his original position and quietly watched the battle. The battle continued. Lu Huayun and Sima Huai went up one after another and easily won. There weren't that many one-star geniuses, so they could be considered outstanding. Ling Han's gaze focused on a young man in black. He was Lu Jun. He was the third disciple of the primordial True Lord. To be accepted as a disciple by the Spirit Transformation True Lord, Lu Jun. He was definitely a one-star genius and could be ranked at the top among the one-star geniuses. As soon as he appeared, even the Foundation establishment expert was very polite. He faced him with a smile and gave him enough face. This guy had put on airs before, but now he was almost fawning, highlighting the power of the Spirit Transformation True Lord. An expert of the immortal path would have to bow to a mortal. After the first round of battles ended, the stronger geniuses naturally stood out. Among the one-star geniuses, only Niu Jianhua didn't advance to the second round. Because it was already late, the second round would be held the next day, so everyone dispersed. Niu Jianhua had just started to move when he was stopped by someone. After a while, a gray-robed elder appeared. Strangely, his body was actually translucent. True Self Realm. Niu Jianhua's expression changed. Even though the Ox family had an old servant at the True Self Realm, one couldn't deny the power of a True Self Realm expert just because of this. Moreover, this place wasn't the 100 Victories star. If he really was killed by the other party, even if his family's old ancestor arrived, it was still uncertain whether he could make the archaic True Monarch lower his head and hand over the murderer. Therefore, it was better for him to be more respectful. Greetings, Senior. He cupped his hands in greeting. This True Self Realm expert was called Tong Yu. He nodded his head and put on a very high attitude before saying, "Where are you from?" Niu Jianhua hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. This junior comes from the Victorious Stars Star Dragon sect. My ancestor is Niu Fong. So you're a descendant of True Monarch Niu. Tong Yu nodded. No wonder this brat could nurture weapons. So he came from another celestial body. Senior knows my ancestor? Niu Jianhua was pleasantly surprised. Could he ask him to take down Ling Han? Tong Yu smiled. I haven't seen him before, but I've heard of True Monarch Niu's fame. There was no friendship between them. Niu Jianhua sighed in his heart. Since there was no friendship between them, why would they give him a small secret-seeking realm face? Since you're True Monarch Niu's descendant, the archaic sect doesn't dare to accept you as a disciple. You can leave now. Tong Yu waved his hand. Damn, they're chasing me away? Niu Jianhua was stunned. Didn't they say that as long as he entered the top 32, he would be a disciple of the archaic sect? Why was he being chased away? However, Tong Yu had his own thoughts. If a descendant of a True Monarch spirit transformation stayed in his own sect, what if something happened? Niu Fong could still be blocked by the archaic True Monarch, but what if Niu Fong invited an expert from the Star Dragon sect? If a sect master level expert descended, the archaic sect would only be annihilated with a single palm. Right now, they still wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to attract a sect master level expert or even a venerable level expert to complete their plot. Therefore, it was better for Niu Jianhua to leave early to avoid trouble. Once a True Self Realm expert made up his mind, how could Niu Jianhua change his mind? Helplessly, he could only leave the sect. Young Master. The 4 Foundation establishment old servants all jumped out and bowed to Niu Jianhua. Congratulations, young Master, for obtaining a treasure fruit. You've laid down an even more stable foundation and your grand Tao is within reach. One of the old men hurriedly flattered without even looking at how black Niu Jianhua's expression was. Congratulations, your sister. Niu Jianhua kicked him. Young Master. The other 3 old men were all shocked. Did this flattery not work? That old man didn't dare to dodge or retaliate, allowing Niu Jianhua to kick him. Only after venting did Niu Jianhua tell them the reason. What? That little bastard is actually the thief who ambushed and robbed young Master? That bastard actually followed us all the way. Isn't he secretly mocking us? He's really too despicable. I already said that brat can't be trusted. The 4th old man's belated words immediately caused Niu Jianhua to explode in anger and beat him up. Some people, even if they stepped onto the path of immortality, were still mentally retarded. Young Master, what do we do now? Niu Jianhua muttered. I originally planned to keep an eye on Kan Yi in the sect,
and capture him as soon as he left the sect. But from the looks of it now, we'll have to split up and guard the paths that lead out of the mountain.
Young master is wise.
The 4 old men started to flatter him again.
Kenyi, I definitely won't let you off. Leaving Niu Jianhua aside, a night passed. Ling Han faced the morning sun and cultivated. Then, after breakfast, he went to the plaza in front of the Great Will Pavilion. Because they'd already drawn lots yesterday, there was no need for it today, and the competition directly began. Soon, it was Ling Han's turn.
He directly put on his battle armor and stood in the middle of the plaza.
His opponent was Lu Huayun. This guy was very helpless. Previously, he couldn't defeat Ling Han, and now that he was wearing a set of battle armor and looked very powerful, it was even more impossible for him to defeat him. However, if he didn't defeat Ling Han, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Star Luo orchid fruit. He gave it his all. With a loud roar, black hair quickly grew all over his body, covering his entire body. In an instant, he looked like a gorilla. I didn't expect this kid to have a trace of the vicious ape's bloodline. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was surprised. Not only had this competition attracted many geniuses, there were even some freaks. Lu Huayun shook her hands, and the nails on her 10 fingers popped out. They were about a foot long, as if they were 10 sharp knives. He roared furiously and charged over, waving his claws at Ling Han. Ling Han didn't move, allowing his opponent to attack him. However, the armor's defense was unfathomable. At the very least, sharp weapons could not pierce through this layer of tough armor. Lu Huayun quickly came to his senses and changed his attack method. He clenched his hands into fists and punched at the armor. End of this chapter. Chapter 3589.
Pung the fist landed on the battle armor, and the power of the shock rolled out.
This was something the battle armor couldn't completely dispel, and it continued to transmit towards Ling Han. But to Ling Han, who cultivated to the true pinnacle of each cultivation level, this kind of blow was nothing. Ling Han only needed to circulate his mystic power slightly, and he was able to nullify the vibrating power. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. How could they break through such a thick defense? If they couldn't break through Ling Han's defense, they wouldn't be able to injure him at all. So how could they talk about defeating Ling Han? The remaining people all frowned. If they wanted to get first, they might encounter Ling Han, so how could they deal with him? They racked their brains, and felt that after wearing this tortoise shell, Ling Han's defense was really unbreakable. Kenyi, do you dare to fight fair and square? Lu Huayun roared angrily. Now, his whole body was furry, and he was basically a gorilla. Ling Han was surprised. Did I injure you with a sneak attack? No. Lu Huayun answered subconsciously. Did I ambush you from behind? Ling Han asked again. No. Lu Huayun shook his head, not understanding why Ling Han would ask this. I didn't ambush you, nor did I injure you with hidden weapons. Why isn't it fair and square? Ling Han asked again. This, Lu Huayun was instantly speechless. Yes, it seemed like Ling Han was fair and square. Look, he was standing there and letting him hit him. But, why did he feel that something was off? He thought and said, take off the battle armor, and we'll fight fair and square. He finally realized that this was the key point. No. Ling Han refused decisively. You don't play by the rules. Shouldn't you be heroic and say fair and square? Your strength isn't weaker than mine, okay? Why are you afraid of a fair battle? Lu Huayun bared his teeth. He really wanted to pounce and bite Ling Han to death. Is it really okay to bully people like this? You don't even dare to have a fair fight? He continued to provoke. Ling Han chuckled and said, I snatched this armor with my own ability. Why should I take it off to fight you? Damn, that makes sense. Everyone was speechless. Not only was Ling Han's defense like a tortoise's shell, his skin was also as thick as a tortoise's. They couldn't pierce through him at all. Lu Huayun was at her wit's end. She looked at the Foundation building powerhouse supervising the battle, hoping that he could uphold justice. Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then admit defeat, said the Foundation establishment expert impatiently. Yes, Lu Huayun thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I admit defeat. Fight my ass, I can't hurt anyone at all. Ling Han, on the other hand, said, Thank you for letting me win. I'm recuperating now, Yet I can subdue the enemy without fighting. My character is indeed noble. Puff Lu Huayun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How shameless can you be? This is called persuading people by virtue. Admire your sister. Even the Foundation establishment expert's face darkened again. He already knew that Ling Han was a weirdo yesterday, but today, he had raised his shamelessness to a whole new level. Ling Han chuckled. That's because you haven't seen the big black dog yet. If the big black dog was standing here now, just his iron underwear alone would be enough to blind your eyes, okay? This battle not only made Niu Huayun spit out blood, but also gave others a headache. They were all thinking about what they should do if they were to encounter Ling Han. With this thought, it naturally affected the brilliance of the next few battles, and they greatly lost their standard. Because there were only 8 battles, they were all finished by noon. Therefore, after lunch, the battles continued in the afternoon. Many disciples of the archaic sect also ran over to watch. Most of these people were in the extreme bone realm or the engravement realm. Being able to watch the battles in the mystery realm, especially when it was a battle between geniuses, was naturally very beneficial to their growth. Ling Han soon entered the arena, still wearing his armor. His opponent was Sima Huai. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Sima Huai's face was a little ugly. If he wanted to get first place, it was inevitable that he would have to pass through Ling Han. However, he had encountered him so soon. His face was still a little dark, because he had not yet thought of how to break through Ling Han's defense. He slowly walked onto the arena and took out an axe. The axe was completely black, but the blade was flashing with a red light, as if it had just drunk its fill of blood. It made people tremble uncontrollably when they saw it. He roared loudly, and brandished his axe in a slash at Ling Han. He used all his strength in this attack. However, at this moment, Ling Han gently took a step to the left, causing his axe to hit nothing. Then, Ling Han punched at him. Fuck! You're being shameless. Sima Huai was about to cry. Previously, when you were fighting with Lu Huayun, didn't you not dodge or evade? Didn't you just rely on your defense to make the opponent admit defeat? Why did you dodge when it came to me? He had not expected that Ling Han would do this at all, so when he swung his axe, he put all his strength into the attack and turned it into an extreme attack. Therefore, he could only watch the punch coming at him. Bang! When the fist hit him, Sima Huai felt as if all his internal organs and lungs were boiling. He could not help but lie on the side and vomit. He struggled to raise his head and looked at Ling Han. Ling Han winked at him. My acting skills are not bad, right? Puff. Sima Huai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No, he just fainted. He was so angry. Everyone in the arena was speechless. Ling Han's punch was not amazing at all. He had completely taken advantage of Sima Huai's weakness, which was completely unguarded, to defeat his opponent. Sinister and shameless. The remaining people looked at each other. Were they going to let such a shameless person step on everyone's face to reach the top? The powerhouse in the Foundation establishment realm was also speechless. This martial arts competition was to select talents. Although the first place had already been decided to be given to Lu Jun, in fact, if someone could defeat Lu Jun, the primordial true lord would only be happy. This was the ideal disciple in his mind. But if this person was Ling Han, the primordial true lord would definitely grit his teeth. Third senior brother. Didn't Master teach us that one's own strength is the way to go? But that person is wearing a set of armor and defeated his opponent with one punch. Among the disciples of the primordial sect who were watching the battle, a young man who was only 13 or 14 years old asked an older senior brother beside him with a dumbfounded face. The senior brother was speechless. This was simply ruining his worldview. After the 4 battles in the afternoon, there were only 4 people left who could fight again tomorrow. They were Ling Han, Lu Jun, Kong Rue, and Ma Ruo. Ling Han's next opponent was Kong Rue, a young man full of spirit and extraordinary strength. The night passed, and Ling Han still finished his cultivation. After eating breakfast, he arrived at the public square. There were even more people watching the battle today. After the 2 battles in the morning, the finals would be next. The disciples of the sect naturally had to flatter their senior brother Lu Jun. Ling Han took a look. The primordial sect was indeed protecting Lu Jun. This was because Lu Jun's battle was the first, and he had to wait for Lu Jun to finish before starting the second battle. The key was that after the second battle ended, the finals would immediately begin. This was naturally extremely unfair. End of this chapter. Chapter 3590.
There was no absolute fairness in the world. This competition was organized by the archaic sect, so it was not surprising that it would be biased towards Lu Jun. Ling Han smiled faintly. Did they think this could stop him from winning the championship? Come on. The first match was between Lu Jun and Ma Ruo. Ma Ruo could reach the top 4, so he was obviously not weak. He fought fiercely with Lu Jun. But Lu Jun was obviously stronger. He kept suppressing his opponent, and after more than an hour, he finally defeated Ma Ruo. Long live Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Lu is invincible. Senior Brother Lu can be called number 1 under the immortal path. What Hong Tian's step? If he dared to participate, he would definitely be easily defeated by Senior Brother Lu. Everyone was cheering for Lu Jun. Lu Jun walked back with an arrogant smile and took out some pills to recover his mystic power as soon as possible. After fighting for an hour, he had consumed quite a lot of his energy. The next match was between Ling Han and Kong Rui. Kong Rui was a young man with a pale face. He seemed to be seriously ill, and his complexion was very bad. He was coughing as he walked, and when he faced Ling Han he said, "If you admit defeat, I will give you a set of immortal arts." Was this blatant bribery? The supervising foundation establishment cultivator's face was ashen. He wanted to slap Kong Rui to death for daring to bribe him in front of him. But the problem was, if he slapped Kong Rui to death, then wouldn't Ling Han directly enter the finals? One was recuperating, while the other had just experienced a big battle. It was naturally very disadvantageous for Lu Jun. So he forcibly suppressed the urge to kill, and had to buy more time for Lu Jun. "Don't talk nonsense," he said, "let's begin." Kong Rui sighed and said, "These days, you don't even want money sent to your door?" He still dared to say it? Everyone almost fainted. This person was also very unreliable. Ling Han laughed and said, "Let's fight." "You're wearing a turtle shell. How can you fight?" Kong Rui said and coughed. "Look at me, I'm so sick. It wasn't easy for me to run here. Why don't you take off your armor and treat it as taking care of me?" When everyone heard this, they only felt that this person was also very shameless. You were able to make it to the semifinals. How could your battle prowess be ordinary? Patient? He had never seen a patient who was so good at fighting. Ling Han shook his head. "Nothing much." "Sigh, you really have no sympathy." Kong Rui shook his head. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nose, causing him to be shocked. "Fuck, I'm bleeding from my nose again." Everyone was surprised. This guy was really a patient. However, Ling Han's expression turned cold. That nosebleed wasn't bright red, but jet black like ink, and there was an indescribable darkness within it. "Xiao!" Kong Rui charged out, his hands clasped together. Boom! Instantly, a black shockwave shot out from his palms, transforming into a black dragon that rumbled toward Ling Han. "Dark Dragon's Pine!" he roared. Ling Han's vision blurred, as if he really saw a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. Its entire body was covered in indescribable symbols, as if it wanted to destroy the world. When the black light hit, Ling Han instantly felt that his armor was being corroded by a force. If this armor was only at the level of the mystery-seeking realm, then there would probably be a layer of rust by now. Unfortunately, this was a 1-star artifact, so how could it be destroyed by the mystery-seeking realm? The armor glowed on its own. The golden light illuminated everything, extremely eye-catching in the darkness. Boom! The black shockwave passed, but Ling Han still stood proudly. Kong Rui started coughing again. "Freak, really freak. I've already risked my life, but I can't even hurt a single feather of his." Sigh sad. "I'm done playing." Ling Han's expression couldn't help but darken. "If you said you couldn't hurt a single feather, then so be it. Why did you have to say feather?" Kong Rui really did say he was done playing. He turned around and left decisively. This Dark Dragon's Pine was his greatest killing move, but even his ultimate move with the greatest attack power couldn't break through Ling Han's armor. Continuing to fight would be futile. He might as well admit defeat. Fighting consumed a lot of energy, and he might even get hurt. It wasn't worth it. The foundation-building elite at the side wanted nothing more than to strangle Kong Rui. Was he still a martial artist? Why didn't he have any battle awareness? Oh, retreating without even fighting a single move?
He was a complete coward. He looked towards Lu Jun. Even if the latter had taken a spiritual medicine, he'd only recovered 1/3 of his strength at most. What should he do? How could he stall for time? Let's fight. Unexpectedly, Lu Jun stood up and volunteered to fight. The foundation building elite was a bit hesitant. It was fine if Lu Jun won, but what if he lost? He couldn't bear the responsibility. No matter. Lu Jun had already walked out. He waved his hand, appearing extremely relaxed. This person is just relying on this armor. As long as I can break it, I can suppress him with one strike. His right hand shook, and a sword appeared out of thin air. This sword was extremely thin, like a piece of paper. It seemed like it would break with the slightest bit of force. Ken Yi, I didn't think it would be you standing in front of me, Lu Jun said indifferently. Lu Jun said indifferently, however, no matter who it is, they can only prostrate themselves before me. Ling Han made an inviting gesture, and said, please continue your performance. Performance. Lu Jun instantly felt as if he'd received 10,000 points of damage. Was he, the personal disciple of the spirit transformation true lord, a clown performing in front of him? Looks like you'll have to suffer a bit, he said darkly, and raised the thin sword. Instantly, the entire sword lit up. A celestial tool. Ling Han took a look, and could immediately determine that this was a 1-star celestial tool. Having used battle hammers many times, he was no stranger to 1-star celestial tools. Under my unfettered sword. So what if you're wearing armor? Lu Jun said proudly. A celestial tool against a celestial tool. Then Ling Han's advantage would be gone. No wonder Lu Jun was so confident. As it turned out, he already had a way to deal with Ling Han. Shua, Lu Jun unsheathed his sword, and a flash of sword chi slashed over, extremely fast. Ling Han stretched out his arm to block. The sword chi slashed onto the armor. The majority of its power was neutralized, but there was still a portion that managed to penetrate through. He felt as if his skin had been torn open, and blood flowed out. Ling Han was shocked. Did a 1-star celestial tool have such great power? It wasn't like he hadn't used it before, and he definitely didn't think that the mystery realm could activate a 1-star celestial tool with such power. Unless... Ling Han came to a sudden realization. This celestial tool must have been tampered with by the primordial true lord, which was why it could release power that was above average. However, it couldn't be too strong, or else the cheating would be too obvious, and if word got out, it would be a joke. A dignified spirit transformation true lord couldn't even afford to lose a 2-star celestial fruit. However, did battle armor only have the advantage of having thick defense? Ling Han charged out, the golden eagle's 18 claws spread out, and his entire person seemed to have transformed into a primordial ferocious bird, attacking Lu Jun. He was a field of dazzling golden light. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 3592. Ling Han successfully obtained the Star Luo Orchid Fruit. When he obtained the immortal fruit, he breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that the ancient sect would not keep their promise and not give him the immortal fruit. After all, the martial art competition was just a pretense, and the real purpose was to build momentum for Lord Lu. Of course, capturing Ling Han and recruiting outstanding talents was also done conveniently, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He forcefully intervened and seized this treasure fruit, which was tantamount to a slap in the face for the ancient sect. Naturally, he was worried that the ancient sect would not keep their promise. Eat it, he immediately said in his heart. Only by eating it into his stomach would it be the safest. Ling Han ate it in large mouthfuls, but he immediately frowned. The taste of this thing really could not be described as delicious. There was an indescribable sour smell, and the flesh of the fruit was also gritty, not at all smooth and tender. He resisted the urge to spit it out and swallowed the entire fruit into his stomach. Did I eat a fake immortal fruit? Ling Han could not help but think, but before he finished his thought, he immediately felt a world-shaking change in his body. A powerful force surged, causing his life level to rise. Pa pa pa. One shackle after another was broken, but Ling Han clearly did not open a single new aperture. As such, he could only sit and watch. Whether he used his secret force to guide it or sat down to rest, the change in his life level did not accelerate or slow down in the slightest. It was as if he had become an outsider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ling Han counted in his heart. More and more shackles were broken, causing him to be filled with joy. This was tantamount to an increase in a small realm, which was tantamount to an additional realm for him. Although it was not as terrifying as the 7 transformations and 7 bones, it was still very beneficial. If he was a 4-star genius before, then now he might have reached 4, 3 stars, or even 4, 5 stars. In less than 20 minutes, the effect of the immortal fruit disappeared. Ling Han smacked his lips. Although the taste was terrible, he did not mind eating another one. If he could, he would eat until he was full. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Moreover, even if he had an unlimited supply of celestial fruits, there was still a limit to the space he could improve. Even if it was a celestial fruit, the effect would only be the greatest when he consumed the first one. After that, the effect would be halved, and after a few times, the effect would be negligible. Unless he could obtain an even higher grade immortal fruit. Sigh, I'll definitely be able to in the future. Of course, if he could cultivate all 6 levels below the celestial path to perfection, and there was no way for him to advance any further, he would naturally not need to consume any more celestial fruits. Bam! The door was kicked open, and a man strode in. Lu Jun. Just now, Ling Han was experiencing a leap in life level, so he naturally revealed his original appearance. He almost failed to disguise himself in time. Ling Han looked over with an unfriendly gaze. Hand over the star luo orchid fruit, and I'll give you this sword-controlling technique. Lu Jun tossed out a book, and with a plop, it fell to the ground. Ling Han walked over and picked up the book. This was something that someone had specially delivered to his doorstep, so he naturally had no reason to reject it. Seeing Ling Han put away the cultivation technique, Lu Jun revealed a cold smile. He really was an inexperienced person, being sent off by a sword-controlling technique. He humphed and said, "Where's the star luo orchid fruit?" Ling Han smiled, then pointed at his stomach. "Fuck, you ate it?" "Fuck. Then why did you still dare to put away the sword-controlling technique?" To him, though the sword-controlling technique was not all that precious, it was still a secret technique, and he had paid a price to obtain it. There was no reason for him to give it away for nothing. "Bastard, you dare to trick me!" he shouted in a low voice. Meanwhile, Ling Han had a self-righteous expression, and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. That star luo orchid fruit tastes terrible, sour and stinky. If you eat it, you'll definitely vomit. You've gotten a bargain, and you're still trying to show off. Can ye, you've gone too far," Lu Jun said coldly. He was thinking, if he suddenly attacked now, would he be able to kill this guy? Hee, we're all family, Jun, don't be rude. With a long laugh, a man descended from the sky. Ling Han was startled. Could this be? He looked over. This man had a jade-like face, looked to be in his 40s, and had an extremely scholarly air. "Master." Lu Jun hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted, then said, "This person played with disciple like this. Disciple can't take it anymore." Lu Jun's master was obviously primordial true monarch. He smiled faintly, and said, "Do you think you lost to Kenyi because he has a battle armor, and you don't?" Lu Jun was immediately unconvinced, and said, "Of course in a fair battle, he's definitely not my match." Wrong. Primordial true monarch shook his head. "If the factor of the celestial tool is disregarded, you can indeed tie with Kenyi. Then it's settled." Lu Jun glared at Ling Han. Primordial sect only had a 2-star celestial tree, and according to primordial true monarch, it could only bear 1-star luo orchid fruit every 10 years. After 10 years, perhaps the next star luo orchid fruit would still belong to him, but the effect would be different if he took it while he was on the celestial path and after. Moreover, even if it was the same, he would lose an important leap in life level in these 10 years. Perhaps there would be some difficulties he couldn't break through, and perhaps there would be some strong enemies he couldn't defeat. The stakes were too high. The more he thought, the angrier he became, glaring angrily at Ling Han. Primordial true monarch smiled faintly, and said, "So, in a fair battle, you're not Kenye's match." What kind of tongue twister was this? Lu Jun looked at his master in surprise. "You already said, putting aside the factor of the celestial tool, his strength was equal to Ling Han's. So why did you say that he wasn't Ling Han's match in a fair battle?" He was confused. "Idiot. Kenyi is only in the opening aperture tier." Primordial true monarch finally said the truth.
He was in the spirit transformation tier, so it was very natural for him to see through Ling Han's true cultivation level. Lu Jun instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Ling Han was actually only in the opening aperture tier. How could it be? How could an opening aperture tier fight him to a draw? There couldn't be such a monster in the world. But, would Primordial True Monarch make a mistake and deceive him? He finally understood what Primordial True Monarch really meant when he said that he wasn't Ling Han's match in a fair battle. If his cultivation level was suppressed to the opening aperture tier, how could he possibly be Ling Han's match? The difference wasn't just a little bit, but like the difference between heaven and earth. He was dazed, this blow was too great, and he couldn't accept it. Primordial True Monarch looked at Ling Han, and said, "Can Yi, are you willing to take me as your master?" Ling Han's mind spun quickly, and he cupped his fists, saying of course. Ha ha ha. Primordial True Monarch laughed loudly. Good, good, good. A month later, I'll hold a disciple ceremony for you, and invite the whole world. This disciple's aptitude was too good, and he must use this opportunity to announce it to the whole world, first to show off, and second to tell others not to have any ideas about him. Lu Jun just came back to his senses, and hearing these words, he instantly received a 10,000 critical hits, wanting to vomit blood.
Chapter 3593.
This disciple of Ling Han's was too monstrous, so the Primordial True Lord planned to hold an incredibly grand disciple acceptance ceremony to announce to the world that it was not only the 9-spirit True Lord that had taken in the incomparably talented Hong Tianbu. This also saved Ling Han some trouble, because if he had to go through the formalities of becoming a disciple to the Primordial True Sovereign now, it would be too awkward.
1 month's time.
Ling Han thought it was enough for him to stroll around the Primordial sect a few times, find the treasury, and then make his move. As for Can Yi, of course, he completely disappeared from then on. Perfect. Although he had to be a thief, Ling Han didn't feel any pressure. This world belonged to the people of Heavenly Sea Planet, and Primordial True Monarch and the others were outsiders. Just because they were imprisoned for 2,000 years, they were qualified to occupy famous mountains, great rivers, and immortal herbs and historical sites. But it was strange. Why didn't these people run away when they were free? The Azure Dragon Empire suppressed them here, and no one came. They must have thought that this cage could last for a long time. This place was destitute, so of course, they didn't need to send people here. But the Azure Dragon Empire couldn't never send people here. When this envoy arrived and found out that the cage was opened and the environment was restored, it would definitely cause a war, right? On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire had a few sect master level experts and a venerable in the dark. How could they be a match for Spirit Transformation Realm? So, why didn't Primordial True Monarch leave in a hurry and establish a sect here? This made Ling Han puzzled. Not to mention that they couldn't leave. Spirit Transformation Realm Niu Fong could send Niu Jianhua here. Couldn't Spirit Transformation Realm Lord himself have a way to cross the universe? There must be some profit to be made, and the profit is very big enough to make them take the risk. Ling Han murmured, it must be a peerless cultivation method, such as a sect master level grimoire, or even a venerable or saint level, or a peerless immortal plant. It said that Heavenly Sea Planet's quality isn't high, so it was given to the Chen clan. That's because the immortal plants here are transplanted from other planets, and the highest is only 4 stars. But 2,000 years ago, several sect master level almighty experts walked out of this place. This means that there might be a 5-star immortal medicine here, and the quality of the celestial body might exceed the evaluation. The reason why these spirit transformation perfected lords are staying here is because they want to obtain high-grade immortal herbs.
Could there be a mother tree here? A bold idea suddenly flashed through Ling Han's mind.
A celestial body could only have one mother tree, but not every celestial body could give birth to a mother tree. There was a very high requirement for the celestial body itself. Logically speaking, the heavenly ocean star could not give birth to a mother tree because the quality was too low. However, the ancestor of the Chen family, Monkey King, and the others had all charged up to the sect leader level. This caused all of this to change. There was one thing that was certain. Over 2,000 years ago, when the Azure Dragon Empire destroyed the Chen clan's empire, they must have searched the entire world, but they didn't find the mother tree or any high-tiered immortal herbs. Is it because the time isn't up yet, so the immortal medicine isn't showing itself? Or perhaps it was not so complicated at all, and the Spirit Transformation True Lords were waiting for the opening of a certain historical site to fish up a fortune before leaving.
Ling Han had a headache. He had too little information, and it wasn't enough to piece together the truth. Forget it. It doesn't matter if these spirit transformation true lords are going to fish up a fortune before leaving. I will definitely fish up a fortune before leaving. Ling Han began to walk around the primordial sect. With his current status as a quasi-sect master disciple, no one would dare to stop him wherever he went, except for 3 places. At night, he put on the void beast skin and explored the 3 places one by one. The first place was the Spirit Spring. The heaven and earth energy here was extremely dense and had turned into mist. If the Spirit Spring was used to assist in refining elixirs, the effect would be increased by several times or even doubled. Ling Han was envious. This Spirit Spring could be used to refine immortal pills. Although he hadn't stepped into the path of immortality and didn't have the qualifications to refine immortal pills, the day wouldn't be far away. However, this Spirit Spring was really little. A spring mouth was only the size of a bottle mouth, and there was only about half a gourd of liquid inside. It would take a long time to produce a drop. Ling Han didn't make a move immediately. He had to take a look at the other 2 places first. However, it wasn't easy for him to enter the second place. There was a Foundation establishment stage powerhouse guarding it, who could easily see through his disguise. Ling Han could only go to the 3rd place first. Although there was no powerhouse guarding it, there was a dense array formation flashing, making it impossible to get close at all. Was there a treasure vault hidden in the array formation? Ling Han tried to break it, but this was an immortal path level array formation. It wasn't something he could break with just a few glances. He thought hard and compared it with the things recorded in the Void Beast skin, trying to find a way to break the array formation. After a night, Ling Han had no choice but to retreat. There was still a lot of time. In the morning, he cultivated as usual, but he rested in broad daylight. His mind was filled with that array formation. He activated his eye technique and saw many things. He would go again at night. After 3 days, he finally had some ideas. This array formation wasn't set up by the primordial True Lord or anyone else. It had originally existed. Array Master was an extremely rare profession. The power of heaven and earth was incomparably complicated. Without talent in this aspect, one wouldn't be able to grasp a thing or two even if they exhausted their entire lives. The people here were all suppressed in the cages. If there was an Array Master, would they still be imprisoned? Therefore, Ling Han didn't believe that this array formation was set up now. It had existed for a long time and just hadn't been opened before. This world had experienced too many changes. The power of heaven and earth must have changed drastically, and the array was built on the use of the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, there would definitely be flaws in the array now, and it wouldn't be as perfect as before. I can definitely break it. Another 4 days later, although Ling Han couldn't break the array formation, he ushered in another upgrade in life level. He broke through another 9 apertures, and his cultivation speed increased explosively. I heard that others can only open 1 aperture at a time, but I open 9 apertures at a time. I'm really awesome, Ling Han said to himself without humility. After opening another 9 apertures, Ling Han immediately realized the importance of the enlightenment state. If the speed at which he absorbed the power of heaven and earth in the engravement state was said to be 10, then after opening 9 apertures, this speed became 15, and now it was 20. With this comparison, one could see the impact of the number of apertures on cultivation. Those who broke through after opening only 36 apertures were much slower than those who were at the 2nd and 3rd stage in terms of cultivation speed. Moreover, this was an eternal difference. There's also the hidden aperture, so the difference will be even greater. Ling Han was even more determined to open the hidden aperture. This wasn't just a matter of increasing his battle power, but it had incomparably far-reaching significance. I'll go study the array again. Chapter 3594. A month's time was actually very fast. Ling Han felt a sense of urgency. He had to open the array and leave the archaic sect before the apprenticeship ceremony began. If he really had to become the apprentice of an archaic true sovereign in front of everyone, he would feel extremely disgusted, even if he was only using an incarnation. Therefore, if he really couldn't break the array, he could only dig the spirit spring and run away. There were still 15 days, 10 days, 7 days to the month. Ling Han finally had a major breakthrough. He decided to try it tonight. Late at night, he once again came before the array. He used his eye technique to observe again and nodded. There was originally no flaw here,
but the upheaval of heaven and earth has caused a certain amount of damage to the array. Therefore, even if there is no flaw, there is still a flaw.
He leaped and entered the array.
The light of the array rose, but it did not attack him.
Ling Han revealed a smile. His judgment was correct. He was also a little afraid. If he had made a mistake and triggered the array to attack, he could only put on the armor to save his life. Whether he could succeed or not was still a question. Again, he leaped up and stepped forward. The array still did not activate, as if it did not exist. Ling Han activated his eye technique and looked for the place where the power of heaven and earth changed. This was the node, and also the flaw of the array. Step by step, it took him nearly half an hour to finally walk out of the array. In front of him was a small house, located in the center of the entire array. Ling Han gave a light push, and the door opened. Of course, with such a powerful array protecting it, there was still a need to lock it. The house was decorated with night pearls, so the house was not dark at night. Soft light sprinkled down, like moonlight. Treasures. Apart from these pearls, it could be said that the four walls of the house were bare. There was only a stone table and a stone stool in the middle, and on the stone table was a piece of paper. It should also be animal skin, giving off a thick feeling. Could it be another piece of void beast skin? But it was too small. With hope in his heart, Ling Han walked to the stone table and sat down. Then he looked at the beast skin. He immediately revealed a look of surprise. This was a spirit map that communicated with a type of destructive dark energy. After taking a look, Ling Han felt as though his soul had been sucked into a strange space. There was an incomparably dark energy everywhere. No matter what it attacked, everything would be destroyed. Wang. The planes in his body vibrated, as if they were resonating, and also as if they were rejoicing. Ling Han's body trembled, and his soul immediately returned to his body. He staggered and almost fell. What happened? When he saw it, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock, because he had unknowingly used both hands to support himself on the stone table. But now, the place where he was pressing down was missing two palm-shaped pieces, and there was an additional layer of incomparably dark energy on his hands. One had to know that he didn't use any secret power at all. With just a press, two pieces of the stone table disappeared. What kind of destructive power is this? Ling Han couldn't help but stretch out his hand and press it on the stone table. Wherever his palm touched, the stone table immediately disappeared, as if it had never existed. Is this the power of annihilation? Ling Han was shocked. When did he master that spirit map? It could actually communicate with this destructive, or was it dark, or annihilation energy? With a thought, he dispersed the energy in his hand, and looked at the spirit map again. Strictly speaking, he didn't completely master this spirit map. He only learned a little. Being able to draw a part of the destructive energy, let's call it the destructive energy. This thing was really full of destruction. Ling Han continued to watch, and he was once again pulled into that dark space. His consciousness was separated from his physical body, and only when the planes in his body trembled did he wake up again. Then, his control over the destructive energy had increased slightly. Strange, it seemed that it wasn't him who controlled the destructive energy, but the planes in his body. Ling Han scratched his head. He was able to break through the 7 transformations, 7 bones, and 7 veins because of the life force of the planes in his body. But now, he had inexplicably controlled this destructive energy, and it was actually the work of the planes in his body. How could he not feel strange? If it wasn't for the fact that these planes and these creatures were all born by him, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the trap of some powerful existence. Even though his soul would always be broken, Ling Han still couldn't control himself and continued to study this spirit map. After a few muddle-headed times, Ling Han was surprised to find that this spirit map was actually incomplete. It might only be half, or even a third. He had learned it, but he was unable to activate the destructive energy to the extreme. Ling Han wanted to put away the spirit map, but he found that this thing couldn't be stored in a spatial magic tool. No wonder this spirit map is placed here. He nodded. It was precisely because he couldn't store it in a spatial magic tool and the primordial True Lord wanted to study it, so he could only set up a formation to protect it. Therefore, there were tables and stools here for the True Lord to study here. Look at this table and stool. There's no dust on it. It's obvious that the primordial True Lord has been studying this spirit map all this time. In other words, he hasn't mastered this destructive energy yet. Strange, I learned it in an instant. What's so difficult about it? No, I didn't learn it myself. It's my body that learned it, so I naturally learned it.
It's as if I was born to know it.
Fuck. Could it be that this spirit map has something to do with the God Stone? Ling Han's head was about to explode. A piece of God Stone could nurture an incomparably complicated Yuan world. This was an extremely strange thing in itself. Then, this beast skin, or this destructive energy, was related to the God Stone, so it must have a great origin. I can't stay here. Ling Han put away the beast skin, stuffed it into his bosom, and left. After stealing such an important thing, he obviously couldn't stay in the primordial sect any longer. This thing could be found with a search. Then let's go. Ling Han made another trip to the spirit spring, took out the spirit spring, and stored it in a spatial magic tool. If he wanted to fill it up again, it would probably take a few years. He left. Ling Han used the void beast skin to quietly descend the mountain. Then, he returned to his original appearance and swaggered out. Xiao. A figure flew down and blocked in front of him. It was an old servant under Niu Jianhua. However, he clearly didn't recognize Ling Han. Uncle, what can I do for you? Ling Han asked with a smile. Go. The old man only swept a glance over Ling Han's body, then waved his hand, looking impatient. Oh. Ling Han nodded and strode away. Wait. The old man caught up again. He looked at Ling Han a few more times and frowned. Your back looks a little familiar. Ling Han didn't bat an eyelid. Uncle, have you seen me before? No. The old man shook his head again. Feeling that he was being overly suspicious, he waved his hand again. Go. Chapter 3596. Don't go, don't go. The silver-haired lowly chased after him. Handsome big brother. What's your name? Ling Han was amused. This little girl matured too early and was too unafraid of strangers. Didn't you think that I might kidnap and sell you? Such a delicate and beautiful little girl could almost be compared to Hu Niu when she was young. My name is Ling Han. He smiled. And you? I'm a great demon king. The silver-haired lowly puffed out her chest. Ling Han chuckled and didn't say anything. Seeing that you want to know so much, I'll tell you kindly. The silver-haired lowly snorted. My name is Tang Yun but my family calls me Little Milk Candy. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Little Milk Candy. It was quite an appropriate name. Little Milk Candy. Why did you run out alone? He asked. Tang Yun immediately put on a wary expression and took a step back. Are you trying to kidnap and sell me? I'm telling you, I'm very powerful. You'll be in trouble. Then she burst into tears. Mommy, I want mommy. The people outside are so scary. They want to kidnap and sell cute, beautiful, obedient and filial. She thought for a moment and counted with her fingers. Smart, brave little milk candy. Ling Han's face darkened. What was she talking about? No one is kidnapping and selling you. Don't worry. He sighed, feeling a headache coming on. You really don't know how to kidnap and sell little milk candy? The silver-haired lowly tilted her head and looked at Ling Han. No. Ling Han shook his head, then muttered. You have to be able to sell me. Wah. Tang Yun cried again and pointed at Ling Han. You really want to sell me? Woo-woo, I'm so pitiful. She peeled the milk candy and ate it. After chewing, she stopped crying since there were no tears. Then you have to find a better family and have candy to eat every day. Ling Han's face darkened even more. I said I'm not selling, not selling. Tang Yun shrugged. How boring. I'm not playing anymore. I think it's quite interesting. Crunch, crunch. She chewed on the milk candy, looking very relaxed. Ling Han was sure that this little lowly was definitely not from Heavenly Ocean Star, but from another star. However, her background should be more powerful, so she came on a shuttle. Did you run away from home? He asked. The little lowly turned pale with fright. How did you know? Did you secretly follow me? Did you want to kidnap me for a long time? She was extremely narcissistic. I can't help it. Who asked me to be so cute, beautiful, obedient and filial? She forgot her lines again. Smart and brave, Ling Han said on her behalf. Yes, yes, yes. Little milk candy is just that outstanding. Little lowly nodded vigorously. You seem to be going in the wrong direction. Weren't you talking about kidnapping and trafficking just now? It's almost time to go back. My family will be worried, Ling Han said. Although Niu Jianhua had been beaten by him the moment he arrived and robbed clean, that was because the latter deserved it. But facing a little lowly who had run away from home, Ling Han naturally could not bear to make a move on her. Tang Yun shook her head vigorously, and her beautiful silver hair danced like a fairy. I don't want to. Mom scolded me, Dad didn't help me, and Grandpa isn't here. I want to run away from home, and they are worried to death. Running away from home after scolding? You are usually so spoiled. Ling Han shook his head. How did your mom scold you? I didn't finish eating, and Mom scolded me. Dad is even worse. He didn't help me. Little lowly said angrily. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was a little ancestor. Hurry up. Continue to use that shuttle to go back, he said. No, the energy is used up. Little lowly shook her head, and then grabbed the corner of Ling Han's clothes. Uncle, let me be your daughter for a few days. I am so cute, beautiful, well-behaved and filial. Stop, stop, stop. Ling Han quickly waved his hand. I can't afford to raise you. Little lowly's snacks were all made of golden cloud cow's milk. He couldn't afford it even if he killed her. I prepared a lot of snacks. Tang Yun looked proud. Since you are running away from home, how can you not prepare? What she said seemed very reasonable. But why didn't you bring more things like energy blocks? The shuttle would be useless after half the journey. Your spatial artifact is already filled with snacks. Ling Han bared his teeth. If not snacks, then what? Little lowly retorted with a face full of righteousness. All right, you win. Ling Han sighed and said, all right, you will follow me for a few days. When the shuttle can be used again, immediately go home. Although little lowly's brain circuit was relatively strange, she was clearly not stupid. At this time, she did not want to disobey Ling Han. She was secretly proud in her heart. Wasn't it up to her to decide when the shuttle could be used again? Her great dream was to establish a kingdom and then find many handsome men to line up to feed her. Not good. Ling Han's expression suddenly changed. He sensed several powerful auras approaching. He was just about to put on the void beast skin, but it was already too late. Xiao, only to see 5 figures already appear. Niu Jianhua and his 4 old servants. They were really lingering. Why did they chase after him again? Ling Han knew that they must have been attracted by the commotion caused by the little lowly descending the shuttle, but these people were actually in the vicinity, which still gave him a shock. Young master, it's him. Wang Quan immediately pointed at Ling Han and shouted. He really hated Ling Han to the core, causing him to be insulted by Niu Jianhua in every way, almost doubting life. Meanwhile, Niu Jianhua looked at Ling Han. He was a bit puzzled. His party was attracted by the shooting star, but he didn't expect to so coincidentally run into Ling Han. However, if Ling Han was Can Yi, then this guy's appearance here was not strange. Previously, when he descended, didn't this guy also immediately come to give him a beating? Humph, if it's really you, you'll regret coming to this world. Niu Jianhua took another look at little lowly, and couldn't help but be startled. How could there be such a beautiful little girl? In theory, foundation building cultivators had the right to traverse the universe, but with the speed of foundation building cultivators, it was impossible to reach any star suitable for cultivation even if they flew until their lifespan ran out. Even if it was him, perfected Lord Spirit transformation had done something to him, and it had taken him almost a year to get here. This little lowly was definitely a real lowly, and not an old monster who could not grow up, so behind her definitely stood a spirit transformation true monarch. Why wasn't it a small realization tier powerhouse? Because Heavenly Ocean Stars level was very low, so how could a sect master level powerhouse take a fancy to it? No, although sect master level powerhouses didn't take a fancy to it, there was no problem at all for their descendants to come here to gain experience. Niu Jianhua couldn't be sure just how powerful this little lowly's background was. He decided to put this matter aside for now, and first figure out Ling Han's true identity. You're called Ling Han, he asked Ling Han. End of chapter. Chapter 3597. Ling Han was calm and composed. He nodded and said, I am. What can I do for you? You're very much like someone, Niu Jianhua said coldly. I'm such a handsome man. There's actually someone who looks like me, Ling Han said in surprise. Pooh. The little lowly immediately burst into laughter. She had never seen such a shameless person. On the other hand, Niu Jianhua's face twitched slightly. Why did he feel enraged when this person spoke?
From this aspect, he really was similar to that Qin Yi.
He would rather kill wrongly than let them go.
Get him, he ordered. Yes, young master.
The four old men looked at Ling Han in disdain. Any one of them was confident that they could deal with a mere enlightening realm cultivator. Therefore they were all slowly approaching, not anxious at all. Instead, they were putting immense pressure on Ling Han. Ling Han's mind raced.
Was he using so close, yet worlds apart to run away?
But let's not talk about whether or not so close, yet worlds apart would be stopped by experts of the immortal path. Even if they weren't, if he successfully escaped and then used the void beast's skin to wrap his body, what would happen to this little lowly? Would she become his punching bag? You guys want to kidnap the cute, beautiful, obedient, filial, smart, and brave little Tang Tang, the little lowly said, trembling.
She looked like she had been frightened, but when Ling Han looked at her, there was not the slightest bit of fear in her eyes, but rather excitement.
As an expert who specialized in scamming people, Ling Han was 100% sure that this little lowly was going to cause trouble. The baddie has appeared. Summon the dragon god and transform. The little lowly shouted as she jumped. She even struck a very embarrassing pose, but inconceivably, a silver light surged out of her body. More accurately, it was a button that enveloped her. When the silver light dissipated, the little lowly was already wrapped in a set of silver battle armor. Seeing this, Niu Jianhua's first reaction was that this was the second armor he had looted. However, he immediately rejected the idea. This set of armor was completely different. Although it was also silver in color, there were extremely exaggerated and childish patterns drawn on it. He would never wear it even if he was beaten to death. Shameless kidnappers, I'm going to establish a large kingdom and become a great demon king. You can all be my slaves. The little lowly was incomparably excited as she charged out. With the help of the armor, her speed was astonishingly fast. With a bang, she knocked an old man into the air. Amazing! This is extreme Dao power. Young master, watch out! The remaining 3 old men cried out one after another. The old man who was sent flying also crawled up with blood at the corner of his mouth. He was a Heaven Foundation establishment cultivator, so being hit by the power of the extreme Dao was naturally enough to make him suffer. Niu Jianhua shivered. Firstly, the little lowly's current battle prowess was extremely shocking. Secondly, the little lowly clearly hadn't stepped onto the path of immortality yet, but with the help of the battle armor, she possessed the power of the extreme Dao. What did this mean? The quality of this armor was astonishingly high, far surpassing the 2 he had. His heart itched a little. If he could obtain it, to what extent would his battle prowess increase? Cauldron forging? But for a person who could casually take out this kind of battle armor, how powerful would the power behind him be? Moreover, could a little girl run out alone? The adults of her family would definitely be nearby. If he forcefully seized it, then he'd provoke the adults behind him, and he'd be out of luck. How could he possibly think that this little lowly was actually a problem child who ran away from home? Let's go! He shouted lightly, and took the lead to leave. He only suspected that Ling Han was Qin Yi, and offending a mysterious and powerful force for this suspicion was obviously not something a smart person like him would do. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful this demon king is, right? The little lowly bounced up and down, appearing extremely excited. Ling Han was speechless. Niu Jianhua could be considered as having an unlucky year, actually running into such an unreliable yet incomparably powerful little lowly. Silver light flickered on the little lowly's body, and the battle armor actually began to flow like water, then turned into a flying shuttle. It changed into the wrong shape, the little lowly mumbled. Then, the flying shuttle changed again, and it suddenly disappeared. Ling Han looked at the little lowly, and didn't say anything. Were you scared by this demon king's battle prowess? Tang Yun said proudly.
Ling Han snorted, and said, Who was the one who said that the flying shuttle's energy was already used up? The battle armor from before was clearly a kind of flying shuttle form. How could it have used up its energy?
The little lowly stuck out her tongue. Crap, she'd been exposed. She revealed a fawning smile. Handsome big brother. What are you saying? I don't understand, hurry up and go back. Ling Han waved his hands. It was better for this problem child to hurry up and go back.
If she really provoked a sect master level or even a venerable level powerhouse, then it'd be a big joke. Not going back. The little lowly pouted in a fit of pique. Ling Han said again, but she ignored Ling Han. Truly a little child. Ling Han patted his butt. Since you're not obedient, I can't be bothered to care about you. He took a step and walked away. After a few steps, Ling Han turned around and saw the little lowly following behind him. When she saw him looking over, she hurriedly turned her head away, looking as if she didn't want to talk to him at all. Ling Han walked again, but the little lowly still followed closely. Why are you following me? Ling Han stopped walking and asked. Tang Yun on the other hand, wasn't angry and said, because handsome big brother, you're a good person. What kind of experience was it to be labeled as a good person by a 6 or 7-year-old lowly? Ling Han shook his head. How do you know I'm a good person? Let me tell you, I'm a big bad person. I've killed people, set fires, and sold children. This time, the little lowly wasn't afraid at all. She only giggled and said, it sounds fun. When are we going to kill people and set fires? Killing people will cause blood. I'm scared. Setting fires is fun, and I often do it. It's just that every time I do it, I get spanked by my mother. Ling Han slapped his forehead. This wasn't an ordinary problem child, but a super problem child. What kind of sin did he commit to actually run into such a little ancestor? Say. He sighed. Sigh. The little lowly also learned to sigh. It seemed like he had been blackmailed. All right, I'll take care of you for a few days, but you have to get in touch with your family as soon as possible and let them pick you up, Ling Han said. Right now, he also didn't feel at ease letting the little lowly go alone, because who knew where she would fly to? All right, since you insist on taking care of me, I'll reluctantly let you take care of me for 2 days. The little lowly had a very helpless look on her face. Don't act like you're taking advantage of me. Ling Han only felt a toothache. Hee hee. Tang Yun revealed a flattering smile. After walking for a while, the little lowly said that her legs were sore and wanted Ling Han to carry her. After walking for a while, she was hungry again. He really picked up a little ancestor. Ling Han secretly regretted it. Why was he so curious before and insisted on seeing what was inside the meteor? Handsome guy, look at the meteor. The little lowly suddenly shouted. Chapter 3598. Damn, some unknown halo of mine is starting to work again. Ling Han looked up at the sky, only to find that it was really just a meteor and not another visitor from outer space, which made him heave a sigh of relief. His luck was not so bad after all. 2 days later, Ling Han returned to the imperial city, his head swollen. Tang Yun was really a problem child, and she was super problematic. Who knew how much trouble she caused along the way? The silver-haired little lowly also seemed very unhappy. Along the way, she wanted to set fire and rob excitedly, but was stopped by Ling Han, which made her too unhappy. She was here to be the great demon king. Ling Han felt that it was necessary to enlighten this little lowly. There were so many people in the imperial capital. If this little lowly really had fun, how terrible the damage would be. The key was that there was most likely a sect master level power behind her, which would cause huge trouble. Little milk candy, why do you want to be the great demon king? Ling Han asked. Because Grandpa is the old demon king, so I want to be the great demon king. The little lowly said while looking around. When she saw someone selling candied haws on the street, she couldn't help but drool. She had never had any resistance to sweet things. Oh, this problem was with the little lowly's grandfather. What did your grandfather do to be called the Demon King? Ling Han asked again. The little lowly giggled. Grandpa calls himself the Heavenly Demon, and he specializes in making enemies of those who claim to be righteous. When he was young, he captured many saintesses and slept with them. Now they have all become my grand-aunts. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This child was indeed precocious, and her maternal grandfather had actually slept with the holy daughters of the various great sects as his wives, yet he was still alive and well. Just how powerful was he? My mother is my grandfather's only daughter. My mother is too bad. She secretly ran away from home when she was a child and entered the sect where my father was. The two of them loved each other very much, and they had an adulterous relationship. The little lowly took a few skewers of candied haws by herself. Ling Han broke out in a cold sweat again. This little lowly liked to use idioms,
but she was just randomly using them. How could she describe her parents like that? Furthermore, this little Loli's tendency to run away from home is actually hereditary. Wait, how old was your mother when she left home? About 15 or 16 years old. The little Loli bit on a candied haw while counting her fingers, which reminded Ling Han of second baby who counted idiots. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. That was more normal, unlike this little Loli, who was completely acting out of spite. He paid the money, which made the little Loli very unhappy. He was the Demon King. How could he give money to eat? Ling Han laughed heartily. Don't worry, the capital is full of rich playboys. When we have time, I'll take you to fight them one by one. Wow! Wah! The little Loli put the candied haws in her mouth and clapped her hands. The little Devil King is here. Are you afraid? Ling Han brought the little Loli to the Foreign Affairs Department. The little Loli grabbed the corner of Ling Han's clothes with one hand, looking a little scared. Damn, she was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ling Han began to regret bringing the little Loli back to the capital was most likely a very wrong decision. Hey, what a beautiful little girl. Shenyuan Dingwa happened to walk out and said without thinking, You've got an illegitimate daughter after a trip outside. I'm not a beautiful little girl. The little Loli hurriedly corrected him. I'm a beautiful, cute, obedient, filial, smart, and brave little candy. Shenyuan Dingwa was stunned. After a while he said, Ling Han, this little girl can't be an old monster in disguise, right? You're an old monster. How am I old? The little Loli was very dissatisfied. She pointed at Shenyuan Dingwa and shouted, Super Lightning Cannon, Level 1 ready, Level 2 ready, fire. Bang! A beam of light rushed out of her palm at an astonishing speed and hit Shenyuan Dingwa in an instant. Fuck you. Shenyuan Dingwa didn't even have time to dodge. He let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying by the beam of light, crashing heavily into the wall. Crack, crack, crack. The wall immediately began to crack. Fortunately, it hadn't collapsed. The little Loli giggled and became harmless again. She obediently ate the candied hawthorn. Ling Han did not stop her. The power of the cannon was only at the level of the secret-seeking realm. It was not enough to kill Shenyuan Dingwa. It was good to let this guy suffer a little, so he would not dare to provoke the little Loli in the future. Dad! After a series of shouts, 7 children ran out. After such a long time, their size had not changed at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The little Loli could not help but open her mouth, even forgetting to eat the candied hawthorn. So powerful. So many children at once. Ling Han, I underestimated you. Finally, she looked up at Ling Han and said, Underestimated me? Ling Han looked at the little Loli and did not ask further. His intuition told him that it was not a good thing. Princess Bai Xiao also came out. When she saw that Ling Han was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she saw the little Loli again, her beautiful eyes could not help but brighten. She had never seen such a beautiful little girl before. She was like a fairy carved from jade. Are you jealous that little milk candy is prettier than you? The little Loli giggled. Ugly, you can only think about it. Princess Bai Xiao's face immediately darkened. This little girl was beautiful, but her mouth was too sarcastic. Don't be rude. Call me big sister. Ling Han reprimanded. Tang Yun pursed her lips. She looked very reluctant, but still said, Ugly big sister. Fine, you might as well not call me that. Where did you find this child? Princess Bai Xiao asked. She was also full of curiosity. Didn't Ling Han go to participate in the martial arts competition? Why did he bring a child back? I said that he fell from the sky and I picked him up. Do you believe me? Ling Han said with a smile. Princess Bai Xiao only chuckled and even rolled her eyes at Ling Han. All right, I know you don't believe me. Tang Yun on the other hand, became interested in the 7 milk babies. She chattered with the 7 milk babies. No one knew what she said, but they seemed to have already become good friends. Ling Han gritted his teeth. The 7 Calabash brothers were not easy to deal with. Together with a little Loli who wanted to see the world in chaos, their destructive power had increased by tons. However, these little girls could not be locked up, so he could only watch over them. Has anything major happened these days? Ling Han asked Princess Bai Xiao. Yes. Princess Bai Xiao nodded.
Right now, all the major forces are expanding their territories, forming a super force led by the 9 Spirit Lord and the other 3 Spirit Transformation Realms. The remaining sects have all submitted to them, and they have almost divided up the world. According to the scouts, these forces have been sending people to search. They seem to be looking for something. Chapter 3600. Bam! The shuttle directly hit the ground, and immediately caused terrible damage. With the shuttle as the center, a huge pit appeared on the ground nearby, and the energy waves were still spreading into the distance, and the flames were monstrous. Ling Han was speechless. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Can you be more reliable? How could you fall asleep during the landing?" The little lowly's eyes were hazy, and saliva was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. "Don't be noisy. I want to sleep. If I don't sleep well, I'll be stunted." "Yes." Ling Han sat there. Without the little lowly's control, he could not open the shuttle at all. At this moment, a black object suddenly appeared on the window of the flying shuttle. What the hell? Ling Han was shocked. This thing actually had eyes, and it was glaring angrily at him. Bam! That thing patted the window of the flying shuttle, and opened its mouth as if it was saying something. However, the flying shuttle was shuttling through the starry sky. Of course, it was airtight and sound could not be transmitted. Otherwise, Ling Han and the little lowly would have been dead long ago. Oh, so it was a person, but his face was covered in soot. Ling Han could only see that the man's mouth was open, but he didn't know what he was saying. In short, he must be very angry. Although his face was black, he could still see it from his expression. Looking at the other party's posture, it seemed that he wanted him to go out and fight him one-on-one. Ling Han shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. This naturally made the man even more furious. He no longer used his hand to slap the shuttle. Instead, he took out a sword and slashed at the shuttle. However, that person had obviously made a grave mistake. The flying shuttle was definitely a secret treasure of the sect master level. It was just that it was limited by the little lowly's strength, so it could only unleash the power of the extreme path. However, now that there was no one to command it and it was being attacked, it possessed even more terrifying might. With a slash of the sword, the veined patterns on the flying shuttle lit up, and the person's sword was immediately shattered. Damn! That person was flabbergasted. Then, he looked at Ling Han with a face full of bitterness and hatred. "You bastard! Not only did you smash him with the flying shuttle, you even sat there and didn't come out. You deliberately mocked me, causing me to break another magic tool. Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Ling Han made a helpless expression. This had nothing to do with him. Noisy! Little lowly woke up. She was woken up by the sound of the man knocking on the window. She immediately looked at the man with a bitter expression. "How dare you interrupt my sleep? Don't you know that women don't sleep well, their skin will deteriorate?" She was a little beauty, but in the future, she would become a great beauty and bring disaster to the world. "I'll beat you to death, you bastard." She was enraged and controlled the shuttle to attack that person. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Beams of light shot towards that person. However, if she were to personally control it, the power of the flying shuttle would be much weaker. Hence, that person could completely wander around freely. However, he was completely unable to retaliate, because he had already tried it earlier. When the artifact slashed onto the flying shuttle, it only shattered on its own. Right now, that person's heart was definitely filled with a myriad of emotions. How wronged he was. He was cultivating here, but who would have thought that a meteor would come crashing down on his head? Because it was a crucial moment in his cultivation, his reaction was a beat slower, and as a result, he was hit head-on. Fortunately, his strength was tyrannical. He was only covered in dirt. When he was about to angrily denounce him, the result was good. Not only did his dermic armament shatter, but he was also shot by a little lowly and had to dodge here and there. Just thinking about it made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Who did he offend? Enough, enough. Ling Han persuaded little lowly. Can you talk to him? Little lowly shot a few more beams of light before stopping reluctantly. After fiddling with it for a while, she said, "It's done." Ling Han said, "Friend, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to hit you." That person said unhappily, "Even if you didn't mean to, you still hit so accurately." What a deep resentment, but this was really a pure coincidence. Look, when little lowly went to Heavenly Ocean Star, she also hit him head-on. Ling Han looked at Tang Yun. Did you hit me on purpose back then? No. Little Loli hurriedly shook her head, looking very innocent. Ling Han was full of suspicion. This girl's words should be discounted by 30%. Then how are you going to compensate me? The victim outside asked. Ling Han smiled. We don't have money, so we can only say sorry. That person was almost angered to death. Is this the attitude you use to solve a problem? We really don't have money, Little Loli added. Are the adults and the children both stingy? That person was speechless. Moreover, he couldn't do anything about this flying shuttle dermic artifact. It seemed like he could only swallow this loss. Ling Han gestured to Little Loli. Little Loli opened the flying shuttle, and the two of them jumped down. The person opposite didn't make a move. Although he could see at a glance that Ling Han and Little Loli hadn't set foot on the immortal path, to be able to possess such a flying shuttle dermic artifact, their background must be incomparably shocking. Sorry, I really didn't mean to hit you. Ling Han smiled. That person sighed. Although he was hit head-on because of Ling Han and Little Loli, he was the one who caused the dermic artifact to shatter later. So strictly speaking, the other party didn't do much wrong. Forget it. I'm just unlucky. He was quite open-minded. Ling Han said, I'm Ling Han, and this is Tang Yun. How should I address you, brother? That person took out a sweat towel and clean water. As he cleaned up he said, I'm Li Xingchen. So it's Brother Li. Ling Han cupped his hands. Li Xingchen had already cleaned up his face. When Ling Han and Little Loli saw him, they both said, oh. This dark-skinned guy was actually a pretty boy. TSK, they really couldn't tell. Little Loli's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, so it's a handsome guy. Handsome guy. Do you want some candy? She took out a milk candy and shook it in front of Li Xingchen. Li Xingchen's face couldn't help but darken. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. You actually dare to trick me with candy? He, don't bother with this little brat. Ling Han laughed. Brother Li, I have something to ask you. Li Xingchen wasn't in a good mood. You guys hit me and caused me to lose a dermic artifact, and you actually want to ask me about something? No way, I won't do it. Handsome guy, you have to think carefully. Little Loli patted the flying shuttle with her hand, overflowing with the intention of threatening him. Li Xingchen was speechless. Are you really a kid? You're too precocious. He sighed and said, What do you want to know? It was mainly because he found Ling Han pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, he could just turn around and leave. As a cultivator of the immortal path, would he be afraid of two mortals? The place where the power of the 5 elements is the densest. Oh, you want to refine the 5 elements fortune pill? Li Xingchen immediately reacted. Ling Han glanced at Little Loli. Fortunately, although this girl was unreliable, she didn't deliberately trick him out to play. Yes, he nodded. End of chapter. Chapter 36:01. Bam! The shuttle directly hit the ground, and immediately caused terrible damage. With the shuttle as the center, a huge pit appeared on the ground nearby, and the energy waves were still spreading into the distance, and the flames were monstrous. Ling Han was speechless. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, Can you be more reliable? How could you fall asleep during the landing? The little Loli's eyes were hazy, and saliva was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Don't be noisy. I want to sleep. If I don't sleep well, I'll be stunted. Yes. Ling Han sat there. Without the little Loli's control, he could not open the shuttle at all. At this moment, a black object suddenly appeared on the window of the flying shuttle. What the hell? Ling Han was shocked. This thing actually had eyes, and it was glaring angrily at him. Bam! That thing patted the window of the flying shuttle, and opened its mouth as if it was saying something. However, the flying shuttle was shuttling through the starry sky. Of course, it was airtight and sound could not be transmitted. Otherwise, Ling Han and the little Loli would have died long ago. Oh, so it was a person, but his face was covered in soot. Ling Han could only see that the man's mouth was open, but he didn't know what he was saying. In short, he must be very angry. Although his face was black, he could still see it from his expression. Looking at the other party's posture, it seemed that he wanted him to go out and fight him one-on-one. Ling Han shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. This naturally made the man even more furious. He no longer used his hand to slap the shuttle. Instead, he took out a sword and slashed at the shuttle. However, that person had obviously made a grave mistake. The flying shuttle was definitely a secret treasure of the sect master level. It was just that it was limited by the little lowly's strength, so it could only unleash the power of the extreme path. However, now that there was no one to command it and it was being attacked, it possessed even more terrifying might. With a slash of the sword, the veined patterns on the flying shuttle lit up, and the person's sword was immediately shattered.
Damn. That person was flabbergasted. Then, he looked at Ling Han with a face full of bitterness and hatred. You bastard. Not only did you smash him with the flying shuttle, you even sat there and didn't come out. You deliberately mocked me, causing me to break another magic tool.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Ling Han made a helpless expression. This had nothing to do with him.
Noisy.
Little lowly woke up.
She was woken up by the sound of the man knocking on the window. She immediately looked at the man with a bitter expression.
How dare you interrupt my sleep? Don't you know that women don't sleep well, their skin will deteriorate? She was a little beauty, but in the future, she would become a great beauty and bring disaster to the world.
I'll beat you to death, you bastard.
She was enraged and controlled the shuttle to attack that person. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Beams of light shot towards that person.
However, if she were to personally control it, the power of the flying shuttle would be much weaker. Hence, that person could completely wander around freely.
However, he was completely unable to retaliate, because he had already tried it earlier. When the artifact slashed onto the flying shuttle, it only shattered on its own. Right now, that person's heart was definitely filled with a myriad of emotions.
How wronged he was.
He was cultivating here, but who would have thought that a meteor would come crashing down on his head? Because it was a crucial moment in his cultivation, his reaction was a beat slower, and as a result, he was hit head-on. Fortunately, his strength was tyrannical. He was only covered in dirt. When he was about to angrily denounce him, the result was good. Not only did his dermic armament shatter, but he was also shot by a little lowly and had to dodge here and there. Just thinking about it made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Who did he offend?
Enough, enough.
Ling Han persuaded little lowly. Can you talk to him? Little lowly shot a few more beams of light before stopping reluctantly. After fiddling with it for a while, she said, "It's done." Ling Han said, "Friend, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to hit you." That person said unhappily, "Even if you didn't mean to, you still hit so accurately." What a deep resentment, but this was really a pure coincidence. Look, when little lowly went to Heavenly Ocean Star, she also hit him head-on. Ling Han looked at Tang Yun. Did you hit me on purpose back then?
No.
Little lowly hurriedly shook her head, looking very innocent. Ling Han was full of suspicion. This girl's words should be discounted by 30%. Then how are you going to compensate me? The victim outside asked. Ling Han smiled. We don't have money, so we can only say sorry. That person was almost angered to death. Is this the attitude you use to solve a problem? We really don't have money, little lowly added. Are the adults and the children both stingy? That person was speechless. Moreover, he couldn't do anything about this flying shuttle dermic artifact. It seemed like he could only swallow this loss. Ling Han gestured to little lowly. Little lowly opened the flying shuttle, and the two of them jumped down. The person opposite didn't make a move. Although he could see at a glance that Ling Han and little lowly hadn't set foot on the immortal path, to be able to possess such a flying shuttle dermic artifact, their background must be incomparably shocking. Sorry, I really didn't mean to hit you. Ling Han smiled. That person sighed. Although he was hit head-on because of Ling Han and little lowly, he was the one who caused the dermic artifact to shatter later. So strictly speaking, the other party didn't do much wrong. Forget it, I'm just unlucky. He was quite open-minded. Ling Han said, I'm Ling Han, and this is Tang Yun. How should I address you, brother? That person took out a sweat towel and clean water. As he cleaned up he said, I'm Li Xingchen. So it's Brother Li. Ling Han cupped his hands. Li Xingchen had already cleaned up his face. When Ling Han and little lowly saw him, they both said, oh, this dark-skinned guy was actually a pretty boy. TSK, they really couldn't tell. Little lowly's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, so it's a handsome guy. Handsome guy. Do you want some candy? She took out a milk candy and shook it in front of Li Xingchen. Li Xingchen's face couldn't help but darken. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. How dare you trick me with candy?
He, don't bother with this little guy. Ling Han laughed.
Brother Li, I have something to ask you. Li Xingchen wasn't in a good mood. You guys knocked me down and caused me to lose a dermic artifact, and you actually want to ask me about something? No way, I won't do it.
Handsome guy, you have to think carefully.
Little Loli patted the flying shuttle with her hand, the threat overflowing from her words. Li Xingchen was speechless. Are you really a kid? You're too precocious.
He sighed and said, What do you want to know?
It was mainly because he found Ling Han pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, he could just turn around and leave. As a cultivator of the immortal path, would he be afraid of 2 mortals? The place where the power of the 5 elements is the densest. Oh, you want to refine the 5 elements fortune pill? Li Xingchen immediately reacted. Ling Han glanced at little Loli. Fortunately, although this girl was unreliable, she didn't purposely trick him out to play. Yes, he nodded. Chapter 3602. Li Xingchen looked deeply at Ling Han, and then said, You really deserve praise for your courage. However, collecting 5 element crystal elements will take an incomparably long time, so you'd better be mentally prepared and set a time limit. I've heard that there was once a genius who spent several hundred years to refine the 5 elements good fortune pill. By the time the pill was refined, he was already old and not far from death. In the end, he ended up benefiting others. Ling Han nodded. Thank you, Brother Li, for the reminder. I'll remember. Li Xingchen gave him a map. It was not made of paper, but an artifact. Infusing it with psychic power, one would enter a 3-dimensional space. Mountains, rivers, seas, everything appeared vividly. I'll give it to you. It's not worth much anyway, he said. Was he mocking Ling Han's stinginess?
Ling Han was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear. He was indeed poor now and had a low level.
What could he offer to compensate the other? He did have something, but it was too precious.
Brother Li, I owe you a favor.
Ling Han said seriously.
He would not come here only once, but by the 2nd time, he would be on the path to immortality.
He might even be at the casting cauldron and Dan forming realm. Li Xingchen waved his hand. Don't. I'm giving you this map to end the karma between us. From now on, pretend you've never seen me. I don't want to run into you again. With that, he sprang up and ran. Ling Han glanced at the little girl, and the little girl looked back at him. They pointed at each other at the same time. It's all your fault. You scared him away.
After saying this, the 2 of them laughed loudly.
Ling Han was thick-skinned, and this little girl's skin was definitely not thin either. Ling Han released the 7 milk babies, and the 9 of them moved together according to the map.
The place where they landed was very coincidental. It was only a mere 2 days' journey away from the first place where the power of the 5 elements was the densest.
Of course, this was calculated with Ling Han's speed. It was a valley of boiling flames called the Valley of Extreme Flame. In the Extreme Flame Valley, there were many fire creatures created from the essence of fire. They were born because of the Extreme Flame Valley, but they were also bound here, never able to leave. 2 days later, the 9 of them arrived at the place. What a powerful heaven and earth suppression. The little Loli immediately cried out. I can't even use my Dhamma artifacts. Only at the worldly realm can be displayed here. Second baby activated his eye sorcery to take a look. The suppression of the forces of heaven and earth has formed a natural array formation. That's not necessarily true.
It's possible that it's man-made, but it must be a grandmaster of arrays.
Ling Han nodded. It was precisely because of this that the 5 elements crystal essence became so precious. No matter how high one's realm was, they could only be used as a combat force in the mystery-seeking realm. They could not improve their efficiency at all. Of course, a saint or ancestral king might be able to ignore the suppression of the power of the world, but which saint or ancestral king would do such a thing? Besides, how many saints are there in the world? The ancestral king was an invincible great emperor that only appeared once in an era, so it was even more impossible. That's good too. I don't have to worry about anyone harming me in the valley, he said with a smile.
Hit someone.
Robbery. The little Loli and the 7 milk babies all raised their arms and cheered, looking extremely excited. Ling Han slapped his forehead with his hand. Was it really the right decision to bring them out? They continued forward, and the suppression of the world grew stronger. It felt like an invisible shackle had been placed on their bodies, but they did not have any substantial change. This was because only those above the celestial path would be truly restricted. They were too weak, and the suppression could be ignored. The extreme flame valley was very big. Before entering the valley, they could already see the scorched earth all around them. It was mainly black, but from time to time, red flames could be seen jumping and flashing. A person appeared in front of them. He staggered over, and when he saw Ling Han's group, he looked pleasantly surprised. He stretched out his hand and said, "Water, water, I want water." Ling Han's gaze swept over and could not help but be shocked. This person was too skinny, as if he was just skin and bones. His eyeballs were about to fall out. He took out a water pouch and handed it over. The person hurriedly drank it after receiving it. The pouch of water was quickly emptied, and the effects were immediately apparent. His shriveled face became rosy again. However, a strange thing also happened. Steam rose from his body, and very quickly, his face became shriveled again, as if all the water had evaporated. "Water, I want more water," the person shouted at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. This was clearly useless. This person's body should have a powerful flame burning. No matter how much water he drank, it would only evaporate. It would not solve the problem at all. "I said, give me water," the person roared. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Boom! He pounced out and swung his fist at Ling Han. Ling Han casually shook his hand, and the person was sent flying. Below the celestial path, how many people were still his match? Ah! The person screamed. Boom! His entire body turned into a ball of raging flames, burning fiercely. Very quickly, he was burnt to a crisp. "Ling Han, he only asked you for some water. You didn't have to burn him to death even if you didn't give it to him." The little girl shook her head and then pondered. Murder and arson, so it means arson to burn someone to death. Ling Han's face darkened. "I didn't kill that person, and I didn't set him on fire." The little girl rolled her eyes at him. "Haha, I'll believe that he spontaneously combusted." Second baby used his eye sorcery to take a look and said, "This person has a strong essence of fire in his body. He couldn't suppress it just now, and it exploded from inside out. He instantly burned himself to death." Ling Han nodded and said, "Look, this is what you call a professional. Learn from him." Second baby laughed. "Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that father did it. Fuck, this bunch of idiots. It seems that this extreme flame valley is really a very dangerous place." Ling Han said, "That person should have collected the essence of fire in the valley, but in the long battle, his body was slowly eroded by the fire poison, and he finally burned himself to death." "I'm not afraid," fourth baby said. "This place is really comfortable. I hate it." Fifth baby's face was full of disgust. One of them was of the fire attribute, while the other was of the water attribute. They were two completely different feelings. "Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day." Ling Han brought Milk Baby and the little girl into the valley. Instantly, he saw many fire creatures wandering in the valley. Some of them were in the form of beasts, such as mountain goats, tigers, and leopards. Some were in the form of humans, and some were in the form of birds. However, they could only fly a short distance in the air. These fire creatures seemed to have a fixed area of activity and would not cross the boundary. Therefore, even when Ling Han and the others appeared, not a single fire creature attacked them. When Ling Han took a few more steps forward, he saw a fire tiger suddenly pounce on him. Bang! Ling Han destroyed it with a punch, and a spark appeared on the ground. Chapter 3604. In such a dangerous place, it was very normal for people to kill each other. Since he had sensed that someone was chasing after him, he would definitely make the first move to gain the upper hand. In Extreme Flame Valley, killing and robbing others of their flame essence was a very common thing. Why would there be a reason? Now that Ling Han had asked this, he didn't know how to answer. He thought for a moment and said, "Little brother, we are on the same side. I also saw the Nanyang Pang family's bounty notice, so I came here to collect flame essence. We are all here to make a living." What happened before was also a misunderstanding. Nanyang Pang family, Ling Han murmured. He grabbed the man and said,
Be more specific.
You don't know?
The man was surprised. Pa Ling Han slapped him on the head.
Am I asking you, or are you asking me?
The man gritted his teeth. This hit hurt, but when he saw Ling Han's cold eyes, he could only tell the truth. This Nanyang Pang family was a very strong family. In the past, they had produced a spirit transformation perfected sovereign, but after this ancestor died, the Pang family declined generation by generation. Now, there were only a few life core experts left. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Pang family was still very rich, and in this generation, the Pang family had produced a genius called Pang Yunfei. In order to raise this outstanding descendant, the Pang family spared no expense to refine the 5 elements fortune pill for Pang Yunfei. Thus, they put out a bounty. As long as one collected enough 5 elements essence, they could exchange it for all kinds of treasures. For example, immortal items, immortal medicines, cultivation methods. As long as one had enough 5 elements essence, they could exchange for them. When the news spread, it naturally attracted many people to the 5 elements land to collect 5 elements essence. Oh right, other than the Pang family, it seems that the Luo family is also collecting 5 elements essence. The man thought for a moment and squeezed out another piece of information. 2 forces were competing with him for business. Ling Han thought for a moment. Fine, others could rob him, so why couldn't he rob others? There was strength in numbers. In this case, he might only need a few years or even a year to refine the 5 elements fortune pill. Ling Han patted the man's shoulder. Hand over the flame essence. That, little brother, haven't I already apologized to you? The man said with a bitter face. Flame essence or life? Choose one. Ling Han said calmly. Just now, this person had launched a sneak attack with the intention of killing him. Now, he was just trying to rob him. How broad was his heart? The man had no choice but to hand over the flame essence. Oh, that's quite a lot. How long have you been here? Ling Han asked.
2 years.
2 years? Ling Han shook his head. From the looks of it, the other party's harvest was pitifully small.
You're too lazy.
You only managed to get this much in 2 years. The man was speechless. His efficiency was already very high. The flame beasts had fire poison on their bodies, and after a long battle, they would definitely be infected with a trace of fire poison. They had to refine it, or else the fire poison would accumulate and cause serious consequences. It was not impossible for them to be burned alive. Scram. Don't let me see you again. Ling Han casually flung the man backwards. He didn't pay him any more attention and continued walking. After a while, a new flame beast appeared. Naturally, it would be killed with a single punch. Ling Han had seen people being burned to death by fire poison before, so he naturally wouldn't be unprepared for it. However, he could kill his enemies with a single punch. Under the attack of the destructive energy, even the fire poison could be easily destroyed. He didn't have to worry about being corroded by the fire poison. As a result, even if someone with similar strength came in, they wouldn't be able to compare to him in terms of efficiency. The more he killed, the more shocked Ling Han became. Just what was the origin of this destructive energy? It was too terrifying. After circling this side cave once, Ling Han once again returned to the main cave, and continued to advance. There was more than one person here. Clearly, the bounty offered by the Pang clan or the Luo clan had been effective. Ling Han hadn't even taken a few steps before he was ambushed again. Just like before, he would capture the person, beat them up, and then loot their flame essence. Why didn't he kill them? There was another purpose, and that was to provide wool. If he encountered these people again in the future, he could rob them again and treat them as free labor. After circling all the side caves, Ling Han also robbed more than a dozen people, increasing his harvest dramatically. With the addition of 7 milk babies, he might be able to complete the flame crystal essence step in a few months. He wasn't worried about the milk babies at all. They were all sly and had extraordinary strength. They were the ones who tricked others. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the bottom of the main cave. Previously, he had robbed many people and obtained some useful information. For example, there was a flame king in every cave. Its strength was far stronger than ordinary fire creatures, and it provided more flame essence. Sometimes, it would even drop something like a fire essence stone, which could gather the power of heaven and earth and speed up cultivation. This was very similar to an ice essence stone. Of course, not every flame king would drop a fire essence stone. It depended on luck. However, no one dared to have any ideas about the Flame King. Firstly, the Flame King's strength was too strong, and it could sweep through the mystery-seeking realm. Secondly, the Flame King could also detonate the fire poison in a martial artist's body. Even if the amount was not enough to kill, how could they withstand such torment in battle? Therefore, everyone only dared to farm monsters in the side caves. As for the main cave, no one dared to ask. Of course, Ling Han wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was in high spirits. He hadn't cultivated in the past 2 months, so he could use the power of the Fire Essence Stone to catch up with his cultivation. He stepped into the last area of this cave. This was a very large cave, and there was a huge flame monster floating back and forth. In every corner of the cave, there were white bones scattered. Obviously, it wasn't that no one challenged the Flame King, but most of them probably lost their lives. The Flame King also discovered Ling Han at the first moment and immediately raised its hand. Xiao, the fire halberd in its hand shot toward the little lowly. "Ah, save me!" Tang Yun screamed. Ling Han punched out. Pong! The fire halberd instantly shattered. The little lowly was furious. She pointed at the Flame King and said, "Flamehead, why are you hitting the cute, beautiful, obedient, filial, little milk candy?" The Flame King naturally wouldn't pay attention to her. His hands had already condensed another fire halberd, and this time, he threw it at Ling Han. Ling Han punched out again to neutralize the attack, but the Flame King condensed a third fire halberd and threw it over. This attack was really urgent. If it weren't for Ling Han, anyone else might not even have the ability to fight back and would have been shot to death. Ling Han humphed. "You're not done yet?" He opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword, slashing at the Flame King. "You think you can?" Xiao, the golden sword slashed past, and the Flame King didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and raging flames raged. Chapter 3605. The Flame King slapped the golden sword away, but the flame on its hand also dimmed. Evidently, resolving this attack was not as easy as it looked. "Handsome charge." The little girl cheered for Ling Han. He actually dared to sneak an attack on her. How despicable. Ling Han naturally would not allow anyone to attack him. Furthermore, if he attacked from a distance, he would not be able to unleash the power of the destructive energy. He rushed out, wanting to fight the Flame King in close combat. The Flame King was completely fearless, and it also slapped over. Bang! Flames and darkness collided. Both were high-level energies, but even though they were high-level energies, there was a difference in intensity and quality. As the black energy surged, the flames instantly faded. The Flame King was shocked. Its incredibly simple brain only had battle instincts, and it knew that this was disadvantageous to it. It hurriedly retreated, but half of its arm had already completely dimmed, and there were no longer any flames burning. This human was so scary. It reached out its other hand and forcefully pulled at its dimmed left arm. Bang! This arm was torn off, but it was only for an instant. Flames burned fiercely, and its broken arm immediately grew out again. However, if one observed carefully, one would notice that the flames on its body were slightly dimmer. Evidently, it had to pay a price for its broken arm to regrow. This ability would definitely be envied by countless martial artists, because regrowing a broken limb was an ability that only venerables could possess. If one became a saint, even a drop of blood could be regrown, and the tenacity of their life force was simply terrifying. Ling Han was also shocked, but he immediately rushed out again. This time, he would kill the Flame King as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, not giving it any chance to recover. The Flame King was truly afraid of this human. It reached out its finger and pointed at Ling Han, wanting to detonate the fire poison in his body. However, it immediately revealed a dumbfounded expression, because there were no flames boiling in Ling Han's body. There should be some more or less, right? However, Ling Han had previously killed his enemies with one punch, and with the sweeping destructive energy, what kind of fire poison could invade his body? Since it was the null fire poison, how could it detonate it? The Flame King did not believe it, and pointed at Ling Han again, but there was still no effect. Fortunately, it couldn't speak. If it was pointing and shouting, the scene would be even more awkward. Holy crap! Is this human a monster? The Flame King had a constipated expression on his face. He was going crazy. Ling Han laughed out loud and punched again. The Flame King hurriedly parried, but the destructive energy corroded, and everywhere it touched, the flames dimmed. It was strong enough. Ordinary flame monsters were destroyed with a single punch, but it only dimmed a little. It was worthy of its name as a king. But so what? Ling Han followed up with a few more punches, and the Flame King was like a bonfire that had been doused with water. Very soon, it was completely extinguished. Hang up. Ling Han's gaze swept over and he could not help but sigh. There was only flame essence and no fire essence stones. Forget it. It's just that I don't have the icing on the cake. Besides, there are so many caves here, I'll have to look elsewhere. When he reached the exit, he immediately sensed that there were many people outside. He robbed a dozen people, and now they're here for revenge. Hehe. Ling Han was completely unconcerned. Cultivation was suppressed here, so even if an elite of the celestial path came, he would still be unafraid. He would still be able to crush him. He strode out and saw about 20 people standing at the entrance, led by a 26 or 27-year-old red-clothed youth. After seeing Ling Han, the red-clothed youth smiled faintly. My name is Pang Shu, from the Pang family. And? Asked Ling Han. Pang Shu stared blankly. He didn't know what to say after hearing her reply. He was a little embarrassed and coughed before saying, I am the person in charge of the Pang family here. All the flame essence you collect must be handed over to me. I will record the quantity for you, and you can go to the Pang family to exchange for what you need. Oh, this guy thinks I'm an employee of the Pang family, Ling Han said in his heart. Also, malicious competition is not desirable, said Pang Shu. Pang Shu continued, return all the flame essences that you stole and compensate for some of the losses. Then we'll let this matter pass. Seventh young Master Pang is still fair. The others praised. Kid, did you hear what seventh young Master Pang said? Quickly return the flame essence you stole. And compensation? It doesn't have to be much, just double it. These people clamored. The source of their confidence naturally came from Pang Shu. He was a foundation establishment expert. Even if the realm was suppressed here, a foundation establishment expert was still much stronger than a normal secret realm expert. Hey, what are you shouting for? There isn't even a single handsome guy here. Don't you feel embarrassed? Little Lolita said with dissatisfaction. What was wrong with these people? There wasn't even one handsome guy among the 20 people. It was too embarrassing. Ling Han smiled. Are you the person in charge of the Pang family here? Of course. Pang Shu said proudly. He looked down on everyone here. There was a difference between immortals and mortals, but in order to complete the mission, he had to be pleasant, which naturally made him very unhappy. Ling Han rubbed his hands. Then you must have a lot of flame essence on you. Wait, why did that sound so awkward? Pang Shu was surprised and frowned. What do you want? Ling Han laughed. Robbery. Flame essence could not be taken out of the valley, so Pang Shu must have a lot of it on him. Pang Shu was stunned at first, then laughed. This young man was really crazy. He actually said he wanted to rob him. When he laughed, the others naturally laughed as well. They all looked like they had met an idiot. It was too funny. A small secret realm dared to threaten a foundation establishment expert. If they knew that Ling Han was actually at the Enlightenment realm, they would be even more surprised. Ling Han did not get angry and laughed with the others. Pang Shu suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. It's just a secret realm. He looked at Ling Han, feeling a little strange. Was this really a secret realm? If they were in the outside world, he would be able to see through Ling Han's background with a single glance. But now that his cultivation level had been suppressed, his eyesight had also weakened considerably. He only felt that Ling Han was slightly unusual, but could not tell what it was exactly. Of course you can be arrogant if you have strength. Ling Han rushed out and punched. Pang Shu showed a look of contempt. A small secret realm dared to attack him? Good. Kill one to warn 100. Just as he was about to attack, he felt a huge pressure coming at him. It was as if a primordial terror beast was pressuring him, causing him to be scared out of his wits. With this shock, his movements suddenly slowed down. Bang, Ling Han punched, and Pang Shu was smashed to the ground. His face was deeply smashed into the dry and cracked ground. At this moment, the whole place was quiet. Not a single sound could be heard.
Chapter 3606. That was Pang Shu, a foundational cultivator, yet he was knocked to the ground by a single punch. How could they believe it? These people had all been taught a lesson by Ling Han and knew he was powerful. But to be able to knock out a foundational cultivator with a single punch was something they could not accept. So powerful that it was unreasonable. Pang Shu struggled to get up. It wasn't that he was no match for Ling Han, but that he was intimidated by the killing intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been knocked down by a single punch from Ling Han. However, he had only gotten up halfway when a foot stomped heavily on his back, forcing him back down. He knew it was Ling Han. Damn it, a tiny secret-seeking realm dared to step on his head. You must be tired of living. If this wasn't the Valley of Extreme Flame, he could kill Ling Han with a single breath. Ling Han smiled. Where's the fire essence? Hand it over. Pang Shu ignored him. If he was threatened by Ling Han, would he still have the face to see others? Bang! Ling Han didn't care that the other was a foundational cultivator and immediately threw a punch. Not just a foundational cultivator, even if a spirit transformation cultivator came, he would beat him up. After a few punches, Pang Shu became obedient and obediently handed over a box. Ling Han opened it and saw more than half a box of fire essence. So shabby. He shook his head and put in the fire essence he'd collected. It was more or less a box. The crowd didn't know how much Ling Han had gained in one round and thought he'd robbed others. Naturally, they were all jealous and angry. Ling Han looked around and smiled. What, you want to gang up on me? Go go go, kill him. Pang Shu roared. He didn't believe they couldn't take down Ling Han with so many people working together. Everyone looked at each other and rushed forward. 20 people against 1. Could they still lose? Ling Han smiled faintly, and suddenly unleashed a murderous aura attack. Instantly, everyone stiffened slightly. He then unleashed his thunderlight fists, and his fists rained down like rain. Pang pang pang, the figures were instantly sent flying like straw, and fell to the ground. In front of him, ganging up on someone was not possible unless the other could withstand his killing intent. Ling Han put away the box and said coolly, if you want revenge, bring it on. I won't leave until I get the fire essence. Hee, next time, we'll have to find someone more powerful. The little lowly made a funny face, then grabbed onto the corner of Ling Han's robe and followed him to another cave. At the scene, there was a wave of wailing, but Ling Han did not hit them too hard. In a short while, everyone had crawled back up while gritting their teeth. Only Pang Shu was still lying there. This guy had been hit hard by Ling Han. Anyways, you're not going to enter the cave to fight monsters. So what's the point of keeping you in good condition? 7th Young Master Pang. Everyone hurried to help him up. Pang Shu was lifted up, his face a bloody mess. His face had been stomped into the sand, so it was only natural that his skin had been scraped. His face was ashen. Not only had he been defeated in the secret-seeking realm, but he had also been publicly humiliated and robbed of the Pang family's 3 years of hard work. How could he endure this? Pang Yunfei was the Pang family's genius and future. Whether or not the Pang family could return to its former glory would all depend on him. That was why every member of the Pang family was willing to sacrifice for Pang Yunfei. Only when the family was strong would they be able to go out with confidence. The 5 Elements fortune pill was incomparably important and could not be lost. You guys continue to collect the fire essence. I'll find someone to suppress this kid, he said darkly. He was practically going crazy with anger. All right. Everyone could only nod, hoping that the Pang family wouldn't renege on their debt. After all, the fire essence they had handed over had already been recorded. If it was stolen, it was Pang Shu's problem. Pang Shu left. This place suppressed one's cultivation, so it was useless to rely on one's realm. They had to find a genius who was invincible in the same realm. If it's nearby, the Zhang family's 4th son, Zhang Qihua, is a 1-star genius. All right, let's find him. Ling Han believed that his speed would be much faster than the 7 children. Thus, he didn't wait outside. Instead, he decided to sweep through another cave. He swept through the caves one by one before finally going to find the Flame King. Destructive energy surged, and the Flame King was easily killed. This time, besides the fire essence, there was also a fire essence stone. Haha, I'm rich. Ling Han laughed. He returned, and when he came out of the cave, he found that eldest baby, second baby, and third baby were already waiting outside. When he asked, he found out that they hadn't been out for long. After a while, fourth baby, fifth baby, and sixth baby also came out one after another. Except for seventh baby. Seventh baby was not affected by any power. Logically speaking, she should be the strongest among the 7 children, but with her narcolepsy, it was a different story. The little girl must have fallen asleep in some corner of the cave. Sigh, it was better not to let her go next time. The children's luck was also mixed. Only second baby and fourth baby each obtained a fire essence stone. The others only obtained the fire essence. Ling Han estimated that they would stay here for at most 2 months, and they should be able to gather a piece of fire crystal element. So fast. Didn't they need to wait for 100 years? Firstly, Ling Han and the others had 7.5, so the 7th baby was too unreliable. Secondly, the strength of 7.5 of them was too strong. The milk babies all had innate divine bodies and grasped powerful special abilities, so they were not afraid of fire poison. Once Ling Han's destructive energy was unleashed, even the Flame King would instantly surrender. This was the reason why they could be so efficient. Otherwise, the others would need to refine the fire poison after fighting for a while. Otherwise, they would be burned to ashes. In fact, most of the time was wasted on dispelling the fire poison. Ling Han was in a very good mood. He thought that he would have to fight here for a year or 2, but now it seemed that 2 months might be enough. The efficiency had increased by 10 times. Coupled with the fire essence stone, when he returned to Heavenly Starry Sky, he could be sure that he would already be in the Foundation Establishment realm. He whistled as he fought the monsters one by one. After the flame monster in the cave was killed, it would take about 5 days for it to be reformed by the heaven and earth. As for the Flame King, it was much slower. At least until now, no new Flame King had appeared. 10 days, half a month, it seemed that the Flame King would not appear again. On this day, Ling Han had just walked out of the cave when he saw a youngster sitting cross-legged on the ground in the valley. There was a sword lying across his lap, and around him, there was a bright flame essence that formed a circle. At this moment, a flame monster condensed out of thin air, not far from the young man. When it was completely formed by the world, it immediately floated toward the young man and launched an attack. Swish, the sword light flashed and the flame monster was immediately cut in half. The flame was immediately extinguished, leaving behind a little bit of shining fire essence. Strong. Chapter 3608. Zhang Qihua retreated and left the battlefield. He sheathed his sword and said, "I'm not your match." When he said that, his face was black. But as a genius, if he didn't even dare to admit the difference, then he had no right to improve. However, Zhang Qihua was still full of confidence. His cultivation was only suppressed. If they fought again at the Foundation Establishment realm, he definitely wouldn't be inferior. That was because his battle strength was ranked 29th in the younger generation, maybe even higher. The leaping celestial door could turn a genius into a mediocre person, but it could also make a mediocre person even more mediocre. Ling Han nodded. This youth was really not weak, and he could be considered open and aboveboard. This made Ling Han feel less hostile towards him. Zhang Qihua stretched out his right hand and used it as a knife to chop his left arm. There was a crisp sound, and his left arm instantly drooped down. It was obvious that the bones had been broken. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. "The next time we meet, I hope you will have entered the celestial path and we can have a good fight." Ling Han was shocked. He had actually planned to let him go, but Zhang Qihua really had a personality and directly cut off his left arm. This kind of person was worth befriending. He nodded and smiled. "Okay, next time we meet, let's spar. Here." Ling Han threw out a bottle of pills. Zhang Qihua caught it and looked at Ling Han in shock. "Medicine," Ling Han said. Zhang Qihua nodded and revealed a smile. He directly poured out a pill and swallowed it, showing his strong trust in Ling Han. "Pretty boy, be careful that it's poisonous," the little girl said. She was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. Zhang Qihua didn't care about her at all. He just nodded at Ling Han. "We will meet again." He jumped out of the valley. When he was about to leave, he spoke again and slowly floated over. "Be careful of the Pang family. They will definitely ask others to help." Ling Han smiled. This Zhang Qihua was really quite interesting. "Little girl, you'll feel uncomfortable if you don't speak." He looked towards the little lowly. "Yeah." The little lowly licked the milk candy. Unfortunately, that guy didn't fall for it. "Let's go." Ling Han pulled the little girl into another cave. Ling Han fought monsters every day. Every morning, he would cultivate under the sun, holding a fire essence stone in his hand. Heaven and earth energy surged into his body, promoting his cultivation base.
After so many days, his cultivation had also improved rapidly, and he had opened another 18 apertures.
In theory, he could already break through to the secret-seeking realm. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't do that. He still desired to open his hidden acupuncture point, so his path to the enlightenment state would be extremely long. He was collecting more and more fire essence. It was said that once the amount of fire essence reached a certain level, it would naturally condense into fire crystal essence without needing to do anything. It should be about time. At most, it will take another 10 days. Ling Han smiled. These days, he had been fighting with fire monsters. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, he would also develop aesthetic fatigue if he kept fighting with the same opponents. He would be able to leave this place soon. After fighting for so many days, sometimes Ling Han didn't pursue efficiency. When he fought with the Flame King, he didn't use destructive energy. Instead, he fought head-on and fought to the death. He even deliberately suffered some fire poison to train himself. This way, even if he broke through immediately, he wouldn't have the flaw of having an unstable foundation. Here, Ling Han had become the publicly recognized overlord. Everyone would avoid him when they saw him. He and the 7 milk babies were too efficient in killing monsters. Even with the size of this valley, the number of fire monsters wasn't enough. There were often no monsters to kill. But what could they do? Who dared to steal monsters from Ling Han? This made everyone complain. How were they going to survive? At this moment, the Pang family finally made their move. When Ling Han walked out of the cave, he saw a young man standing in the valley. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old and was dressed in azure. His hair was as black as ink, and he exuded a divine light. Ling Han. That young man looked at Ling Han, his gaze like a divine light that could cause one's skin to crack. Yet another powerful expert. Ling Han looked back and asked, "And who are you?" The azure-robed young man walked over with large strides. Boom! Blood energy surged from his body like a terrifying beast. "You aren't qualified to ask for my name. I'm here to kill you." Fuck! Ling Han's expression immediately darkened. "You're courting death. As expected of Lei Zhoujuan. How domineering." That's a genius of the Lei family. He's ranked 19th among the younger generation of Anhua County. Young Master Lei is here. This time, he's definitely in the bag. We can finally kill this malefic star. Otherwise, we'll have to fight flame monsters here for decades. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. This time, there were many spectators. After so many days, they had all been holding back their anger. They all wanted to see Ling Han killed, or at the very least, driven away. Lei Zhoujuan strode over. He couldn't unleash the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, but he was still very powerful in the mortal realm. His blood energy surged like smoke, like a great furnace that could incinerate everything. "Do you have any last words?" he asked. "Handsome big brother, do you want some milk candy?" The little lowly came over. This Lei Zhoujuan's appearance was not bad, and she was already drooling. "Go to the side." Ling Han picked up the little lowly and used a gentle force to send her to the side. He then looked at Lei Zhoujuan. "I only have 2 words for you." Hee. Ridiculous. Lei Zhoujuan leaped out. Boom, he had cultivated a secret art. As he leaped out, lightning flashed behind him, pushing his speed to the extreme, like a bolt of lightning. Ling Han snorted and waved his right hand. Xiao, the heavenly pattern jade shot out. Under the activation of psychokinesis, its speed instantly soared to 14 times the speed of sound. Lei Zhoujuan's speed was already extremely fast. Facing the heavenly pattern jade at 14 times the speed of sound, it was naturally impossible for him to dodge. However, he didn't care. So what if it was a hidden weapon? He could send it flying with a punch. As expected, he waved his hand and slapped the heavenly pattern jade. Bang! His hand slapped the heavenly pattern jade, and his expression changed immediately. Such terrifying destructive power. Such a small thing was actually so heavy, and with the addition of 14 times the speed of sound, how could he block it with his current cultivation of the secret-seeking realm? Instantly, blood splattered, and his right hand was directly smashed. But even so,
The heavenly pattern jade's momentum was not stopped, and it smashed heavily into his lower abdomen. Ow! Lei Jiujuan staggered backward, his face first turning pale, then dark purple. He knelt on the ground, holding his lower abdomen with both hands, cold sweat rolling down his face. The people nearby were originally cheering for him, but when they saw this scene, all of them stopped abruptly. How could this be? That was a genius of the Lei clan. How could he kneel in one move? Chapter 3609. Lei Jiujuan, the genius of the Thunder Army, could be ranked in the top 20 of the younger generation in Anhua County. Such a genius was actually defeated in a single move. How is that possible? Who can accept that? Ling Han strode over. Lei Jiujuan was already powerful enough to survive a strike from the heavenly rune jade. Moreover, Lei Jiujuan was too careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Ling Han, you're too ruthless. You've broken Handsome Guo's hand. He doesn't want it to be a cripple, cried the little girl. Ling Han ignored her and stared at Lei Jiujuan, his killing intent locked onto him. Lei Jiujuan wasn't Zhang Qihua. Zhang Qihua didn't try to take his life from the start. Moreover, this person was open and aboveboard. Ling Han naturally didn't have any killing intent. He didn't even plan to cut off his arm. But Lei Jiujuan was different. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them. It was a matter of course. Feeling Ling Han's cold killing intent, Lei Jiujuan couldn't help but shiver. He was originally shouting in pain, but now he suddenly stopped and looked at Ling Han. You're so ruthless, he said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with hatred. One of his hands was crippled, and it was his right hand at that. It was enough to cripple a third of his combat strength. Although the Lei clan was extraordinary, it was impossible for them to obtain the sacred medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. In other words, he would forever be a cripple. Ling Han smiled. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about becoming a cripple in the future, because you'll lose your life soon. You actually want to kill me? Lei Jiujuan's face was filled with shock. Bam! Ling Han punched out, directly turning Lei Jiujuan into dregs. He knew that Lei Jiujuan would definitely say some threatening words, such as which family's young master, which sex Dao child, or that he had a powerful cousin. But does he care? After refining the 5 elements fortune elixir, he will return to Heavenly Sea Star and you can take your time to find him. You're in big trouble, someone said in a trembling voice. That's the young master of the Lei clan, the most anticipated member of the Lei clan. If we kill him, the Lei clan will be overturned. You should know that the Lei family's strength is no weaker than the Pang family. Now that Lei Jiujuan died because of the Pang family will probably go crazy. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. Will we be implicated? Everyone was extremely pessimistic. They could only watch helplessly as Lei Jiujuan was killed. If the Lei family were to vent their anger on them, they would definitely be in trouble. Ling Han picked up the heavenly rune jade. There was no way he was going to explain anything to these people. He continued to farm monsters. After about 9 days, the 7 milk babies gathered again and put the flame essence together. Something strange happened. These shiny things fused together as if they were alive. A moment later, a scarlet bead appeared in the box. There seemed to be a flame dancing in it. Ling Han reached out and touched it. Hiss, so hot. He closed the box. It was made of jade, so he didn't have to worry about burning it. All right, the trip to Extreme Flame Valley was a success. It was time to go to the next place. Ling Han took out the map Li Xingqian gave him and quickly determined the next destination. Frost Lake. This was the closest to Extreme Flame Valley, so Ling Han arranged it as the next stop. But before the 9 of them left, a group of people walked in. 1, 2, 9, 5. Second baby started counting. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. Although second baby had the best eyesight, he couldn't have any expectations when it came to counting. He took a look himself. There were a total of 17 people, and every one of them exuded the confidence of an expert. They were at least on the path to immortality. Ling Han, how dare you? You actually dared to kill the Qilin son of the Lei clan. A middle-aged man shouted at Ling Han. Naturally, there was an air of superiority about him. This was natural. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he didn't need to be polite to a small secret-seeking realm cultivator. Ling Han's eyes sharpened.
Since you know this Demon King's name, why are you here to die? Ling Han, don't steal my nickname. Little Lolita was dissatisfied and immediately protested. I'll borrow it for now. I'll return it to you later.
Ling Han turned his head and smiled.
That's more like it. Little Lolita stopped making a fuss and continued to lick the candy. The 17 people were infuriated. These 2 people were too arrogant. They actually dared to look down on these experts. No need for nonsense, take them down, someone said impatiently. Wasn't it a joke to waste time with a secret-seeking realm cultivator? All right, take them down and execute them as a sacrifice to Jiujuan. Another person nodded. Ling Han snorted. You think you've got me? A small secret-seeking realm. These 17 people were the allied forces of the Lei and Pang clans. They knew that no one was a match for Ling Han in a one-on-one fight. Even Lei Jiujuan was killed, so they joined forces to attack. Originally, they were waiting outside. After all, entering the valley would mean that their cultivation would be suppressed, so it was better to wait outside. However, Ling Han didn't come out after a long time. Thinking that he was also farming fire essence crystals, he would have to stay inside for a few years. That was too long, and they couldn't afford to wait. Oh, the prodigy of the Lei clan was killed, and they had to wait for a few years to take revenge. Wouldn't they be a joke? Therefore, even if they had to sacrifice a few people, they had to enter the valley and take down Ling Han. The Pang clan was tied up this time. They couldn't escape from Lei Jiujuan's death, so they naturally couldn't stay out of it. However, 17 Foundation establishment cultivators, even if their cultivation was suppressed, should be enough to suppress a small secret-seeking realm. Ling Han revealed a dense killing intent. Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Kill! 17 people charged over at the same time. Ling Han faced them head-on, directly circulating his destructive energy, and threw out a heavy punch. Bang! Someone faced him head-on, wanting to restrain him so that others could take the opportunity to attack. However, under the destructive energy, that person was immediately blasted into pieces. This destructive power was too terrifying. In just a single exchange, 17 people became 16 people. Damn, when the experts from the Pang and Lei clans saw this, they couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. They knew that Ling Han was very strong, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill Lei Jiujuan and defeat Zhang Qihua. But killing a Foundation establishment cultivator with one punch still shocked them to the point that their scalps went numb. Didn't that mean that as long as Ling Han threw out another 16 punches, they would all be finished? Since Ling Han had started killing, how could he hold back? Using his destructive energy, he already had plans to silence them. Kill! Bang! 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 His figure moved, and the destructive energy surged. Even if the opponents were prepared and also used high-level energy, the stronger ones would still have an arm destroyed, and the weaker ones would still not be able to escape death. In just a few moves, the 17 people had already been reduced to 9 people. This caused everyone to be scared out of their wits. How could they still care about killing their enemies? They hurriedly turned around and ran. Chapter 36:10. As long as they could escape the valley and recover their strength, suppressing a secret realm would be a piece of cake. But when they turned around, they found that their escape route was blocked by 6 milk babies. Eldest baby said, "I opened this road." Second baby said, "I planted this tree." Fourth baby said, "You have to pass this road." Fifth baby said, "Leave your life." Third baby said proudly, "Childish." The Foundation establishment cultivators were going crazy. They had fallen to the point where even milk babies dared to bully them. "You're courting death." They naturally had nothing to fear and charged forward. Then, tragedy struck. None of the milk babies were easy to deal with. Pang! 2 of them had their legs grabbed by the eldest baby and were sent flying back. The second baby saw through the other person's weakness and sent him flying with a light punch. Whoosh! The fourth baby spat fire and the fifth baby spat water, making it impossible for anyone to take another step forward. The first wave of attack by the 9 was in vain. None of them managed to break through. Monsters! These people were all monsters. The Pang and Lei clansmen were on the verge of tears. What was wrong with them? Why did they have to rush into the valley? Their realms were suppressed here, making it impossible for them to use their powerful strength. But they had no time to lament, because the god of death was already here. Ling Han caught up with them, his destructive energy surging. This killing efficiency was too terrifying. He could sweep through those of the same realm, and even those who were a realm lower. After another round of slaughter, the 9 people were reduced to 5.
I surrender, don't kill me.
Someone immediately gave up. They had no choice but to give up, or they would die.
Coward, die.
Ling Han showed no mercy and killed the person with 1 punch.
I won't surrender.
The remaining 3 decided to do the opposite. Okay, then let's fight. Ling Han did not stop attacking. Damn it, you can't play like this. The 3 wanted to cry but had no tears. They had surrendered, why didn't he stop?
Bang.
After a few punches, the remaining 3 were all killed. Ling Han naturally would not waste it. He searched everyone's body, but the result was very little. What kind of foundational powerhouse is this? So poor. Oh, that's right. This is Moonlight Star, where the martial arts environment is mature. Although the Foundation Establishment realm is on the path to immortality, that's all. There are many people stronger than them, so naturally, they won't have any treasures. Forget it, I should hurry up and refine the 5 elements fortune pill. Ling Han and his group left the valley. Of course, there were no more people from the Pang or Lei clan outside. They had all gone in to capture him. The little lowly took out her flying shuttle, and they boarded it. Xiao, the flying shuttle pierced through the air. You won't hit someone again, right? Ling Han saw that Tang Yun had pushed the shuttle to at least 20 times the speed of sound, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Under such high speed, even his eyesight couldn't catch the changes in the environment, and it was very easy to hit someone. Don't worry, this shuttle has been strengthened by Grandpa and Grandpa, it won't be damaged. The little lowly said. Ling Han's face is black. Is he worried about the shuttle? He's afraid that you'll kill someone. However, if the shuttle wasn't damaged, he could breathe a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be killed by the little lowly. Wait, when did he get led astray by the little lowly? Isn't it too immoral to think like this? Ling Han weakly reflected on himself.
If they were to travel on foot, it would take about 3 days to arrive, but if they were to travel by flying shuttle, it would only take about half a day.
The frigid water lake was already near. Oh no, it's too fast, we can't stop, the little lowly suddenly said. You're too unreliable.
Prepare to land hard, the little lowly shouted.
Although she was very anxious, she didn't sound panicked at all. Instead, she was full of excitement. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Boom. Before Ling Han could say anything, the flying shuttle had already landed, and it crashed heavily into the ground. Under the powerful push, it was still moving forward. After a full 10 seconds, the flying shuttle finally stopped. Haha, perfect landing, the little lowly said excitedly. You damn child. See if I don't beat you to death. Ling Han gritted his teeth. What kind of problem child was this?
Bang! At this moment, a hand suddenly slapped the window of the flying shuttle, and then a black face also appeared.
This scene seems to be very familiar. Ling Han remembered that when they first arrived at Moonlight Planet, the little lowly also drove the flying shuttle and hit the ground. In the end, she hit someone. Fortunately, Li Xingchen was in the Foundation Establishment realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by such a hit. Now she hit someone again? Ling Han looked at the angry face outside the window and muttered in his heart. Although the face was black, whether it was the expression or the action, why was it so familiar? Could it be that they hit the same person? Ling Han immediately shook his head. How could this be possible? It was too coincidental. He didn't dare to be careless. While asking the little lowly to put away the flying shuttle, he prepared to fight. Who knew if the other party was easy to talk to? It was true that they were in the wrong, but it didn't mean that they had to be beaten. The little lowly directly armed the flying shuttle on her body and prepared to fight. She was the great demon king. Bumping into someone was nothing in her eyes. Sure enough, it's you guys again. The black person on the opposite side said through gritted teeth. Ah! The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. Brother Li, what a coincidence. The unlucky guy who was hit was Li Xingchen. Strange, I didn't hit your head with the tombstone fragment. Why are you so unlucky? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Brother Li, if I say that we didn't hit you on purpose, would you believe me? Li Xingchen gritted his teeth and said. Do you think I should believe you? You should. Ling Han said righteously. Brother Li, we didn't install any tracking device on your body. How could we hit you on purpose?
So, all of this was a coincidence.
Li Xingchen sighed.
I always felt that you were an unlucky star. Sure enough, I deliberately hid in such a remote place, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't avoid you.
Hee hee.
The little lowly laughed until she was holding her stomach.
Brother Li, here is a 1-star artifact. Take it as compensation.
Ling Han took out a sword and handed it over.
This was what he obtained after killing Lei Jiujuan.
Because he was killed in an instant, Lei Jiujuan didn't even have the chance to take out his artifact.
It couldn't be helped.
He had almost killed the other 2 times. So Ling Han was also very guilty. He really felt very apologetic.
Li Xingchen couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised.
Although a 1-star artifact was nothing in a large force, it was extremely precious to a rogue cultivator, especially a Foundation Establishment rogue cultivator.
What was more coincidental was that he also used a sword. So he couldn't refuse this gift and could only accept it with a thick face. He sighed. Even if you hit me again in the future, I'll accept it.
How is that possible?
Ling Han hurriedly laughed. But he was a little suspicious.
With this guy's bad luck, it was really possible that he would be hit again.
Li Xingchen's temper also subsided. They sat down to drink some wine and eat something. It turned out that Li Xingchen had come here because he had found a seclusion place nearby. It used to belong to a strong cultivator who had reached the Foundation Establishment stage. That strong cultivator had died long ago and might have left behind some treasures. He had been invited to join forces to enter this place. Chapter 36:12.
Both of them were very young.
One was dressed in blue, the other in purple.
Both of them were very young.
One was dressed in blue, and the other was dressed in purple. Both of them were very young, but when they stood there, they gave off an intimidating aura.
Qian Xinlai, you couldn't beat me when you were in the Human Foundation Establishment stage, and you couldn't beat me when you were in the Heaven Foundation Establishment stage.
Now that you've returned to the mortal realm, you're still no match for me, the young man in blue said proudly.
He held a sword in his hand that was overflowing with light and color. It possessed a fierce might.
The purple-robed young man called Qian Xinlai snorted. Rosie, my ranking is lower than yours. Is it because I'm weaker than you? It's just that your luck is good. That's why you're ranked higher than me every time. Rosie shook his head. Keep being stubborn. Watch how I teach you a lesson. You think I'm afraid of you?
Qian Xinlai said fearlessly.
But before that, we need to get rid of a fly. Rosie looked towards Ling Han. Neither of them had looked at Ling Han before, but that didn't mean they hadn't noticed Ling Han. Tang Yun had already entered the gourd. Although her telekinesis was far superior to her peers, it couldn't compare to Ling Han's. She couldn't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Qian Xinlai was already striding toward Ling Han.
He held a black saber in his hand, which was covered with veined patterns and exuded a ferocious might.
Scram!
You aren't qualified to observe our battle.
Ling Han had originally planned to recover his telekinesis after reaching the ice island. There weren't any water elemental creatures here, but he had to be willing to leave. You're chasing me away? Why? Did your family build this ice island? Ling Han asked. Qian Xinlai was taken aback. Of course not. It was naturally formed. But don't you know who I am? Even if it was built by your family, does this frigid water lake belong to you? You'll be fined for building an illegal building on public land, Ling Han said. Qian Xinlai was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ha 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 ha, Rosie laughed loudly. Because of the ranking issue, he and Qian Xinlai have been enemies for a long time. Now that he saw his old rival being fooled into a daze, he felt very happy.
Qian Xinlai's face sank, and he said, "Must you suffer a bit?"
He strode over, the blade of his saber dragging on the ice island. Sizzle, sparks flew. In fact, the ice island was extremely sturdy and could completely withstand the battle of ordinary secret-seeking realm experts.
However, the top of the island had been flattened by the 2 of them.
Their strength was indeed terrifying. Naturally, this was because they had used high-level energy. Otherwise, the secret-seeking realm would not have been able to cause damage to this iceberg with brute force alone. Ling Han crossed his arms in front of his chest. What, you want to fight? Do you think you're worthy? Qian Xinlai sneered. He was ranked 9th amongst the younger generation of Anhua Commandery.
In a battle of the same level, there were at most 5 people who were stronger than him. Of course, this ranking would not be strictly based on the battle strength of those at the same level, so he was confident that his true battle strength was definitely not the 9th. Even if he was only ranked 9th, this unfamiliar young man in front of him could not compare to him. The difference was too great. Ling Han stretched his neck, limbs and smiled. I'm a bit bored in the water, so I'll use you to relieve my boredom. Chen Senlai's thick brows rose. This guy really wanted to die, daring to provoke him like this. That's right. This guy doesn't even know who I am. No wonder he's so full of confidence. Heh, I'll let him see what a top-tier genius is like. Get down. Chen Senlai reached out with his left hand. Boom. A terrifying power surged out, suppressing Ling Han. Ling Han casually slapped out. Bang. Chen Senlai's attack was neutralized. Ah. Ha. Chen Senlai and Rosie were both stunned. This scene had exceeded their expectations. Even if Chen Senlai had not used his full strength, Ling Han's strength was not to be underestimated. If you could have this kind of strength in the Foundation establishment realm, you would have the qualifications to be ranked in the top 100. Chen Senlai gave his evaluation. Unfortunately, you're only in the mystic-seeking realm. With a single leap from the immortal gate, you might just fade into mediocrity. Even mediocrity can beat you up, Ling Han countered. He charged forward and punched out with both fists. Boom, boom, boom. The power of his punches surged out in an extremely domineering manner. Chen Senlai revealed a cautious expression. He did not use his blade and instead put it away. Instead, he used his palms to deal with Ling Han. What a joke. He was one of the few geniuses in Anhua Commandery. If he needed to use an immortal tool to deal with a nameless nobody, how shameless would he be? After exchanging a few blows, Chen Senlai frowned. This opponent was unexpectedly strong. Fortunately, his opponent did not seem to cultivate telekinesis and did not use any high-level energy. Although his battle prowess was strong, his lethality was limited to brute force. Chen Senlai only needed to use the transform technique to deal with him. This was only natural. Ling Han had only surfaced after using up most of his telekinesis. Although he could still use it for a while, wasn't there another person on the other side? He naturally had to hold back some of his trump cards. The best steel should be used on the edge of the blade. If he used his telekinesis, he would definitely be able to communicate with the destructive energy and directly kill the two of them. Even so, Ling Han used his eye technique and easily saw through the flaws in each of Chen Senlai's moves. Very quickly, he gained the upper hand. Chen Senlai did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he laughed loudly. Brat, I don't know why you're so strong, but you don't cultivate telekinesis, so your battle prowess is at least halved. I'll let you see just how strong the mystic-seeking realm can be. He exclaimed softly, and his palms immediately turned silvery white. This was also metal energy, and it was extremely likely that it was of a higher level than the metal energy that Ling Han had drawn upon. The way it was arranged was also different, which was why it appeared silver. Boom! Chen Senlai swung his palm, and the silver light was dazzling. Ling Han still met it with his bare fists. Bang! The two of them exchanged a blow, and both of them took a few steps back. Traces of blood appeared on Ling Han's fist. The destructive power of the high-level energy was too great. Moreover, the spirit diagram that Chen Senlai had mastered was very extraordinary, and its power was even greater. Fortunately, Ling Han's bones had been tempered to be extremely hard, so it was only a superficial wound. Looking at Chen Senlai again, he was not much better off. The web between his thumb and forefinger had actually split open. Why? Ling Han used a high-frequency attack. He could not possibly maintain his original battle prowess while you used high-level energy, right? I've really underestimated you, Chen Senlai said solemnly. He had really given his all in that attack just now, but he could only fight to a draw with Ling Han. His opponent's strength was truly extraordinary. At least in the mystic-seeking realm, his opponent already had the qualifications to compete with him. The smile on Luo Shi's face also disappeared. He also felt the pressure. If Ling Han could maintain his level during the Spring Immortals Gate, then this person would definitely become a strong competitor for them. More importantly, his opponent was already so powerful when he did not know how to communicate with high-level energy. What would happen if he learned the magical use of telekinesis?
Chapter 36:13. Chen Xinlai looked at Ling Han solemnly. He put away the last trace of contempt. Although in the outside world, he could crush Ling Han with a single finger, in this place, he was a formidable foe. He took a deep breath and got into an attacking stance. 3 elements floating wind palm. Luo, she blurted out in shock. This was one of Chen Xinlai's ultimate moves. He did not expect him to use it so soon. Ling Han did not let his guard down. Chen Xinlai was exuding a powerful aura, as if he could push back the sky with one palm strike. This was an immortal technique. One of the advantages of being an immortal was that one could truly master immortal techniques. Using the power of the secret-seeking realm, although the power would be much weaker, it would definitely be stronger than ordinary martial techniques. Very well, immortal technique against immortal technique. Ling Han turned his fist into claws, his body like a goshawk's wings. He also exuded a fierce aura, like a prehistoric bird about to attack. Golden Eagle's 18 claws. Chen Xinlai was naturally shocked again. Damn, what was going on? How did someone in the secret-seeking realm learn immortal techniques? Are you a monster? While he was still in shock, Ling Han had already charged over. His claws danced, and golden light filled the sky. Chen Xinlai was shocked, but he was not afraid. He instinctively met the attack. Bang bang bang. The two clashed continuously, gold and silver flashing. Ling Han suddenly thought. Since the demon monkey fist was taught to him by Brother Monkey, then it had to be a celestial technique as well. Moreover, he had once summoned the shadow of an incredibly terrifying demon monkey, and its might was truly indescribably strong. However, the demon monkey fist's strongest point was the frequency of attacks. It allowed him to fight a strong opponent without being at a disadvantage. The problem was that he needed to first grasp the opponent's attack pulse before he could launch his attacks. This made him passive. Could he ignore the opponent's attacks and form a frequency of attacks from his own end? He could try. Once he succeeded, his battle power would increase steadily. Ling Han's eyes flashed. He suddenly switched to the demon monkey fist. Damn, what the hell are you doing? Chen Xinlai was depressed. He was almost used to the rhythm of the 18 golden eagle claws, but Ling Han suddenly turned his claws into fists. The rhythm of his attacks completely changed, making him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. Experts all liked to study their opponent's absolute arts and then break them. Now he had just grasped a bit of it, but Ling Han was not using it anymore. This made him feel like a little kid whose favorite toy had been snatched away. It was incomparably uncomfortable. However, as soon as Ling Han unleashed his fist technique, he felt an immense pressure. His opponent's body emitted a ruthless aura, oppressing his mind. Artistic conception. Chen Xinlai was shocked. Only celestial techniques could cultivate concepts, but not every celestial technique could. It had to be a relatively superior celestial technique, and the user had to be astonishingly talented, completely grasping the essence of the celestial technique. A mystic-seeking realm cultivator was actually able to grasp the essence of an immortal technique. Furthermore, this fist technique was so powerful. Normal intent realms would only affect the environment, such as placing one in a furnace or an iceberg. Only a few intent realms could directly oppress one's soul. This effect was more direct, but it was also a double-edged sword. This was because once the opponent's will was strong enough, they could in turn suppress the caster. From this point of view, the person who created this fist technique must have been an incomparably domineering and confident existence. Once I punch, I'm invincible. Ling Han was the same. With a long howl, his demon monkey fists punched out wildly. He seemed to have transformed into a ruthless ancient demon monkey, crushing everything in his path. He punched out again and again, feeling the vibrations from his fists. You're underestimating me. Chen Xinlai roared. His battle prowess was fully unleashed, and his telekinesis surged. His hands became incomparably bright, and the silver radiance seemed to be able to blind people. Boom boom boom. He kept clashing with Ling Han. When it came to battle intent, as a top-notch genius, he would naturally not lose to anyone. If you want to fight me head-on, then go ahead. I will definitely not back down. This was exactly what Ling Han wanted. He needed pressure to force himself to break through. The greater the pressure, the more motivation he would have. Luo Shi's expression became more and more solemn. Although Ling Han had yet to enter the path of immortality, and accidents might happen when he leaped through the Immortal's Gate, what if he managed to leap through the Immortal's Gate without any damage to his battle prowess?
This was going to be a formidable opponent. Strange, when did such a young genius appear in Anhua County? Ling Han gradually began to comprehend. He had already grasped the principles behind the frequency attack, but he was currently accumulating power on his own end.
All he needed was a change. Like this. He punched out twice at lightning speed.
The first wave of power was slightly slower, but the second wave of power caught up, forming a ripple. Bang! Ling Han could not help but stagger backwards.
In contrast, Chen Xinlai did not even take a single step back. He seemed to have gained the upper hand.
On the surface, it looked like Ling Han was at a disadvantage, but he was actually smiling. This was because his two waves of power had formed their own frequency attack, greatly increasing the power of his attacks. However, the accumulated power of his two punches was naturally unable to contend against Chen Xinlai's all-out attack.
Thus, he was at a disadvantage.
Again. He punched out 3 times, one wave of power after the other, like waves crashing down on the ocean. Bang bang bang.
Ling Han clashed with Chen Xinlai again.
This time, he was still at a disadvantage, but the situation had taken a turn for the better. Ling Han let out a long howl as his 4 waves of power joined together. 5, 6, 7. As Ling Han's frequency of attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, he gradually recovered from his disadvantage. He was no longer any weaker than Chen Xinlai.
Chen Xinlai bellowed.
He thought that he had gained the upper hand and would soon win, but Ling Han was just too tenacious, forcefully wiping away his disadvantage. Chen Xinlai's attacks became even more ferocious, wanting to finish off Ling Han in one go. But to the side, Rosie felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. As a bystander, he could clearly see that Ling Han had been experimenting with a certain technique or something else, and because he was unfamiliar with it, he had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. But now that he had mastered it, he was able to turn the situation around. It was a very simple matter, but the meaning behind it was far too terrifying. In such an intense battle, Ling Han was actually able to experiment with a new technique?
Just how confident was he? Just how perceptive was he?
Rosie had a feeling that Anhua County was destined to have another dazzling newcomer. Ling Han roared with laughter. He had already completed the transformation, turning the frequency of his attacks into one centered around his body. Come! He punched out again, his fist madly vibrating at a frequency that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, he had exerted a gravity of 70. The limit of the demon monkey fist was 108, and he was still far from reaching that limit. This was not a simple stacking of 70 layers of power. Rather, each wave of power had formed a specific frequency. Bang! Chen Xinlai took the blow head-on, but his expression changed drastically as he involuntarily retreated 3 steps.
In contrast, Ling Han was completely steady.
It was very obvious that Ling Han had the upper hand in the current situation.
Chen Xinlai could not believe it.
He stared at Ling Han in a daze, completely dumbfounded.
How could this be? How could this be?
Chapter 36:14. Chen Xinlai, let me do it.
Luo, she stepped forward.
Scram, I haven't lost yet.
Chen Xinlai refused.
Not yet.
Luo Shi shook his head. You don't even want to admit the difference between us. I'm ashamed to be associated with you in the future.
Chen Xinlai was exasperated. In reality, he was only at a slight disadvantage. It was not like Ling Han had never been at a disadvantage before. Why did he lose just because he was pushed back a few steps? He was unconvinced and stepped forward to fight with Ling Han again. However, Ling Han had already adapted to the new frequency of attacks. He realized that this was the correct way to counter the demon monkey fist. Because the demon monkey that created this fist technique was most likely the ancestral king that Monkey Bro mentioned. That was an invincible emperor who once ruled over an entire era. Such a domineering figure. Did he need to care about his opponent's attacks? No need. Once I punch, I'm invincible. Hence, after Ling Han adapted, he could use the demon monkey fist even more smoothly. Although they were both using 70 stacks of power, it was obvious that his current frequency of attacks was more powerful. Chen Xinlai really could not beat him. Although he was not much weaker than Ling Han, he was still a little weaker. He was suppressed by Ling Han, even if he could hold on for a long time. After all, he was a genius and still cared about his face. In the end, he roared and retreated from the battle.
I'm not fighting anymore. Luo, she stepped forward. You have the right to declare your name now. These words were obviously directed at Ling Han. With his status as a Foundation establishment cultivator, this was not considered too much. Ling Han laughed. Let's fight then. What's with all the nonsense? He took the initiative to rush forward and unleash the demon monkey fist. Right now, he did not need to first grasp his opponent's attack pulse. He was completely at the center of it. It was a comfortable feeling and a domineering aura grew in his heart. I don't care if you are a human or a demon. I don't care how strong you are. If one punch can't do it, then 2 punches. Luo, she was helpless and was forced to face the attack. He had a well-thought-out plan. He hadn't been watching from the side for nothing. He had already thought of a countermeasure, but when he really started, he realized that it was completely different. The plan he had come up with was completely useless. He was also being suppressed by Ling Han. No matter what he did, he could not turn the situation around and could only passively defend. Haha, Rosie, weren't you very arrogant? Chen Xinlai laughed heartily. He and Rosie were competitors, and since he had not won, he naturally did not wish for Rosie to gain the upper hand. Luo, she gritted his teeth as he executed secret arts one after another, wanting to turn the tables around. However, he didn't have many secret arts. For example, the demon monkey fist was extremely powerful. Just a single fist art was enough to suppress the entire world. Was there a need for other fist arts? No matter what he did, he was unable to turn the situation around. After exchanging 100 moves, he had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. If he continued to fight, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Although his competitor was defeated, Chen Xinlai was not happy at all. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, 2 geniuses of the Anhua Prefecture's younger generation, had actually been defeated by an unknown newcomer. How can this be endured? They looked at each other. Were they still going to spar? The 2 shook their heads at the same time. They couldn't even win a secret-seeking realm cultivator. How could they still have the face to spar? Let's go. What's the point of staying here? The 2 of them walked on the waves. Even though their cultivation was suppressed to the secret-seeking realm, walking on the waves was naturally not a problem. Ling Han smiled and sat down cross-legged, allowing himself and the spirit-nourishing gourd to absorb fresh air. The night passed, and the sun rose. Gentle sunlight sprinkled down, but Ling Han did not feel warm at all. This frigid water lake was too cold. After one night, his telekinesis power had mostly recovered. He asked Tang Yun-er to come out and cultivate as well, but the little girl was extremely lazy and refused to cultivate properly unless he urged her. Strange. Why did the Calabash brothers' strength soar as long as they grew up normally? They grew out of the calabash vines. Ling Han's fire essence stones had not been used up yet, but if he used them here, the effects would be greatly reduced. Water and fire mutually restrained each other. He did not waste them and put away the fire essence stones. Since there were fire essence stones in the extreme flame valley, would there be ice essence stones here? After cultivating, he dove into the bottom of the lake and continued his hunt. This time, his efficiency was greatly reduced. Even with the help of 7 milk babies, he would not be able to gather enough water essence without a year or 2. Not to mention Ling Han, the news of Luo Shi and Chen Xinlai's battle with Ling Han still leaked out after they left. The entire Anhua Prefecture was in an uproar. When did such a genius appear? Even though he was only in the secret-seeking realm, to be able to defeat super geniuses like Luo Shi and Chen Xinlai, just how monstrous must he be? In a short time, the mysterious genius Ling Han became a hot topic of discussion. The Anhua Prefecture's younger generation had been selected based on their cultivation level, combat strength, battle achievements, potential, and other factors. Now that Luo Shi and Chen Xinlai, who were ranked 8th and 9th respectively, had been defeated, the people ranked below them were all indignant. They had not even seen Ling Han's face, but they were already considered inferior to Ling Han. There were many young and energetic people who set out for Frigid Water Lake. They wanted to personally defeat Ling Han and prove themselves. On the other hand, when the Pang and Lei clans received the news, they immediately determined that this person was Ling Han. How could there be so many geniuses in this world? Ling Han had just appeared, and now another mysterious expert had appeared. Moreover, this mysterious genius was definitely going to Frigid Water Lake to collect water essence. Who else could it be other than Ling Han? This kid must be eliminated. The upper echelons of the Lei clan ordered. At all costs, the Pang clan's patriarch personally ordered. Once the two life core realm powers became serious, the amount of power they could mobilize was astonishing. They quickly formulated a strategy to deal with Ling Han's situation. This time, they would make this kid disappear completely. The experts of the two clans set out, bringing with them the treasures that they had paid a great price to obtain, and rushed towards Frigid Water Lake. Frigid Water Lake. Ling Han had already stayed here for 10 days, but his harvest was still very little, completely incomparable to that of the extreme Flame Valley. He sighed ruefully. No wonder even though everyone knew of the existence of a good thing like the 5 Elements fortune pill, there were still so few people who were willing to refine it. Just look at this Frigid Water Lake. It was difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Ling Han would not give up. He had a kind of obsession towards perfection. Even if he knew that this was the best, he would not be willing to lose even a little bit. It was precisely because of this that he had become the strongest celestial paragon. On this day, he once again floated to the surface of the water, climbing onto an ice floe to rest. This ice floe was very small, not much bigger than an ordinary house. He looked into the distance, only to see a figure walking over on the waves at an extremely fast speed. Xiao, this person also discovered Ling Han, and with a leap, he had already landed on the ice floe. Are you that mysterious person who defeated Luo Shi and Qian Sen? That person asked. He was dressed in clothes made of golden thread, and he was full of arrogance. Chapter 36:16. However, although these two stones could chase after their target, the force of impact was not that strong. Ling Han's entire body shook, and he felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, but that was all. His physique was too strong, and it could be said that he was invincible in the mystery realm. Moreover, the battle prowess here was limited to the mystery realm, so he could only spit out a mouthful of blood. Who was attacking him? Ling Han was furious. He did not mind sparring with others as long as he had enough essence of water, but now, someone had ambushed him. Damn it! He wanted to push the stones away to find the culprit, but the two stones were magnets, sticking tightly to each other. These were not ordinary magnets, and the magnetic force was so strong that he could not push them away. Bang! The stones fell and smashed into the ice. Logically, the ice was extremely sturdy and could not be smashed, but the interaction between the magnets produced a strong heat that quickly melted the ice. Xiao, xiao, xiao. One figure after another flew over. Ha ha ha, Ling Han, you didn't expect this, did you? There were a total of 7 people, and they all sneered. You killed the Qilin son of our Lei clan, and you think you can get away with it? Even if you hide here, we can still take you down. Ling Han's heart trembled. So it was the Lei and Pang clans again. He sneered, a life core tier force can only use such despicable tricks. Don't talk nonsense with him. Take him down quickly, or he'll sink, someone urged. Okay. Someone walked over and was about to grab the magnets. Ling Han could not let them succeed. Otherwise, once he left the ice lake, he would not be able to escape death. Wang, he activated the killing intent attack and spat out a golden sword, slashing towards that person. That person was completely unprepared. Ling Han was already trapped between the two magnets, so how could he have the strength to attack him? Under the killing intent attack, his expression became sluggish, and he was slashed by the golden sword, directly ending his life. A powerful cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm had died just like that. Everyone else was stunned. They did not expect Ling Han to be able to kill a Foundation establishment powerhouse in a second under such circumstances. It was like he was harvesting grass. Pang! The magnet melted the ice and fell into the water, bringing Ling Han down with it. No one dared to come forward. With the precedent set, who would dare to throw away their lives? Therefore, the 6 of them could only watch as Ling Han sank into the water. After a while, they came to their senses and blushed. Facing a nobody from the secret realm, they actually did not dare to make a move. This is so embarrassing. However, since this brat has sunk to the bottom of the lake, he's dead for sure, someone said in embarrassment. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. That's a green-red magnet that has been dyed in the blood of experts. It's not something that brat can break free from. Therefore, he was either frozen to death, suffocated to death, or crushed to death due to exhaustion. There is no fourth possibility. For the sake of safety, let's go down and take a look. Okay.
The 6 of them entered the water one after another, wrapping themselves with flame energy to fight against the chill. They accelerated and soon caught up with the 2 magnets that were almost merged together. They could clearly see that they were sinking rapidly with Ling Han. However, after a while they stopped following. They had already gone very deep underwater and the water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. If they continued, their bodies would be crushed by the pressure. There was no other way. They could only use the strength of a secret realm cultivator here. Therefore they stopped one after another and watched as Ling Han and the 2 magnets sank deeper and deeper until they disappeared into the darkness. They began to float up, jumping out of the water and standing on the ice floes.
He's dead.
The 6 of them nodded. This time, Ling Han had no chance of survival. In the lake, Ling Han was trying to think of a solution. The attraction of the 2 magnets was too terrifying. He could not break free at all, and he could not enter the spirit fostering gourd either. There was no way forward or backward. Not only that, he also needed to resist the crushing force of the magnets and communicate with the flame energy. Otherwise, he would be frozen to death before he was crushed to death. More importantly, he was still at the bottom of the lake. Without air, an hour was his limit. Could he only choose between being crushed to death, frozen to death, or suffocated to death? The magnets continued to sink. Ling Han's mind was racing. He had to get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to face an even more serious problem. Water pressure. Destructive energy. This was the only solution that Ling Han could think of. It had to work. Due to the limitations of his psychic energy, he withdrew the flame energy and circulated the destruction energy. In an instant, his hands and legs were shrouded in black energy. Under the powerful destruction energy, his shoes instantly turned into nothingness. Ling Han reached out and pressed on the magnets, but to his disappointment, the magnets did not change at all. No effect. No, it might be that the magnets themselves were made of amazing materials, so they could not be destroyed in a few blows. He could not give up. Ling Han continuously activated the destructive energy. Right now, he could only risk it all. If he could not break the magnets, he would not be able to escape death. The magnets sank rapidly. This thing was abnormally heavy and sank very, very quickly. The water pressure came crazily. Ling Han only felt that every part of his body was being crushed. His skin instantly broke, and blood flowed out, leaving behind a long line of blood that went straight to the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, Ling Han had cultivated the true extreme state of each realm. His body was incomparably strong, and he could withstand the bone barrier. He was still sinking, and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and ears. At this moment, he found that his hands and feet had a slight area to move. A portion of the magnets had been destroyed. Ling Han's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly continued. Water pressure, compression, and extreme cold. Ling Han had to face 3 major problems at the same time. If it was someone else, any one of these problems would be fatal, but he managed to withstand it. The 7 transformations made his blood energy incomparably vigorous, and he had no problem resisting the cold for a short period of time. Heavy. 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 Ling Han was in a race against time. If he really reached the bottom of the lake, he might not even have the strength to swim back up. The space he had to move in was getting larger and larger, and the water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Han felt his body tremble, and then he collapsed. He had reached the bottom of the lake. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. This place was too dark, and he could not see anything at all without using his eye ability. But after his feet stepped into the mud, he naturally came to his senses. The water pressure here was too terrifying. Ling Han felt as if even his bones were trembling, and even the qi and blood that he had obtained after the 7th transformation was almost unable to sustain his life force. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Ling Han still did not give up. For a person like him, even if he was about to take his last breath, he would still fight. Destructive energy surged. Ling Han let out a silent roar, making one last attempt. Ka! The magnets made a crisp sound. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.